I, double check everything real quickly, and I see Discord pings wondering exactly what the hell is about to happen. A thing! A thing is about to happen, ladies and gentlemen. Certainly a thing. But, strangely, a kind of entertaining thing. Even though this is like 3 seconds from a Deherenset video. Welcome to the show. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My sleeping hours have been ruined, so I'm up at 6 o'clock in the morning. It's now 7, though. And while I was sitting here, I decided, you know what? Why not have the early show back here, and we can burn a couple of hours while I'm stuck awake, and I can hand you guys over to Sharklet later. But, so, while I was busy dealing with some things off screen here, I, had my eye caught by something. A very interesting, mobile game by the name of Modern Warships, which seemed like your average, everyday, really Chinese-y as fuck, poorly put together mobile game just designed to get somebody's money. But the thing that struck me as odd is that, what I saw was a commercial for, or rather, a video detailing their current battle pass. And I was taken aback by how familiar it was. What could it be? I wonder. Oh, wait, it's trying to be a knockoff World of Warships, and it's succeeding, strangely enough. However, there's some very interesting things about this game that are, extremely questionable, and I don't mean, the lengthy assumptions that you could make about the developer Artstorm being incorporated in Cyprus and Dubai. I'm 99.9% sure that has something to do with a tax haven. But, so it's going to be a PC version, and it's published by none other than Gaijin. So, yeah, what's going on here? Well, as it says on the tin, it's Modern Warships. And a lot of other things as well. Maybe not modern warships, maybe... Okay, guys, let's just drop the stop card and get on with it. This is normal. It gets worse. It gets armored warfare for the seas. Actually, as an aside, before I get too far into this, yeah, actually, this game on PC with a way more reputable put-together client, this has the potential to be the armored warfare to World of Warships, World of Tanks. Get me? It's also considerably better than War Thunder Naval. Even with the incredibly sketchy, everything about this, it's, okay, look, you can watch ads to increase your rewards. Which, that's definitely one way to keep the lights on, but, some of the monetization here is very eyebrow-raising and also concerning. However, I promise the game is actually somehow still fun, even though it's... you will see. However, like I said, this gets worse. So yeah, we have some, very interesting, just kind of normal-looking, missile boats that are, kind of small here, and, Chinese, anti-ship missile-carrying PT boats, and small Russian craft, American as well, but by the way, there's no tech tree, which is probably one of the biggest flaws of the game, but mobile game, and apparently it came out just this year. Yeah, Platinum and I don't know what Platinum is for. I have not seen anything for Platinum, so I have no idea what's going on. They do give you a lot of free gold by, again, just watching ads, which is, I know that's so cringeworthy, most of you are already running for the hills, but you don't have to do that. However, if you want, a little bit of extra money on the side, you watch the silly ads for them. However, I don't recommend that you do that, and I'm not condoning this practice, and we're being professional about this. The monetization of this game is interesting. However, like I said, I'm repeating myself, but yeah, look, it looks like wait a minute. Well, that's very interesting. It's very Zumwalt, as it were. That's definitely a modern warship. Okay, so what else do we got? Okay, that's interesting. Seems as though we have the return of the Cyber Pagoda mast here. more Chinese, but well, that's normal looking, even though it kind of looks like a World War II destroyer with that funnel back there. Very interesting radar mass there. I like to call this the General Rebel for silly-ass reasons, but okay. Some Italian boats, Germans, and there's that funny-looking design again. Oh, hey, look, a familiar face. It's the Arleigh Burke. Wow, that's surprisingly normal. The Gravely and the USS Kidd, these are all destroyers. These are modern warships, true, yes. Again, very interesting Neo-Pagoda mass there, but it probably reduces something, or, well, actually, that's like 6 different radars hanging off that bitch. That's, you're gonna find somebody. And then there's, it's very interesting, very smooth-looking boat here with, a very small helicopter hangar for an Apache. I'm not quite sure if they make naval Apaches, but it's small. It's a very large box. It's probably very unstable and top-heavy, but it's probably a paper design. So yeah, then we're giving you. Oh, well, over here. That's a premium, by the way. There are premiums. Hey, look, a Nimitz with Tomcats, and that's Mickey's camouflage. That's fucking Mickey from Area 88. You can see the Playboy bunny and everything. That's just Mickey's camouflage. Okay, that gets Kino points. That does get style points. And then there's something that carries Yak 38s and fulcrums on what is effectively a Moskva. Those pilots are very brave. I'm just gonna say that they're extremely brave. It's a very, very, very short Russian pier. And then, of course, the ski ramp extraordinaire, carrying fullbacks, which, okay. Several other aircraft carriers, and this is, once again, that's a landing assault ship, and that's the Japanese, well, the Chinese Fulcrum copy on the deck of a landing assault ship. That's a helicopter carrier that has, that man's very brave. That might be there just for show. But, then there's the Admiral you may know me by another name. The other Admiral. That's just kind of out there, probably functioning, probably. The Queen Elizabeth with its cope slope and 2 conning towers with naval strike eagles, which, those were canceled. Those don't exist. Yeah, but ladies and gentlemen, we've only just begun, and now we've got submarines, and I actually own one, particularly because they're extremely overpowered, because a lot of reasons. But, you know, Seawolf, the current generation, or the about to come online Russian, nuclear attack submarine, the Kursk, because who doesn't want to be stuck at the bottom of the ocean with you, and several other, it's the Caspian Sea Monster. That's the Caspian Sea Monster. We have a modern naval game with a Caspian Sea Monster. That's insane, but kind of radical. That's absolutely nuts and kind of radical. It's also really, really fucking fast. But yeah, so what, as some people, saw me post in the Discord, yeah, this thing, which, might be a paper project, but, did the Russians actually try to build a Sinvaxi? Because this one launches fullbacks, which I'm fairly certain would not fit below the deck of anything. This is, it's an aircraft carrying submarine, and, I have no idea how to get it. However, it's probably some kind of tournament prize. Yeah, we're not done yet. So now we get into the really insane shit, and some of that's kind of, actually entertaining, and with some, stops in normalcy, kind of. So yeah, oh hey, look! Well, there's a very interesting, I'm not even sure if this is real, sort of stealth boat. Looks really cool. It's got a drone, and a fucking Comanche! Not bad. And then there's the Zumwalt, the ship too radical for even our own navy, because, we're not building them. We have 3 and we're taking the guns off of them. It also has rail cannons, which, you know, we probably almost developed. However, the actual guns were removed off of the boats because the ammunition is too expensive. Funny enough, the guns were one of the few things on the Zumwalt that actually worked with no problems. Again, the ammunition's too expensive because it's GPS, like, satellite-guided artillery shells, and the Navy doesn't want to pay for them, nor the boats. There were 30. They cut that down to 3. Yeah, and it's also got a Comanche, too. And the Invictus is here, the Comanche 2, or the new Comanche that they're trying to sell. Yeah, so that's up there. You can buy that for 10,000 gold, which is kind of a shame that's a premium. However, there's a lot of other pay-for ships here, too, which, yeah, well, now we're back in kind of normal, you know, mid-sized sort of cruisers. Well, destroyers, but fairly large. Probably cruisers by World War II standards, but destroyers here. And then, I believe the newest, or one of the proposals for the newest destroyer for the Navy, which, has these modular cells, and as you can see, we've, shoved a lot of shit in them, and once again, a Comanche. These must come standard. And yeah, an alligator on some of these, right? That's Chinese, I think. Yeah, it's Chinese. And then, yeah, there's a KA-58. I'm not even sure that's real. That's, wow. That's a Comanche fucking shark. Wow. I'm not quite sure if that's real. But some of these are reputable Soviet-looking designs, right? Yeah, what else could we have back here? That is apparently Russian. Sir, that is a that's a Neo Kirov with a pagoda mast to match. That is a Neo Kirov. Let's keep going here, and yeah, it's about the same thing with those cyberpunk pagoda masts. More Chinese boats that are actually kind of normal, and, yeah, okay, something tells me we, probably saw this on the cover of a, very interesting, arcade, PC game in, like, the 90s or some shit. There are a couple of these designs around. None of them were actually made, and once again, yeah, very interesting allotment there. C-Rams. Hey, look. Normal-looking, strangely normal-looking normal-looking armaments on this very out there boat. So, okay. A Ticonderoga, I believe. So again, normal, and another Ticonderoga. Way too many anti-ship missiles, but that's normal Russians. CGX-22, a cruiser design which, that is a, Man, they're really trying to cram a Comanche on every single fucking ship in the Navy out there, aren't they? That barely fucking fits. That's, probably not actually a helicopter deck back there, but you go there. You go there, Comanche. You, like, Jesus H fucking Christ. Some of this might be real, some of this shit might be totally made up. But, you need to be level 25 to buy this, and there we go into, the even more insane things. An arsenal gear. Railguns. A lot of other interesting things. Yeah, retractable, retractable, like, somewhat Zumwalt-y sort of turrets. This is a Zumwalt but a battleship. It's probably not real. Oh! Well, hey, look, shockingly normal. It's the fucking Missouri. With her missile launchers and defense systems, so yeah, even though that's a premium, that's just that is a modernized Iowa out of fucking nowhere, which is actually kind of neat. And a Comanche, because again, we gotta have Comanches. That's actually kind of neat, but ladies and gentlemen, that's not the most insane thing here. You laugh, you think, Phonto, this is all ridiculous. How odd could this get? Boy howdy, did we take some inspiration from a Kirov. Good golly, Miss Molly, that is a lot of missiles. That is a lot of VLS tubes on that bitch. The Moscow, which I'm not even sure is real. That's again, it kind of just looks like an overgrown Russian cruiser. Kind of somewhat a Kirov, but not really. It's just kind of like the same design elements, but stacked around everywhere. I don't know if that's real either. However, just the Yamato. You can't change any of the it's just the Yamato. It doesn't have any missiles. It has a biplane that's actually kind of terrifying. It's literally just the Yamato in the middle of everything. Yeah, just the Yamato. Just normal things. Yeah, but but wouldn't that be kind of ineffective, Phonto? Yes, that would be in a modern naval setting with, you know, aircraft and, you know, long-range anti-ship missiles, which is, why, there's an Aegis redesign of the Yamato right there. Which, yeah, that's totally McMade the fuck up, but that's also kind of neat, isn't it? And again, here's your Comanche. And then, your more modern aircraft carrier, or second tier of aircraft carrier here, with the brand spanking new Gerald R4, which, you know, with MQ-101s here, a Comanche, again, because we got up F-35s and F-22s, which we don't have a naval variant of those, because the seawater doesn't really like the paint. However, Gerald R. Ford. And then, some other stuff here, and then, whatever the hell this thing is, which, if, those aren't even aligned on the elevators, I'm not even sure if those are elevators. I have no idea what the hell this is. It, looks kind of cool, but is probably McMade the fuck up. Yeah, this is definitely, we're crossing into Command and Conquer Generals moments here, and Ohio, which, that's normal, and Tridents, because, yes, there are nuclear missiles in this game. You can willy-nilly fling them at people. It's rather funny how calm the game is about that. And then, yeah, a bunch of other submarines, and literally the Chinese, you know, nuclear submarine. Like the boomers, as you were. And then the Enterprise, which, okay, sure, all the way over here. And then, the Japanese finally get their carriers back, which, it also has F-35s and F-22s. The 35, I would suspect. Also, wait a minute. Guys, that's, that better be for ferrying. I don't think you're getting that off that deck, or if you are, you're only getting it off the deck and it's not coming back. As you can see, this game is very questionable on how it does things, and in some cases, it's totally fucking insane. It's very much, we started to make a naval combat game, and then, someone got drunk and played Command and Conquer Generals. Then they just decided to go wild and absolutely nuts with this. So, this is what we're looking at here in terms of, content. However, like I said, this game is still strangely actually really entertaining. For a lot of reasons that aren't very good, but also some reasons that are actually kind of commendable. So, as you can see, this is all over the fucking place, but let's actually play the game and I can show you exactly what the hell's going on here. So we're gonna start very, very simple with just a normal tier 1 game here. So, we're gonna go back to the USS Hurricane, which is probably not the actual name of the boat. Doolittle, yes, Doolittle, a fucking B-21 Raider. Off a Japanese carrier, by the way. But ladies and gentlemen, this is a 10v, or a 5v5 mobile game with, yeah, about all the reasons why PUBG Mobile is kind of popular with people who play on PC. It's because the controls are actually incredibly complicated and also kind of bad to play on a phone. So everyone else sucks, and if you're playing on an emulator, you are suddenly a god. This is one of the reasons why this is fun. However, welcome to the game, and this ship only has missiles. which, even though this is an American boat, I put calibers on it because calibers do the most fucking damage. We launch 2 at a time. However, there's also counterplay to them because the enemy boats have flares, or heat traps as they call them. So they can chaff my boat, they can chaff my missiles, however, I can still reload my missiles and fire again before they can reload their flares. So there's actually missile flooding. There's actually a gameplay mechanic here, and it's actually part of the, very key to the gameplay itself. So this game has actually got a competent system for missiles. And, missile, advantages and counterplay against missiles. There's also, anti-aircraft turrets, but, point defense guns, Sea Whiz. However, we don't have them. At least on this boat. And I go behind a mountain, but those missiles are going to hit a wall. Cyclone-class patrol ship. Interesting. Okay, so, they just called it Hurricane, probably to be, like, 15% different. There's very much a we-don't-want-to-pay anybody sort of feeling to half of this shit. A fishing boat, hmm? Are you looking for shrimp? Can we be TNO and start in World War II for, nuking a fishing boat? But, okay, so, we kind of have to play a little bit defensive here, but we can still kind of get away with a whole shitload, as we will. And... no, but he has squids. But he can do the same thing. However, we also have a repair kit, so even though I'm losing terribly, I can attempt to run away. However, this guy looks like he knows what he's doing, and he's also got his ship really decked out there. Oh no. Ow. Okay, flare. Run away, flare. Run away, flare, and... ah ha 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 ha! Oh, God! Gotta be looking out there. That was really close. However, as you saw, I fired enough missiles, and the man ran out of flares. And my missiles do, 20,000 or 10,000 damage each, and that's, both of them together like half of his health on a single strike. So, yeah, you may flare them. However, if they get through, they're really going to fucking hurt. Double points if you're not paying attention. So, once again, interesting. No, the Hurricane is real, existing Cyclone class. Oh, it is real. Okay, then. Now, that man used his flares because he gets a warning. My voices have seemingly stopped working, but he's used his flares, and now those missiles are going to hit him. So actually, funnily enough, because missiles are so fucking terrifying, actually banding together with your allies is actually kind of important, especially at higher twos, where there are aircraft and a lot of other scary threats. We look like we're going to lose, though, because my team is just kind of bad. Which is going to happen. However, there are ways to assure that you will win. Or you will be incredibly effective. However, I am the last man standing, and I am kind of a specialized craft, as you might have noticed. So we got a problem here, and the problem is I'm totally outnumbered. I'm probably not going to win. What's a team game? Kind of have to worry about that. Is anyone else going to be firing their missiles at me before I did those? Some of those still hit me, though. Too late! And no, here come the more missiles. Oh, no, you see? Oh, ow, 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 ow. Also, I'm not firing because I'm not locked. Oops. Kind of fucked that up, but I'm not going to win. And he flares casually because he has those reloaded. I'm not going to win. However, the game is so low substance, that kind of hardly matters. And there's the sketchy part again. So, kind of a mediocre first game there, but I wouldn't be streaming this if I didn't actually, enjoy playing this game. I'm not getting paid. And apparently there is there's going to be a PC client here, so I'm kind of ahead of the curve here. So we might be actually looking into this, because when the game actually starts getting going, we do have some very interesting concepts at work. Like, so the missile gameplay here. There's more than just shooting missiles at people, don't worry. There's actually a questionable amount of weapons on each boat, to the point of really questioning kind of the Genshin Impact problem of why is this on a phone? Why this is kind of complex for a phone. Why did you try to do this on a phone? So this very clearly kind of looks like Yeah, just a part of a game that's probably going to be more popular on PC when it hits. There's an alpha going on and people have been invited. There's some footage of it on YouTube and it looks, about the same, but the controls are actually, reputable PC controls. So let's see if we can actually win this one. But as you can see, I'm kind of betting all or nothing on the ship design because hitting people with money, hitting people with, not money, hitting people with missiles and, watching them die almost instantly is rather funny. However, there is another ship that we could be playing, or rather several other types of ships that we could be playing. Like this man. That man has a Seahawk. I also have a ship with a Seahawk. It doesn't have as much upgrades as this ship, but helicopters are also kind of terrifying, and the controls are once again somewhat convoluted, so almost nobody knows how to properly use a helicopter. Or at least down here. There's no premium ammo yet. Ah, yes, but I'm sure that those railguns will be firing pure, pure quarter, quarter grade, nickel and metal alloy soon enough. And behind a mountain. You can play you can kind of force this to be somewhat passive to an extent. However, it also, coming together as a team is kind of the only real way of actually getting anything fucking done. When people are actually paying attention, there's a whole lot of morons playing the game, though. So this guy, he's launching his missiles, and we're gonna watch him to see if they actually hit. They do. I'm going to fire on my missiles, and he's probably going to flare right about now. No, he did not. He will die for his insolence. You have failed the skill check. Actually, now he flares, after losing almost all of his health. Sir, you better get running. Yeah, mm-hmm. There are actually platoons in this as well. So you can actually work together with people, and it would probably be kind of funny if some of these practices in this game, very questionable, and I don't think I really don't think that anyone's gonna jump for this immediately because, well, some of this shit really isn't kosher. And the man is dead. Why? Because he underestimated the 2 missiles coming towards him. Oh, well, those are only 2 missiles. How much damage could they do? 42,000 damage. You can kind of notice that some of the gameplay mechanics in this game are laughably unbalanced, but it's kind of fun that way, too. Like, you look at the game and it would be so competitively dysfunctional. However, it's also kind of entertaining, and there's several different niches that you can actually have. That man... Yeah, nope, those dodged the rocks. That man flared, but those... Well, that one hit a rock, but one of those is going to go in for about 20,000 damage. And... Well, 13, right. Sorry, I have another ship that does a shit ton of damage quite like that. Well, I hit the rock. Okay, so unfortunately, we're both one team... both teams are 1 ship down here. So that's... It would appear that, the enemy team is actually playing seriously. However, they're about to lose a ship there, so we're going to try and sneak in there and cap that guy. Hopefully he's not paying attention. I need both missiles, please. Good, those are clear. He does not appear to be looking at me, and the man is dead. Good. But again, since this is a mobile game, you can take advantage of a lot of people being very, poorly suited to be playing the game. This is very much one of those games where, as soon as you play it on an emulator and a mouse and keyboard, you just immediately destroy, like, 70% of the people you fight. If you're playing intelligently and you're really focusing something down, you're going to win against somebody who's attempting to play this on, like, an iPhone. They also probably will not be playing this seriously, and, oh! Goodbye. Yes, running away from the missiles is a valid tactic to stay the fuck alive. Okay, those are probably gonna hit me. Ow. That man is also wielding very large missiles, and that's a helicopter. This is somewhat of an issue. Oh. Oh no. Oh. Oh. Get that son of a bitch! Ow, 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 ow. That man is bullying me with a helicopter. You can do that, and helicopters are really, really powerful. It's just that nobody knows how to control them, and so, nobody really uses them. But however, when someone does, though... Okay, good. Somebody actually got that guy. So there's a lot to unpack here, but it's also kind of fun when it actually works. It's really sketchy, really questionably put together, and horribly unbalanced, but again, it's actually kind of fun when everything's working properly. However, the problem here is those guys are, well, they don't have any cover. However, they're kind of far away, and so they might recharge their flares before my missiles actually impact. However, if I just keep firing the missiles, I may have a chance here. I'm getting away from those, though. Oh, goodness. Got him. Actually, no, I didn't get him. He's not fucking dead. Go! Come on. Got him. Ow, 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 ow. Uh-oh. Oh, no. No, no, no. Well, I dodged half of those. The man's playing vision control at the edge of, at the edge of the field. However, he's lost his entire team now. So as you can see, this is somewhat complicated. You do actually, this is somewhat akin to World of Warships low-tier, torpedo gameplay with missiles. However, you do have to think here, and you do have an advantage if you're really focusing on this. Is it balanced and competitively, competent? Fuck no. Is it entertaining when you're winning? Yes. Does this have potential to be refined in a PC client? Yeah, yes, actually. The man has died. I'm not pressing that. That's very tempting, but I'm not pressing that. However, that does keep the game's lights on because apparently it's funded by ads. The PC client will probably be way more reputable about this sort of thing, though. Hey, we won. Oops. And then the game crashed. What a shame. Whoops. Somewhat unstable, as you could probably imagine from a game that's kind of... It really is just World of Warships on a phone, which already exists, by the way. Which is kind of what this game is trying to, to knock. But I think some people have realized, hey, wait a minute, this gameplay is actually pretty competent. We should put this on the PC and see how it does. Which I think is probably the plan here. So, yeah, apparently there was a partnership announced with Gaijin.net to publish this game for PC somewhere back in February, and like I said, the PC alpha has been, shown off. You have to be super cool and invited to play it. However, I actually am gonna spare a moment to play this when it actually comes to PC. We're gonna, have some fun here, but it's probably gonna be way better when it comes to PC and they actually put together a proper game. Because this has a lot of mechanics, however, we're lacking, basic features, for example, there's no way to sort any of the ships that you own or don't own. There's no tech tree. There's a lot of things that are really obvious that are missing. However, it looks like they concentrated on just having the game part and just kind of barfed everything out into into an Android client, and this is what happened. It's remarkably rough, but still playable, which is the thing. But let's play another ship here. The Fort Worth, which doesn't have as many upgrades. However, now we get to see the helicopter gameplay, which, like I said, a lot of people don't know how to utilize because the controls are not obvious. I actually had to fuck around to get them to work on the emulator because you have to use a certain, like button sort of combination, right-click look, which doesn't really tell you what the hell that's going to do, but it somehow works. So let's play with a helicopter and an actually very durable sort of boat. The anti-missile defense and AA are still somewhat lacking, but we don't really have to deal with any planes currently. We have the Burke for that, and also the Barracuda, which is subs are incredibly overpowered. Do you know why? It's exactly what I showcased or said about having better awareness in PC and being able to style on people who are daring to try to play this on a phone. It's exactly that kind of reason, in addition to being incredibly fucking powerful and kind of hard to intercept. So now, we have a somewhat larger boat. Just kind of a, you know, you call this a frigate or destroyer escort, I suppose. We're with the Coast Guard, probably. So the main draw of this thing is that, well, we only have one missile launcher, but we have a main gun. We have a helicopter as well, that we can actually independently control. Which, certain other games took about 1,000,000 goddamn years to, you know, get the idea that we kind of want to be able to control our scout aircraft. But this is not just a scout aircraft. It can be used as a scout aircraft, however, it also can be used to do this. So, not just have a Seahawk with gun pods and a Hydra rocket pod, and now I can just kind of go out there and bully people. And it's actually really kind of effective at that. I have to pay attention to where my ship is, obviously. However, you can shit-can people with this thing if they're not paying attention. Alright, left click for move, which is kind of odd because I have to use both, like, I have to use both mouse buttons to do this. And the thing about the Hydra rocket pods is, they can't be flared because they're just dumbfire rockets. However, I can sit here and kind of just keep them at bay here and really kind of fuck them up if they're not really paying attention to me, which, since they don't really have adequate AA at this tier, is actually kind of easily done. My boat probably will start taking damage, though, however, because I'm sitting literally right there in the open. However, if I'm worried about that, it will automatically fire flares at missiles coming at me. But if I'm worried about that, I can just kind of take control back here at any time, and then, oh boy, right on time. Yeah, I'm just gonna start firing harpoons and, you know, cannons at people and getting the fuck out of here. Unfortunately, we did the World of Warships spawn where, I was fated to fucking die because they had more ships on this side than we did. Which, I really have no idea who designed this or who thought this was a good idea. I hate them. But this is a game that's very clearly trying to just copy World of Warships to start. Ooh, ow. And unfortunately, I was a little bit too close to the enemy ships there, just kind of sailing out there in the open. You kind of have to hide behind something. However, it does look like they're probably going to lose, considering that guy only has 3,000 hit points, and this guy is at full health. However, he has to fight 3 other ships. And, well, there goes half his health. Let's try to get a little bit better game and be a little bit more somewhat cautious about using the Seahawk. But as you can see, I did a lot of damage, and there really wasn't anything to, you know, they could do about me until my ship actually just kind of casually sailed in front of them. Have to be careful about that. It's somewhat like playing aircraft carriers in World of Warships, where you kind of have to be kind of sure where it's going and making sure it's not going to suddenly appear in front of the enemy and be shot full of holes. Also, by the way, the aircraft carriers in this game are definitely not the aircraft carriers in World of Warships, because while there isn't, you still have the aircraft view that we have here with the helicopters. It's basically the same. They just move forward for you. So it does have Gen 2 aircraft controls and not the real-time strategy game. However, the point defenses of an aircraft carrier are absolutely terrifying. And you can just kind of say no to one ship trying to kill you. Oh, you have missiles? Well, I have, like, 6, Sea Whiz turrets and 8 Sea Rams. No. And he just can't do any damage to you. So, if you concentrate on a carrier, you can bring it down relatively quickly. However, with support, a carrier in the middle of, a formation of enemy ships is kind of a problem even before you actually get to its, aircraft. See, we have that guy way the hell over there, but I have a harpoon. Haha. Unfortunately, that guy looks like he did what I did, and, my ally over there was, somewhat dense and not actually good at the game. What a surprise. Happens to everybody. Now, before that guy actually comes over here, though, I'm gonna launch the helicopter. And now I'm going to sit behind this rock, and I'm going to bully him without exposing my boat. However, unfortunately, we do have a lot of fast attack aircraft, and I don't think my team is very confident. I'd like to go forward, Seahawk. Unfortunately, we kind of lost a teammate doing that. However, man's dead. Now, as we can see here, my teammates are just kind of casually sailing directly into the enemy's face and not really actually doing any, kind of tactical maneuvers. Shit teams everywhere. It's a constant wasting issue everyone has to deal with, sadly. Every game. This game especially, but you kind of want the morons on the enemy team so you can take advantage of how kind of inept they are. That man is dead, though. Okay, so, you. I am being shot full of holes, though, so I believe I may not win. Alright, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna fire one last salvo at them. And, unfortunately, I am nowhere in... Yeah, no, I'm dead. The entire team melted in front of the enemy there. These games, as you saw with the Hurricane, can be actually kind of tactical and really thinky. The problem is, though, like any other game, if your team folds immediately, you're kind of screwed. However, let's go do something else as well, because, like I said, there's other ships in this game, and I did do a little bit of grinding in order to make sure I had something that was, the moment I saw it, clearly fucking overpowered. But, as you can see, that gameplay does have potential, though. You want the games to be, like your World of Warships 15 minutes long sort of thing where everyone doesn't immediately fucking die. And if everyone's on the game, you're gonna have a lot of, ships have a lot of options in order to engage. They typically wouldn't just want to sail directly into each other. And they actually kind of want to stay together because, as the higher up you go, you actually have effective, point defense. So you would be able to cover each other and you would be able to defend against missiles and aircraft to the point where you may not need to use your flares every single time someone shoots at you. This is tier 1, so it's very basic. However, it starts to actually put... Teamwork is actually vital, shockingly. And because the weapons are so long range, and you have options like a Seahawk that you can just kind of control out there and still actually do something, the gameplay may appear passive at first. However, there are ways to be active in it, even if you don't have your ship in direct combat, which is kind of interesting, isn't it? That kind of keeps the gameplay alive and moving, even if you're not immediately sailing your ship directly into, knife fighting range with the enemy and trying to punch the captain, from your deck. However, so, I did say there are some things that are shockingly overpowered, and, it's not the Burke. The Burke is kind of normal. The Burke's just kind of okay. Yeah, the Barracuda, which, as you can see, I dumped quite a lot of, resources into. Now, I'm using the high damage torpedoes, which, yeah, those do 20,000 or close to 20,000 damage a shot. And I fire 3 of them. Granted, ships up here have more health, however, you're going to start to see that, wow, that's absolutely devastating. So if you hate submarines in World of Warships, you're going to absolutely despise submarines here. Because, yeah, they're even less balanced. Which is fun for you. Better be prepared to fight them, though, because they can be kind of odd with the fact that if they're submerged, and some of these boats can stay underwater for quite some time, it's kind of hard to engage them unless you have, the squids, the grenade launchers, or, actually torpedoes. The Osprey, funnily enough, drops 2 torpedoes, so it's actually an anti-submarine helicopter. And the Apache, shockingly enough, has a torpedo on one of its pylons, which is somewhat strange, but okay. But, this is the Barracuda, and, as you might have been able to guess, Phonto, did you take the submarine that can stay underwater the longest? Yes, I did. So what we're gonna do is, we're gonna be fleet support submarine. And that actually works in the modern era because, well, modern submarines are actually really effective. I have not unlocked an aircraft carrier yet, but as you can see, the helicopter gameplay is somewhat similar to an aircraft carrier. It's probably my next, my next hop there. As you can see, now we've got aircraft flying around. Long-range fire there. That guy's deployed his helicopter there, and it's just kind of passively shooting at people. He can do that. Those are torpedoes being launched by someone. However, that guy's coming near us, so we're just gonna drop below the way he's still gonna spot us because sonar is somewhat magical. However, we're just gonna drop down here and then proceed to get into attack range. And that man is out of the open, and surprisingly, I've not been spotted yet. Now, these torpedoes are incredibly slow. We do have, like, hypersonic torpedoes, which are very, very fast. However, these do the most damage, and unfortunately, it's kind of hard to dodge torpedoes, but you can kind of do this weird-ass dance. Now, he's going to damage us, however, as you can see, the man is dead. However, somebody else got it. Wrong button. So, if you're moving at, like, flank speed, side on, you can kind of dodge torpedoes, but they're really hard to dodge to the point where most people will not actually dodge them. You can dodge them, though, and some people have some really wily little maneuvers that actually get around that, but, yeah, you're probably not gonna dodge them. So, now, we're underwater, and we might actually survive now that our team has been kind of, mauled? And this guy, while he can see us, may not be actually prepared to fight us, and he's also losing half his health, and so these torpedoes are really gonna be very inconvenient. Donk. Donk. Now, these aren't the, those are giant chunks of health, but everybody has larger hit points pools here, so it's not exactly get 2 shots of calibers in and the man is dead. However, yeah, he's still dying relatively quickly, and he's dead now. So now I actually have the ability here to even up things, even if things look kind of bad. That's a sandbar, though. And that's a fucking admiral. Just kind of sailing out in the middle of nowhere. He can kind of do that if he really needs to. And as you can see, he's basically melee range fighting that guy. It's our carrier, it's me, a submarine, versus their carrier and another submarine. So, even fight here? As you can see here, I'm only halfway down on oxygen, so I can just kind of chill out here, and that's going to take about 1 billion years to actually kill. However, I'm perfectly situated to just kind of sit right underneath him and continue ripple-firing torpedoes until the man is dead. And he's quite large, so he's probably... he's got the fucking squids up. He knows. Sometimes you actually get somebody who knows what the hell they're doing, and then suddenly everything's kind of inconvenient. Yep, this guy's definitely played the game before. However, if I sit... Actually, I've got a maneuver here. I've got a plan here. This guy, he thinks he's got us. However, unfortunately, we're slightly slower than him. I need him to slow down for just a quick second here. Unfortunately, it looks like he's got too much support from all of his aircraft and the other submarines, so yeah, I'm dead. See, I should have done it as I approached, but there's a little trick here that's incredibly cheesy that I kind of learned by accident. If you ballast blow and surface directly underneath a carrier, the physics engine doesn't like that, and it will kill both of you instantly. I call that the keel breaker. It's actually kind of funny when you can get away with that, because carriers can be sometimes incredibly incredibly strong opponents that, can take about 1 billion years to bring down. But that guy was actually on the ball and sees, as you can... If you're paying attention and you're really specialized, you can fight these. However, as you saw by those 2 mooks that got murked earlier in the match, that's not everybody. So that is one of the major features here. I'm enjoying myself because the game is so laughably unbalanced and the skill gap is insane to the point where you can just kind of solo an enemy team and, win handedly. By a combination of the game's unbalanced and the other players aren't taking this seriously or simply can't compete with you because they're trying to play on a phone. However, there's still a large portion of people playing on an emulator, though. So now we have Farbonti. This is a very interesting map. Someone's definitely an Ace Combat fan, and also their full aircraft controls in the menu are, there's Arcade and Ace Combat. Literally, it says Ace Combat as the control setting. Which is, I'm not quite sure if it's really all that effective. However, like I said, some parts of this game are very sketchy. But yes, Farbonti. Ooh. If you shoot the buildings, they do collapse, though. So if you need an extra sightline, you can't just kind of dumbfire a building. So let's see here. Let's see if we can actually do something. Because you will have sometimes very, very good games. I got one short of 1 million, like, I think it was 800,000 damage in one game in a submarine. And I'm sinking below the waves. Somewhat against the Barracuda's, you know, favor here is the fact that it doesn't have any missiles, which are very high damage. However, we have very high damage torpedoes. However, unfortunately, they're so slow that sometimes you really kind of miss the lower, you know, the incredibly fast but lower damage, you know, Schwals, I think, the hypersonic ones, or hypercavitating. Also, Garler Crutch, thank you for following, sir. And though that one's going towards the wall. This man has made a mistake buying the Grad, but don't worry, I did too. It is a very cheap tier 2 ship. Don't actually buy it though, because it's actually terrible at everything. Aside from AA, which is not actually all that vital. You basically just sit behind your teammates and hope to God they actually win. And if they don't, you're screwed. However, you can poke at aircraft, which, well, you can grind those helicopter missions they have for the battle tasks. You can do that real good, and nothing else. So, play tier 1 until you have like $1.5 to $2 million and actually buy a tier 2 ship. How are the animals? Good so far. The area has been sanitized. I have to give my cat a flea bath, but I'm waiting for his flea collar to show up. Chew, my grandmother's dog, is, well, we're seeing to him. He's apparently going to, he's gonna get she's gonna get special treatment. They're going to the groomers, because my mother's dog is also here, and as you saw there, casually dodging those torpedoes, just by accident. There's, again, a strange dance you can do to dodge those. And looks like we have a submarine engagement here, and, ow. However, we're all sitting here in the fucking shallows, so I guess we're just gonna start shooting torpedoes at each other and see what happens. I may be able to just outdamage him, and also if I keep magically dodging torpedoes like that, I'll be fine. Also, I will not have to surface during this battle. Donk, donk, donk. Ow, that one missed. See, I'm just kind of doing that by accident. You might be able to find a way to do that consistently, but for me, it's just by accident. It's the anti-torpedo dance. Those I couldn't really do anything about, but if I killed the submarine, we're in a very good position. Ow. The boomer is dead. So that's good, because surface ships, the carriers are very overarmed for being carriers. A lot of other surface ships only have a single torpedo, which will never put out enough damage to actually kill a ship. Some of them have more torpedoes than the squids, and then also, like I said, the helicopters can carry torpedoes. The Burke over there only has a single torpedo, but he's got the Osprey, it looks like, which will give him 2 more. So you really have to specialize for this, and since this is a mobile game with a incredibly complex control scheme, not a whole lot of people are going to be playing optimally. So again, lucky you if you actually pay attention. So I think I'm gonna run out of air here, and I'm gonna be forced to surface. However, I think I can probably just mob the Burke here. If I just keep firing, I probably will be able to outdamage him or eclipse his repair party, which everybody has these. The problem is you also have to resupply those by yourself. So you actually have to pay for those routinely. So it's kind of like the really old school premium repair parties, but everybody has those, and those are the only ones you get. So you have to keep buying those. Yeah, I'm gonna have to surface, however, I've got a repair party and flares. And I'm right behind him, so if I just keep following him, activate the repair party and dip some of those missiles, I should be able to still win this fight somehow. However, the carrier is going to start shooting at me, which might be a problem, but also, hey, look, actually, no, their carrier is dead. This is the last man. I will probably be aided before I die horribly. Actually, he might be dead now. Yep, I win! 600,000 damage. Not bad. And also, again, you could watch the ad and double your winnings, which, that sounds dystopian as fuck. So I'm not going to do that. And you make your own choices here. However, the game is supported by ads, which is, well, I'm supported by ads partially, so I can't really knock them for doing that. However, as for a video game, that's a little bit cringe. There's definitely enough monetization going on in this game as well. So, come on, guys. But, well, if it gets us a PC client that doesn't have any of that other shit, well, I can actually condone that then. If this is kind of sketchy and not really all that, you know, presentable, but it actually produces what is effectively Armored Warfare, but it's World of Warships, I'll accept it. Because I'm having fun, and even if you can see, though, you know, if you're situated well enough, you can still fight people that are also on the ball, too. So if this comes to PC and people start actually playing seriously, while the upgrade system might need some work here, and the balancing is definitely going to be a major point of contention, because people will never shut up about half of the shit in this game. The game is actually really all over the place with balance, and that's probably going to be an endless point of complaining, and probably the biggest thing that these people are going to have a rude awakening to, because this balance is nightmarish, even though it's all over the place. You can still, it becomes a situation where everybody's overpowered in a certain way, and it's really kind of goofy, but it kind of still works out to being balanced because everybody's overpowered in a certain way. Everyone still has shortcomings and strengths, they're just cartoonishly fucking exaggerated. And you really have to prepare for them in order to deal with them, but you can do that. But let's play the Burke here, which is still kind of new. I don't have any, actual, upgrades on it. It's brand new because I wanted to see what the surface ship game was like. I was playing the Barracuda mostly because as soon as I saw submarines, I knew, oh, that shit's broken. Oh, I want one of those. And so I saved up to buy the Barracuda. I was kind of on the fence of which submarine to buy, but I decided, you know what, let's take the one with the most air and see how, vital that is in comparison to not having missiles or anything like that. And I can say the missiles are definitely a thing to have, but they can be intercepted, though. However, I think if I specialize the Barracuda with the hypercavitating torpedoes, I'll probably have less problems, even if it's doing less damage. They just move really quickly. They're effectively underwater missiles. Okay, so, like the Fort Worth here, we are equipped with missiles, guns, a torpedo, and the Apache, which we are going to use because we definitely need to chip away at the enemy formations here. Again, I don't think anyone uses naval Apaches, but this game is clearly just putting whatever. And, well, if it adds to the gameplay and it doesn't get them sued by anyone, sure, I guess. Because half the realistic games that aren't, that strive to be not Command and Conquer Generals tier, a lot of them also have horrible problems that never get fixed. So you know what? Let's try it this way. I'm not quite sure what the Sea Whiz are swinging at there. They also seem to be shooting my own, my friends there, and that was a nuke. It does a lot of damage, but it's just kind of classed as a normal missile. Okay, so let's fire the Tomahawks here. The Sea Whiz are shooting at some of the aircraft. There are nuclear Tomahawks. I don't have them, though. Okay, so it's that guy's cruising behind cover. What we're going to do is try not to destroy ours and send in the Apache, because we can actually, damage them without revealing our ship for the most part. Sometimes our ship kind of has a mind of its own and decides to go wherever the fuck it wants, which is somewhat inconvenient. As you can see, we have a torpedo, so we can actually engage that submarine to an extent. We also have Hellfires. So, once again, this is kind of a lot for a mobile game, And I'm not quite sure who decided that it would be a good idea to really focus on, you know, being a mobile game with this much complexity. So, probably good. Also, right, it's 4. Right. Haha, Apache Alpha Strike. I can be shot down, though, and I only got one of these. And missiles. Speaking of that, helicopter does get its own flares. And you better be using them if you want to actually make use of your helicopter for any extended period of time. Boy howdy, those planes want me dead. Actually, no, it's the enemy's fucking... It's the enemy's SAMs. Yeah, And the man is dead. I think you could resupply your helicopter. Oh, yes. Controlling this with the camera and both buttons is rather strange, though. So I'm not exactly fantastic at helicopter control. I'm trying, though, and as you can see, I'm still functioning. And now I'm out of countermeasures. Backing up. And I'm also out of, Hellfires. So this on PC, as you can see, is actually kind of a compelling idea if this is all kind of spruced up. And it looks as though we have, you know, key bindings for every ability, and the number keys are natively controlling each weapon system, so it's going to be a lot better in terms of overall control. Now, I think if I just hover above my ship, I can repair, I think. However, it looks like we've actually managed to shit-can the enemy to an extent. That other ship that was shooting at me has just been dropped, so we can actually go over here and submarine warfare this Type 92. Once again, people seem to love the... Okay, I just started healing myself. Unfortunately, that was my last torpedo. However, he is surfacing. That was a very, very bad time to do that, and now I'm completely out of ordnance. However, do I have any reloads for this? Oh, ow. Well, I could lose the helicopter now. I don't have any more ammo. Doesn't matter. Mag dump. Oh well, I still have my ship over here with full fucking health. There's a lot of awkward clicking and dragging, though, so if you see me doing something silly, that's probably why. However, unfortunately, the fire button appears stuck. Okay, there we go. It was just kind of firing willy-nilly on its own. Okay, so the enemy carrier is way the fuck out there, and the enemy submarine has bit the dust. So now we have to bomb rush a carrier. Okay. And you're gonna see kind of how... Yeah, some of those are doing damage. However, the effects are kind of out of range, but I wouldn't be surprised if the Sea Whiz is shooting down the vast majority of those shells. However, I think we can engage here. No, he's actually taking damage. Okay, good. We're actually doing damage. Wow. Those are still out of range for the Tomahawks. It's kind of odd. The missiles at lower tier have way longer range than the missiles at top, you know, at these tiers. I guess is a really, really jank as fuck balancing act. So I have to upgrade the Tomahawks to give them actually competitive range. Yeah, so it's like 7 kilometers. Well, man's dead. Okay. I did enough work. So, me rambling my points over and over again, you kind of see this is actually somewhat compelling for how odd it is, and yeah, things kind of only get worse as you ask, how do I spend any money? I kind of recommend that you don't, but yeah, that Zumwalt does look very interesting. And I believe that's literally just a Kirov. But as you can see here, once again, watch ads, get free thing, and then, you know, pay $100 for a mobile game. Get best deal. Grab deal. Do it now. This I can't condone or defend. So, again, playing the game for free, though, and just not really dealing with any of this shit is totally fine, though. You can buy upgrade points, and, well, if we bought 1.2 million's worth, we could get 65 upgrade points, which is kind of an upgrade gacha. It's, you have a chance to upgrade. It's kind of a money sink sort of situation that way, but I've actually gotten things fully upgraded, so it's not impossible, but it's definitely a system that's designed to make you waste money and basically said, no, it didn't work this time, spend more money, kid. So it's definitely a system designed to inflate grind, which I don't necessarily, condone. And also the lack of obvious things like a tech tree. You can chalk up to it being a mobile game with a lot of experimental ideas. However, if this game was cleaned up, like apparently it's going to be, put on PC and made effectively Armored Warfare, but it's World of Warships, this could be a really interesting competitor to what we have to play, for right now, which is effectively Gaijin and wargaming sitting there with a complete monopoly over the entire genre, even though this game is going to be published by Gaijin, so it's kind of part of the Gaijin's, monopoly, but it's better than War Thunder Naval, clearly. This is clearly more compelling than War Thunder Naval. But this is actually kind of a contender and may actually force some changes. Are they adding watching a daily thing, or just keep watching the ads and profit? It has a cooldown. Like, if I clicked one of these, they also just hand you these over here. So you can get 25 gold for watching an ad, which eventually you will get a premium ship out of that, which is somewhat of a decent deal, I suppose, but it's still literally watching an ad. Like, again, just for the sake of showcase.
I grew up down here in South Florida, so for me, it's a little bit more personal.
For the Mesman and Dover law firm, it's about community.
5 seconds. It's cringeworthy and kind of sleazy, but again, it is that simple. And I suppose, since I run by ad money, if that's how they keep their lights on, well, that is one way to do it. I'd recommend not doing that on the PC, though. You could definitely be a way more reputable than that shit. However, as you see, in an hour, I'm gonna be able to watch another ad, and I'll get more gold. And in the shop, there's a second cooldown for this. So I can come over here. Actually, no, that's only one. I didn't actually look over here, so there's only one. So you get 25 free gold every hour by just clicking on an ad and watching it. This is a way of doing things. However, I don't specifically condone it, and I'm not saying click on any of the ads. I'm just playing the game because it's kind of loopy and at least low substance fun. However, you can kind of see that if you really got into this game in terms of like tearing it apart and figuring out how just things are broken and how to really take things to a certain extremes, you can definitely have a compelling gameplay experience as you murder the vast majority of people you fight because you know how to break things 6 ways from Sunday, and you really specialize in a niche. In a weird sort of bizarro way, it's actually a functioning and entertaining game. Again, while being almost adherence at commercial at some points, and nearly all the time at the level of Command and Conquer Generals. So, with all that said, it's still actually fun, and I'm actually excited to see this come to PC. I just hope it isn't as Chinesium as it appears. Let's play the Burk. I've been playing submarines too much. How intrusive is the monetization? Actually, for the most part, it's actually optional. It definitely speeds up your grind and doing everything else, but it's actually totally optional. You can even play offline bot matches and still make full rewards, which is something that's like way over, like that smashes World of Warships directly over the head because of how much it doesn't give a shit. Probably because they have ads and they can make their money somewhere else. But the thing is, the grind is only money currently. You need to increase your account level, but as you can see, I've been playing for like 3 days and I'm account level like, what, 13? 12? Yeah, 12. 15 is the maximum, and then I have access to the vast majority of ships in the game, then 25 you get basically all the top stuff. But it's basically just reach an account level and unlock the ship by purchasing it. And as you saw there, while I do have a premium account currently, they give you like a week, over a week actually, like 10 days for just, as part of the new player onboarding, the new player experience shit. So basically just walk in, play the tutorials, or play the video game, and you get free shit thrown at you. But honestly, there isn't any incentive to actually spend any money unless you're incredibly wasteful or you're a Saudi Arabian prince and you don't care. The premium ships, they don't really seem like they give that much of a bonus. It's just 20% it's just 20% more money, and that's it, which is kind of lackluster for a premium ship, if I'm gonna be honest, or a premium thing. So I wouldn't consider them a good value unless you really want that Missouri and you really want to be a modern Iowa with fucking C-Rams and Sea-Whiz turrets. But it really is just grind money, and as you saw, I'm making fair amounts of money, mainly because I'm doing so well, because other people are barely paying the fuck attention. But the money grind is, once you get up to tier 2, relatively painless. Of course, upgrading your ship is a never-ending money sink in terms of like buying upgrade points and then dumping them into the machine and trying your luck with the upgrades this time. But it really only starts to become chancy at like 50%. So you can clearly see the sleaze. It's there. However, it's also, by and large, palatable. At least from my experience. Again, the ads thing, really the only thing that kind of rubs me the wrong way is the watching ads thing, which, while it seems like a good deal for you, come on now, have some fucking class. They're also shooting my helicopter to death, and there's really nothing I can do about it, but I got my money out of that. Also, the main gun is now firing willy-nilly. I guess it's better than War Thunder, where you pay out the nose to play an hour. Well, the economy in War Thunder is improving currently, last time I checked. However, this is leaps and bounds more engaging than, War Thunder's naval. This is definitely a competitor. Yeah, War Thunder naval is a joke. World of Warships is definitely the game this is trying to, compete against, or be sized up against. And World of Warships Mobile, there is a mobile version of World of Warships, is extremely similar to this game. It almost, it really is just kind of a really, sketchy Chinesian knockoff with modern vessels. Those were nukes. Ow. I am still alive, however, ow. And it looks like, I kind of waltzed into the wrong spot here, so let's try and get the fuck out of here before I get hit with more torpedoes. And while you can dodge those, as you can see, as a surface vessel, it's kind of hard. No, nukes go by. No. Nukes will air burst closer to your ship, though, so that makes them kind of incredibly difficult to dodge. War Thunder Naval is unironically one of the most lucrative game modes. Yes, as a bribe to play it, because it's actually a terrible game mode. Also, I'm firing the wrong button. Yeah, I think I might be dead. Oof. So, playing an unupgraded surface ship can be kind of painful, but you can definitely, you can see what works and what doesn't, and kind of customize accordingly. So it's a little, teething problems are present, but you can, again, like I showed you, you can do things like buy the Barracuda and be overpowered, like that, or specialize a ship that can actually, fight submarines really effectively, like some ships can. Like, I can get the Osprey for the Arleigh Burke here, and then also, I can also upgrade my torpedo as well. I don't have to stay with this one, I can get another one, even though you can upgrade these. As you can see, this is where the upgrade points go, and, first couple are free, but it starts to actually become a kind of a sink, but it's not terrible. I'd say, you would need somewhere around, like, 30 to 40 upgrade points, just kind of shoving them in, and you'll get a fully upgraded part, most likely. The odds aren't that terrible, even if it will make you miss some of them. So, if you really wanted to, you could buy, like, the 65 upgrade points for, like, $1.2 million, and you'll probably upgrade a single part, fully. You'll probably also, get some extras there, depending on how good your luck is. But it's not too horrendous. Kronstadt's nuclear HE shells. I'm not sure if there are nuclear HE shells, but nuclear missiles for submarines and ships as well, because, if I can see here if we... No, it's... Again, this is somewhat odd. The upgrades and changing equipment isn't unified. So there's two different screens for this, so... Here... You have a selection of other missiles here, and you can go to the shop to buy more, which you have a very large selection of, and... nuclear missiles. And also, nuclear tomahawks! And then even more if you actually get to level 15. I don't know what's up there. So you can grab any of these and then start shoving upgrade points into them, and they kind of run, they have basic, modifying characteristics, like some missiles are faster, some missiles reload quicker, some missiles do more damage, and they're slower or something. Some missiles fire more missiles in a volley to exchange, as a compensation for lower damage. It's just, those are kind of just, different flavors of gameplay style you could put into your ship. Same thing with torpedoes and guns and whatever. I haven't really gotten down to the nitty-gritty of examining literally every different type of thing and knowing what the differences are. I'm still very much in the, well, I'll just get money and fucking buy it then. So, I'm not really an expert at this, but you can clearly see that there's gameplay, facets that are effective, and some of which may not be. So, like I said before, Sworthwith, on your point about World of Warships being, or rather, Naval and War Thunder being lucrative, yeah, it's lucrative because nobody fucking cares about it, so they want to bribe you into playing it. It's really dull and not really well put together. This is not trying to be the same thing. It's not actually trying to be realistic at all, and it's completely all over the place and fucking ridiculous. But it's still, shockingly, actually kind of entertaining. That's kind of the weird thing about this. This is the thing I can't really get over. It's all over the place, but at the end of the day, within the chaos, it's still actually fun. So this is why I decided to waste a morning on it here, now that I've ruined my sleeping schedule, having to wash all of my clothes, and all of my pillows, and all of my sheets, and everything else. So we're gonna play the Barracuda, because at least I know I have upgraded this, and it's going to work. However, we could definitely, let's throw the Schwals in, even though they're gonna be doing less damage. Let's try this, because I obviously upgraded these torpedoes to be, high damage nightmares. However, changing gameplay styles is only a couple of clicks away. Now, I think, right. The Chevals, and then also the Hues, which I'm not actually familiar with, which are kind of the same thing, even though they do fire 3. Okay, these fire, Okay, so these fire 3 in a burst. And these fire 2 in a burst. I think these would do 18,000 damage, and these would do 612, about the same, actually. These are also faster as well. As you can see, slight differences in hyper-cavitating torpedoes. But let's try these, just for the sake of experimentation. They're unupgraded, so they're not going to be doing amazing amounts of damage, and I'm gonna probably run low on ammo, but let's try and be a little bit different here. I unironically liked Naval EC. Naval EC is the slowest game mode in the game, but also more gameplay. Like, we need more slow, detailed gameplay in War Thunder, but nobody wants to go that direction. So Naval Enduring Conflict is actually, for a Navy game, pretty good. It's just that it's still kind of primitive and also only being developed in a tiny corner. So it's one of those things where, hey, these ideas are good. Let's take this logic, and nobody's listening. Everyone stopped listening. Everybody's checked out. No one wants to do anything to really fix the major problems in War Thunder. And naval gameplay in general, aside from Naval Enduring Conflict, is so low substance, it's hysterical. It's the kind of game where you can simply, we've only recently fixed the problem of people letting the AI control their main guns, pointing their ship directly at the enemy spawn, and then going to whack off on fucking Twitter or something. Oh, I'm sorry, X. Sorry. I should be correct there when I shitpost. On X! On the X! So, we've only recently fixed that problem, and War Thunder has this problem all over the fucking place. The gameplay is too simplistic. This gameplay is simplistic, but also not quite in the same way of doing things, and at least it's, you know, lively. It's insane, ahistorical, totally unrealistic in a lot of cases. However, it's, it creates a gameplay, loop that's actually fun. Grinding sucks, yeah, but the grind here doesn't seem all that bad once you get to tier 2. Now, I haven't been playing with the premium account off, so I don't quite know how that's going to work, but as you can see, those are way fucking faster. Donk, 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 donk. He dodged 2 of them, though. However, I've got way more. So we gotta be worried about how they dodge torpedoes. I'm not exactly sure what or how you can dodge. However, he is not paying attention, and thus he will die. The man is dead. I gotta watch those, because I may run out of ammo now. Okay, so... submarine. Also, I should probably be using my hotkeys instead of clicking on things, but they want you to click. I've got the emulator set to, do button presses, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Spacebar to fire the sensible things. That's still doing reputable damage, even if they are doing lower damage per shot. But they're effectively underwater missiles. Some of them didn't hit, though. Again, that weird-ass, torpedo dance of just turn. It's kind of like notching missiles in the air. That should kill him, though. Good! However, if the enemy did anything, but some of these players actually, no, these are all players. Hilariously. Some of them can be bots. The easiest way you can tell if they don't have this string of numbers here. That's your player number. I haven't changed my name because that costs gold. I wasn't actually, thinking about that one. But I'm just kind of playing this for my own amusement. But, yeah, no, these are all actually people. So it looks like we've got the morons today. Hooray. However, since now we're actually in the clear, I'm going to surface and gain some, more oxygen. Gonna recharge that bar. Gonna get those batteries humming. However, there's the enemy again, so I guess we're going right the fuck back down. No. Those may hit me even while I'm diving, so no. As you can see, though, the Schwals have a shorter range, but the thing is, the other torpedoes were so slow that they probably, if I fired at him before, it'd probably wind up hitting a mountain or something. So, pluses and minuses, trade-offs. So there is detail to the gameplay. You have things that modify what your ship can do. Weapon systems with different characteristics that actually change your gameplay. I can't really say if all of them are actually compliant. And there I go clicking on things because I'm bored. Can't really say if they're all actually effective, and something tells me largely almost none of them are. Some of them seem like middle ground grist to, the key, actually powerful ones, but there's detail here, a shocking amount of it for a mobile game. I managed to notch that one torpedo, which is funny as hell. Yes, now I'm gonna confuse sonar and radar again, as I notch torpedoes. However, it looks as though my team has decided that they're gonna camp it out, which is bad for me with, wow. Dodged both of them. Look at me go. I should probably play DCS now. Now, if only it were that easy. Okay, so we're gonna have to come back up here to recharge air, and it doesn't look like our team's really doing anything, so we're gonna play this slow. On the sex. Ow. Oh. That guy. I wasn't watching that man. And he's now also launching torpedoes at me. Oh no. However, if I can get behind this mountain, I think I could probably force those to slam into the sandbar. I think, yep, we're good. Okay. However, this is somewhat of a bad spot to take a break. However, the Nimitz over there can't directly see me, even though... Nope, those are the squids. Okay. Man. Yeah, I'm gonna have to just straight up withdraw? I think it probably isn't. Uh-oh. Plane! Plane! I might be able to dodge these by diving. Well, they were nukes, so damn, he thought of that. Damn! As you can see, the nukes are quite popular, mainly because they do a lot of damage. However, if any, they probably don't work against people who have functioning air defense. Or don't work as well. Okay, so everyone's being incredibly passive here, so we're gonna have to fall back here. However, I've got damage control parties, quite a lot of them, so I can just regenerate all of my health. It's somewhat like a battleship in World of Warships, but there's no restrictions. Doesn't matter how many, doesn't matter if you get Citadel hit or not. It's, I guess, British damage control parties, but everyone has them? Okay, so... Ow! Where the fuck did those come from? Here I am, not fucking paying attention. They may not have been fired at me, or I just wasn't looking at the fucking, the radar scope there. Oops. I am still somehow fucking spotted, though. It's probably the aircraft. The maps are so abysmally small that spotting game isn't really a thing. Everyone just kind of sees everyone. Yep. Those are the planes. Mr. Admiral, I'm being bullied by... Tomcats, probably? No, those are... What the hell? Are those flankers off a fucking Nimitz? I'm being bullied, please help, though. Please save me, ski resort. I'm not quite... I think I'm... I can't see. Yet, no, I was running aground. There's also no controls for that either. Probably because that would be way too complicated to actually implement. So this game is really clumsy and all over the fucking place, but still entertaining. As long as we're winning and we don't get the shit team, but it looks like, honestly, I've probably got so much air right now, I can just kind of sail over to the corner of the map and probably be fine. I can probably stand a chance at killing this guy, and even if we don't win, just time out by sailing off into nowhere land. However, that short range for the Schwals is actually kind of awful now. We're actually starting to see it. However, now I'm in, fighting range here. That's really not a whole lot of damage, though. This is gonna be kind of strange. He does have 2 torpedoes, though, but I'm probably outputting way more damage with torpedoes than he is. However, I also have lower health, so I've got to worry about that. So I'm basically just gonna have to tank him, with damage control party. The carrier on my team has died, so it looks like I'll probably survive this, but we're gonna time out. I probably will not win, but I will probably make it out alive, somehow. Dodged one. Notched it! That's silly as fuck. But oh well, I'm alive. Yeah! Dodged both of them. Pro notch. I wish it was that fucking easy in cold waters. Unfortunately, I am now out of ammo. However, I could use a reserve to give me more. You have to buy those 2, flares and repair parties. And timeout. Well, I punched them a lot and did 500,000 damage. Wasn't my fault. Actually, yeah, it wasn't my fault. Nerds. Shit, I did most of the... No, only short of this guy. That guy did 1 million damage, though. That's kind of what a Nimitz can do. That's probably what an aircraft carrier can do. But, that's why I'm going to be getting one now. Wasn't my fault! as it is typically with most of these games. Wasn't my fault. However, as you can see there, the Schwals kind of have... I'm probably going to need to upgrade those, and I don't want to spend any money to do that, so it's probably better if we just hop back to using the hydrogen peroxide torpedoes. Because they go boom real good. They're slower, but they have longer ranges, and I can just kind of sit there just ripple firing them at people, and they really fucking hurt. And as you can see, it's somewhat of a DPS fight when you get in range with some people. Like, if you're fighting somebody who's actually paying attention to you, they have a repair party, they have flares, they have weapon damage in their outputs. You also have a repair party and flares and your weapon damage outputs. So it becomes basically a fight to get over their ability to repair or outlast them until their ability to repair goes away, and then outdamage them. So it's kind of a complex engagement in that regard. It's not just a straight DPS off, as you have, you know, at least a temporary ability to shrug off and heal back damage. Way more rapidly than, you know, battleships can in World of Warships. Like, repair parties aren't really effective enough to actually keep a battleship alive as it's being shot at. Here, that's not the case. Where are your noisemakers? That's another thing. I don't have any countermeasures for torpedoes. I'd love to be able to take them. I'd love to be able to actually take them in place of flares, so I could either have anti-missile or anti-torpedo defense. Being the submarine that spends most of its time underwater, the Barracuda is effectively like the electro boat of the group here with the highest battery rating. So I can stay underwater for like twice as long as everyone else. Sometimes even, like, maybe even more. I fully upgraded it, because why not? Having noisemakers to dodge torpedoes would be very nice. What game modes does this have? It has a domination mode, which is apparently new. We have this simple, you know, the standard 5 versus 5 deathmatch. I haven't actually looked at all the other ones, but I know there's a bot match where you, again, make full money, so you don't even have to actually play with people. Hell, you're actually playing offline until you link your email accounts. They just shove you into offline bot matches, and you don't actually have to come out if you don't want to. So you could play against the bots, and the bots aren't necessarily stupid, but obviously them being bots, they're going to be easier than players that are actually on the ball and know what the fuck's overpowered. Like, some of these guys might actually be bots. No? Okay, they're all players. Very commonly, you will see bots mixed in with the teams. Make knuckles, which is apparently what I'm doing, honestly, when I do the whole turning thing. I guess I'm just magically forming a knuckle as I cause the torpedo to basically outturn the torpedo. A knuckle's kind of like an underwater notch, right? That works, right? So now that we are under sea in Farbanti, which is basically what this just is, though, funny enough, because this game goes so wacky, it can have an environment like this, and in this environment is actually compelling. It's interesting in terms of, like, gameplay. You have a bunch of buildings that are basically just being a man-made coral reef to navigate around. A coral reef that extends out of the water, so it interrupts submarines and also surface, ships, as they maneuver around and provides cover. Similar to how islands work in, the map design of World of Warships. But here, it's at least new and visually interesting. And there's little areas where you can bob and weave in between the buildings. It's ridiculous, but it serves a gameplay purpose. And because this game is like, we're Command and Conquer Generals, they can have these things. Hello, sir. I'm gonna have to leave that ship behind, I think, because it looks like my allies kind of need a hand. He might be able to outrun those because these are still... Actually, no, he is stopped dead in the water. I'm helping! Actually, yeah, that man is probably dead because he now ran into this area and is now... I'm probably going to kill him. He is running away very quickly, though. This guy looks like he's trying to ram everyone in sight, though. Oh, that guy's dead. I think I might actually kill that guy. Donk. And yep, I got him. Okay. Haha, fleet support submarine. Okay, and another boomer. There's that guy way over there, but I think he's probably... Yeah, no, he's gonna die anyway. So let's get rid of the submarine, because it can be kind of difficult for other people to engage them. So you know what? What better weapon to counter a submarine than another submarine? The guy who can sit here with probably actually more air than him. Oh, no, he's doing the notching thing. Oh, no, he's notching the torpedoes. Oh, no. Khan, knuckle formed. However, if I shoot at his sail, I might be able to make this work. Or if I could just get right up next to his hull and just point-blank range. I don't want to slam into him, however, that might be unavoidable now. Yeah, no, if I could... What if I just... Yes, you can do that. Did you just fire flares underwater, sir? Sir, that's not physically possible. I don't know where that one came from, but I think that was an allied one. But no, my kill. My kill. No. My kill. My kill. My kill. Oh, he's surfacing. And now you're gonna die to everybody else, kid. Yeah, great. Damn, they denied my kill. However, I got all the damage anyway. He probably ran out of air. Oh well. What is the arming distance? Arming distance! Safety well, game crash again. Safety protocols! Arming distance, logic, and scent. Where do you think we are? But, as I keep saying, that's the loopy game this is, and it actually comes up with some pretty interesting concepts. We're all waiting for, you know, World of Warships and War Thunder Naval to cross into modern era with wire-guided torpedoes on submarines. Actually, submarines being fucking released into, you know, the War Thunder Naval, which will most likely happen as these games need to constantly move forward. They just need to add. They're set on a course of endless growth in terms of, like, you know, how they operate. So they continuously add new content. They can't stop, which is somewhat of a major flaw, but also tells you that, yeah, there's probably going to be nuclear submarines in War Thunder and most likely World of Warships. And then, before long, we're probably going to have missile-spitting nightmares in both games. I'm actually excited for that gameplay because I think that's actually cool. It's also somewhat relaxed. I could sit here way over here and hurl harpoons at you. Complex naval maneuvers? Nah, fuck that. This guy hiding in a million years away that continuously dodges my gunfire pointed at him and is constantly hiding behind this mountain. Well, what if I fire a missile at him that's, you know, right next to him in the blink of an eye? This sort of thing. Most people would complain because they're calcified around what those games are right now. Again, if you like the rather poor state of both games, God bless. But there's just something about World of Warships that has never clicked with me. I tried. I really tried. And I found a niche in carriers. And then they completely changed those. So they're not as fun anymore. Even though you could have added much better counterplay, they just caved to the Battleship players, and honestly, I don't even find Battleship gameplay all that interesting. Mainly because it's incredibly passive now. Because there's no reason to actually advance or get really near anyone, you just sail around in a circle. And though there are problems of sailing, you know, into close quarters, torpedoes, obviously, the problem is that it just creates... Everyone's doing the things that they really shouldn't be doing, right? It just comes, and then also PvE is developing, right? It's getting there eventually, but it's also incredibly fucking slow. It's clearly something that the game should really be focused on. War Thunder in general, not just Naval, should also be focused on this, but they're taking a million years to do any of it. So what the fuck? I'm sitting here playing gameplay that I don't really enjoy. And I'm waiting for these people to get their heads out of their asses and actually implement, or rather expand upon, in World of Warships' case, the gameplay that I actually want, but they're taking a million goddamn years. This is completely insane and is trying to be the same game, but isn't. Because this doesn't make any fucking sense in a lot of cases. This is absolutely absurd, and a lot of this stuff is completely made up. But the gameplay is at least enjoyable in a low-substance sort of way, right? Again, it's a really overcomplicated game to play on an emulator, which is why I'm winning so hard, because I can play super hard and other people can't. Though some of these people probably are also playing on emulators. It's fun. That's a buzzword, but it's fun. It just comes down to, this is way easier on me to play than either of those games. kind of funny, really, because I kind of wanted to actually, you know, I supported these games for a long time, and I wanted them to actually go somewhere entertaining. And it looks like they had the capability, they had some of the elements. All they needed to do was shove them in the right directions, and they never did. This is completely fucking stupid. This is completely off the fucking mark, but in some cases, it's also dead smack on it. Better than those games, too. Which is, again, very bizarre out of a mobile game with very questionable monetization. There I go, not using my hotkeys again, but oh well. So now we sail in here, and do we have any bots on? Yeah, that guy's a bot. So they're magically notching torpedoes. I just sail forward, bro. Some of those hit me. Ow. However, when this game comes to PC, I think we might actually have a serious contender here if it looks a little bit more reputable. Graphics and sound design now, even on an emulator, are perfectly fine. You can just immediately slap this on the PC as it looks now and not really have to change anything. The one thing you'd probably have to do is the map sizes, because they're all incredibly small. There's really no, like, way to not get spotted, especially when aircraft show up. Man's dead, okay. Granted, we're getting a lot of people who just sail magically forward, but, well, hey, at least I'm winning. Hey, once again, notching torpedoes. Another boomer. I don't quite know why everyone likes the 92. It's probably because it is just that, a boomer. Even though probably because it comes standard with nukes? That must be it. Because you can buy the nukes for every other submarine, but that comes standard. I'm not quite sure why that's a good ship, or why I keep seeing it so much. Maybe they're actually just Chinese players and they really like their own boomer, even though it's not really an advanced ship. It's really just a really out of date copy of a Soviet, you know, nuclear submarine. I gave him some more damage out of pittance. I pity him. Woe was you, he who is wrecked. See you next game. So when this comes to PC and it's actually competent, this is actually... I'm gonna be playing this. I'm at least gonna be, you know, trying to, you know, play this seriously. I don't know how the balance is going to look, but this is goofy enough to be entertaining. But now I'm just repeating myself, so maybe I should find something more interesting to talk about. How is everyone in the audience doing this morning? I know it's kind of early. I suppose what my plans are currently is we're just gonna grind to get a Nimitz and see how aircraft carrier gameplay works. Cause it looks like a... Well, it looks like a ball and a half, honestly. You saw that aircraft carrier that got 1.2 million damage that game. That guy looks like he's having fun. I want one of those. Right, wrong button. And all that's left is the enemy carrier, wherever he is. Probably in the enemy spawn. Over there. It's actually a comfortable time for me for a change. I know I'd probably pick up some European viewers, though I know there's probably not many of them out there. A lot of people still watch my videos on YouTube, which is kind of shocking how, you know, things like the Ultimate Admiral stream VODs are actually getting a comparatively large amount of views, which is kind of the surprise of the century. So I know I have a lot more other, you know, a lot of other viewers here than you know, people who show up to the streams. But it'd be nice if you showed up to the stream, guys. Ow. Oops. But can the entire team be aircraft carriers? That I don't know, but you can have more than one submarine. I don't quite know. It would be terrifying if at all possible. Yeah, if it's possible, because battle carrier is definitely a thing. Like, this guy's gonna get mobbed by multiple people. He's still gonna put up a fucking fight, though. Like, that amount of health. And all of those missiles just got ate by his defense. Those are nukes, though. That kind of gets through. I think he popped his flares already, but you saw the conventional missiles get eaten. Angry alligator. Yeah, he's still dead because he's being shot at by 2 players and an aircraft carrier. Oh well. Didn't do much damage there, mainly because everybody ran away from me, but it's, hey, it's smooth sailing. So where the hell are we? Because I can make more money than this depending on the situation. Just under 2 million, we're halfway there. But, on for game modes here. So there's domination. There's apparently a clan wars. I can't really vouch for that, how well that would be. Again, I'd probably wait until a PC client came in before we care about the game that hard. There's also custom games where, again, you can invite people, and there are platoons in this game, so you can actually play in parties. It's probably shockingly overpowered if you do that, though. Which would, some people would go like, oh god, and other people are just kind of rubbing their hands together going, oh yes. Me and the boys pub stomping in a mobile game. Which, again, sounds a certain way, but it is fun when you win these games and you know it's because you're using an emulator. However, again, bots, for the sake of experimentation, that map we just played on, and I believe you make full money, we might actually even make more money than we made that last game. So if you're actually having a horrible time doing, playing the game, against real people, you can play against bots and you still make full money. At least right now, here. I hope they don't change that. So you can definitely use this to grind money and actually, advance your ship before you, go into PvP and then do whatever. This game also, kind of like how Armored Warfare went totally insane with its, PvE Spec Ops missions, this game could also, I could totally see this, go absolutely fucking crazy with random made-up Ace Combat tier nonsense for, like, storylines and PvE missions. And you have a lot of gameplay elements that would actually be utilized against the AI, like, say, for example, a helicopter swarm here. What if they just sent a whole shitload of helicopters at your fleet? You and, like, 4 or 5 other people. Maybe more. I'd love to see an entire research line of chronoplanes. If they could find that, we do have the Caspian Sea monster. I'd have to pay for it, but we might actually encounter it. Some people do actually have it. It's fast as fuck. It's generally terrifying and fast as fuck. But as you can see here, none of these guys have the player number, so that's how you know they're bots. Yeah, I can imagine it would be. Yeah, but the thing is, it's fast as fuck and also huge. That's the kind of the terrifying thing about it. It's fast and massive. It's definitely something you look at it coming at you and you hear boss music. It would probably be a very entertaining thing to own, but again, I don't really have the money to be spending on shit like this, and, well, let's see about that PC version. And plus, I click on a couple of ads once in a while. It's one of those situations where it's like, oh, well, I just need like 50,000 more in order to get this one thing that I wanted. Okay, fine, I'll click on the ad. If that keeps the lights on and gets us a PC version, fantastic. I have run aground. Oh no. That definitely needs to be looked at. We definitely need underwater controls. But unfortunately, trying to do that in a mobile game setting is probably fucking impossible, which is probably why everything is so simplistic. Ow, I didn't notch those. I think that was an off-spray that just dropped that shit on my head. Actually, no, that's a ship underneath the fucking helicopter on the radar. Oops. He fucking masked under his own helicopter icon. I ran aground there, but I still dodged it. So as we can see here, at least the bot teams are actually not dying almost immediately, like my teams. So if you need a break, well, you can get one. However, ow, 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 ow. Mine do more damage, though! Donk, donk, donk. Hello? Oh, I lost lock somehow. Okay, strange. The camera controls the lock, and you need to acquire a lock in order to actually hit people, and that can cause some strange things to happen. Ow. Can I hit the man, please? Can the man die? Thank you. Unfortunately, I am in the middle of the enemy formation. Damn you, bot player! Maybe they're not better than players. Maybe it's just the same shit. Actually, no, that's just his helicopter. Never mind. Yeah, I'm gonna be doing more damage, which is hilarious. I guess it just shows that, you know, the game kind of is the same whether or not you're playing against players or bots most of the time. You can't really notice. Unless you get somebody who's, you know, really has a ship that's really decked out and is playing some kind of cheese strat really well. Then you know, oh, look at this asshole. But that could very easily be you if you spend enough time with this game, and honestly, I don't think it would take very long to figure out, you know, certain cheese builds with a lot of things. Like, I have no idea how carriers work. I probably won't take very long to figure it out. Ah, yes, the completely unnecessary, but just kind of there for feeling sonar ping. What will I find? Absolutely nothing. It's not actually my spotting. I suppose it's there for terrain, like, following? Or terrain mapping, just under the water. However, I have no real way of, like, navigating the terrain aside from just trying to avoid shit on the undersea, air quotes, level. Right? There's no way for me to really do anything. Still dodged one somehow. Again, we're getting really lucky with dodging fucking torpedoes today. I'm usually not this good. Or rather, appear this good. It's just by accident. I'm accidentally playing optimally. In a lot of cases, torpedoes will be guaranteed hits, or you can't really get away from them either. That makes them kind of hard to deal with unless you have, like, squids or, you know, you're a submarine or something like that. You can just kind of shit back at the enemy just as hard as they shit at you. It's 500,000 damage. And actually only slightly less money there. But, typically it's about the same, and the only matches that are really, really good, like, that are really out there are the matches where I can make like $1 million in the Barracuda if we get really lucky. Which we would definitely need right about now. Let's go play a normal game for just compare and contrast here, and then we'll go see about domination. Because their battle pass has bonuses for that one, even though I'm not really paying attention to half that shit. I'm just, yeah, haha, click on boat. That's entirely my enjoyment out of this game currently. Haha, click on boat. Missile go whoosh. Which again, as sketchy as it all is, I am somehow strangely having more consistent fun than War Thunder and World of Warships. Kind of strange how that works, right? Suddenly you're having fun with the, you know, with a game that's failing massively at a lot of presentation, you know, key points. It's not even the graphics, really. The graphics are fine. The music is also fine. Everything else about the presentation of the game in terms of, like, being legitimate is terrible to all over the place. But I'm still having fun. You have fun with your odd Chinesian boat game. Yeah, that's kind of strange, isn't it? Hell, this guy has more compelling gameplay than most gacha games, even though it, in fact, unfortunately doesn't have half-naked women to look at. That is a flaw. See you around, Sword, though. Actually, we have... Oh, well, that's bullshit. We're stuck with a bot, and they have a full team of players. Wow, okay. So about the first thing I'd actually like to see of the gameplay is just the maps made bigger. I think that's just the only really major change to this that you have to make out of the game. Everything else, well, the monetization scheme, you can't really say enough on how kind of illegitimate this game kind of looks with its monetization. Granted, if the ads keep the lights on, great, but modern video games should not be funded like this. It looks like you're running a scam. Even if you're not running a scam, it looks like you're running a scam. Those will probably... Yeah, okay. Wait, nope. Those are clear, looks like. Haha, you can't hear me launching my torpedoes because I'm behind the screws of an allied ship. It's all loud noises there. You will never hear them coming. And that man is instantaneously dead. What a shame. I might be able to get this guy before he gets away, though. He looks like he's in a bad enough spot that if I could just continue flooding with torpedoes, I might get him. Come on. Come on, those are good. No, they're going into the mountain. He's getting away. Son of a bitch. Okay, well, there's that. Notch. This torpedo presented by Nikkei. Right, yeah, Nikkei crossover. Well, the guy's dead. At least I assisted with that. Which I still have to actually go back and play Nikkei, but honestly, I'm having a falling out with all the gacha games. I need to keep on top of Limbus, really just for the sake of being able to say that I didn't screw up every single gacha game, and I do like Limbus's writing. However, I don't know. I just don't have the time for these soul-sucking nightmares called mobile games. This is at least... I could use my brain, but it's really just kind of an extra little spice on top. I don't have to use my brain here. Mainly because I have such a massive advantage in awareness and effectiveness by playing on an emulator that most players are not threats. However, suddenly they are, though, so you gotta kind of watch out for that. You're not actually a god, though. Ow. Case in point. Ow. However, if I keep sitting here, I might be able to out-damage him. Or at least severely fuck with him. Doesn't look like it, though. He's got way too many torpedoes. What if I notch? Ow. Notching doesn't work. Ow, ow, ow. Actually, nope. Some of that worked. He's got an osprey, too. Wonderful. Flag speed. Notch the torpedoes. Yes. I'm still going to die, though. He's still got a friend, though. Ow. Ow. Oh. Oh. Yeah, I'm dead. Wait. No, I'm not, somehow. What the fuck? The entire ocean is torpedoes, and yet I am still alive. Some of them are hitting me, though. That's kind of alarming, but, I am torpedo beating a shit ton of them by sailing sideways. Almost all of those missed. How am I still alive? What's going on here? Ow, ow. Yeah, here comes my death. Yeah, I'm dead. Almost 500,000 damage, though. I survived way longer than I should have. I was expecting my team to come over there and actually support me, but little did I know they were all dead. So unfortunately, you have to be a little bit more passive like that sometimes. Sometimes you can just kind of sail right into the, into the fight, and your team just kind of gravitates towards you and everything's fine. Other times you get left to die, sadly. And there's really not a whole lot of time to back out. I don't really need to be right up next to them, though I'm kind of forced to because slow-ass torpedoes. The Schwals would probably be better, but the Schwals have short range, so you have to actually still get kind of close. These have long range, but you have to make sure that the enemy is not paying attention and in open water. So, yeah, again, complex gameplay. Wow! Out of this game! So we should be on a carrier before too long. I suppose we'll probably get there, you know, and then probably have about an hour, maybe 2 if we, you know, if we actually have a really good game. And then I could actually, you know, go raid Sharklet for once. Haha, hee hee ho ho. It's the same fucking map. Well, at least I have players on my team now. Well, I guess we're sticking with this guy. Everybody else is way too spread the hell out. This is, I kind of don't like this map because of this. It's a large map, but there aren't really all that many players, and yeah, it's like you get set in areas where you kind of really have to, you know, you have to hope the dude you're sitting with is actually kind of good, or you're gonna have an issue. It's funny, because teamwork is actually more of a must than really either currently, you know, current legitimate games like, you know, World of Warships and War Thunder. Teamwork actually really matters here. I see more I see more successful acts of teamwork here than World of Warships on average. Mainly because things like missiles are so fucking terrifying, you have to band together in order to, like, survive. You have to actually stay with your teammates to mass fire in order to, like, kind of scare the enemy away if, you know, if you can't kill them. Okay, so we have air support, and there's an enemy, so it's another Barracuda. He appears to be using Schwals, or the other cavitating torpedo, super cavitating torpedo. So we gotta be careful about this. We might actually just, ow though. Okay, so we kind of know the silly ass dance here of just sail sideways. A fair amount of those missed. He's looking at us though. He may not know the meme here, but we'll see exactly. I don't even really know the meme. I'm doing this by accident. One of those missed though. Actually, a whole lot of those just kind of clipped through me. Interesting. So hopefully with support from the air and that other ship, we'll be able to do this. You know, hoping that other ship actually has torpedoes. He's trying to get in a knife fighting range here, however, I am still dodging most of them. However, my torpedoes actually have to make a very sharp turn. Fucking with you! Yeah, that one missed. That one also missed. You see, now we're doing this shit again. Shot trashed! I am still somehow managing to get a fair amount of hits, though that one's gonna miss. I'm missing 2 out of 3. His accuracy doesn't appear to be any better, though. Yeah, this is comedic. Yeah, no, okay, so he's got the US cavitating torpedoes. Super cavitating. Any take? No. All right, one of them got in. Can I get a hand here? I'd like some help here. Any of you got any depth charges? Because we'll be doing this all day until one of us is forced to surface. However, I might be able to. Okay, we're at about the same health. Shockingly, this is the. We're actually you know, about even. Okay, that one's in. However, unfortunately, I have lost my teammate. Great. He got mulched by air. Wonderful. Exciting, compelling gameplay we have here. NASCAR with submarines. At this rate, I'm gonna run out of repair parties, which is not good. Those are expensive. All we're doing is sailing in a circle. Who will run out of air first? Aha! In death. Well, actually, he blocked my shot, too. But in death, my teammate kind of sort of helped me out there. Thanks, bro. Wish you would have actually survived and not died like a mook, though. That would have been extremely helpful. Okay, I'm just gonna... Actually, we're both gonna run out of torpedoes at this fucking rate. At least I'm keeping this guy busy and probably his teammates that are... Hey, wait a minute. That's a shot coming in. Where'd that come from? Huh! I don't know who's shooting at him, but an ally actually shot at him. Okay, so let's try... Oh. Let's try and, like, reorganize this. Also, ow, though. That was actually pretty bad, though. Come on. Oh, I'm out of air. Oh, no! And so is he. All right, then. No choice. Oh, damn it, I just missed him. I was gonna scream 1 million lives and bump him, but unfortunately I couldn't get him. What amazing turning gameplay. So that's the thing. You want to dodge torpedoes, turn, as we saw there. It just works. It just works, but oh well. The game can be incredibly short and low substance, so unfortunate losses like that honestly don't really stink. Don't really stick. It kind of sucks, but well, the next room of morons is right over there. But as we see, there's clearly some patterns that other players are using, especially the submarines, because there aren't that many of them. But when they do arrive, they're kind of terrifying. So you can kind of pick up on what to do by watching other people do it. Especially, I'm not quite sure what they're all doing with the 92, though. I don't quite know what the deal is with that aside from haha nukes. That thing seems kind of defenseless against other submarines. And it doesn't seem like anyone's really prepared to fight us. However, the other submarines, like the one that, we just got into a fight with, seem to have different styles of actually utilizing the torpedoes, and it looks like the super cavitating ones are the more preferred. These do a lot of damage, but it looks like just ripple firing with the Schwals or the whatever the hell the American ones are. This is the first time I've actually heard of that, or heard of them. They appear to be more metagame compliant. That is another Barracuda. All right, let's see if we can get him. Because he's sailing right next to my teammates, I kind of want him to get the fuck away from them. However, unfortunately, as we can see, we saw the last game, my teammates were having a lot of fun being eaten alive by the enemy aircraft carrier. I'd love to get up right next to that, but as you saw by one of the first games, the enemy aircraft carrier is also not defenseless. Yeah. Okay, so what are these? These are those other torpedoes again, aren't they? Yeah, it looks like it. Okay, so they're all using those. Probably because they do a lot of damage if you hit. Them all, anyway. But as you can see, the accuracy can be all over the place. But against a surface ship, they're probably incredibly lethal. Alright, you know what? I'm flipping the table. Also, I'm right behind you now, so you're fucked. Oh, now you're fucked. Can't really do the whole turning dodge thing if I'm right behind you. However, he still can. Wow. It's really that bad, huh? I'm going to bump you. I will bump you so hard. So help me God, I will bump you. However, his turning circle is what? Oh, actually, it's probably because he's going a lower speed. Hang on here. Yeah, no, it is. That's what it is. The gameplay's that fucking basic. He's just getting around because he has a lower speed. But yeah, it looks as though, yeah, no. Those torpedoes appear to be more effective. These are good so long as you can actually hit them. However, as we can see, they can be very easily notched. Now, can I get into bump range? Come on, bump, bump, no, oh. Right, so I'm gonna need those. Okay, minor modification. Since I'm actually running into a lot more submarines and a lot more barracudas than I usually see. A lot of them are just 982s or the Kursk. I have no idea what's good about the Kursk either. Okay. Modification of gameplay, though. As you can see, if we're using the hypercavitating torpedoes like we just died twice to, oops. If you're using those, we're still going to miss, but they seem to win engagements in the long run. So, that seems to be the option that we want. Lots of torpedoes. Lots of very fast torpedoes, because some of them will hit, and as you saw, when those hit, they do a lot of damage. So, that seems to be the thing. It's not actually that bad to actually adjust to them, though I did put a lot of upgrades into those, and it seems like those are really good against surface ships, or palatable against surface ships, against people that aren't paying attention. But now that we're actually getting into actually real determined fights with enemy submarines, we're starting to see that, wait, no, this is how you do this. Not surprising, but like I said, if you're losing at this game, you kind of just look at what other people are doing and going, oh. Okay, again, wrong thing. Okay, so, what we want is we want these things, which I'm pretty sure, yeah, okay. These fucking things. Since everybody's using these, why, aside from the fact that you can just flood, the enemy with multiple, with just lots of torpedoes, it appears that these can win out in a protracted slugging match, because there's so many of them that some of them are going to hit. Our problem is we only fire 3 torpedoes. These fire fucking 5? Well, the warships look strange today, I know, right? Very odd. Still kind of the same scam, though. But okay, so 3 shots each. So we're firing 9 torpedoes. So this costs a pretty penny there, but not too bad. As you can see, we were making like 200, 300,000 a game, so that was one game's worth of, of money. So, let's see here. Let's have a look-see at these stats. What can we really do with these? I don't have any upgrade points because I actually have to go buy them. Okay. Ammunition we'd probably want to resupply, but let's give these a run here, because we could probably make them do lots of damage, and there's a lot of torpedoes flying around. But let's see if these are all what they're cracked up to be, because we've been killed by them twice. Clearly they're effective. I picked the high damage thing. Yeah, I picked the high damage route because I didn't think the Schwals were really doing very much, but people aren't using the Schwals. They're using these. These have 1 more torpedo in the burst, even if the Schwals are actually... The Schwals are, they do more damage, but it appears to be fire lots of torpedoes moving very quickly, rather than having smaller, higher damage ones, because the shots are going to miss if people start turning like we got into those fights. These will somewhat guarantee a hit if low damage, but as we saw repeatedly, if you just keep shooting, eventually you're going to win. Because some of those torpedoes will hit, while the person firing less torpedoes will, their misses are more costly. And there will be situations where I don't do any damage at all, while the person firing at me can continue to do some type of damage. So it's a victory in those little tiny margins there. So, spam. Spam, 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 spam. So this appears to be what's the deal, though They did seem to do enough combined damage, too, to, on a hit. They took out, like, half of my health if all of them hit me directly on the nose. So, they're definitely not low damage, too, so they definitely can be effective. So maybe I just simply underestimated them in terms of being able to be used against surface ships. However, the range still kind of sucks. However, unfortunately, all the range in the world doesn't mean diddly dick if the torpedo is so slow it gets us killed. That's kind of the thing. If the other ergonomics are good, but you need the ergonomics that matter, or you die. However, range is one of the assets we can upgrade. So how much damage will this do? Those are going to get there in time. Look at how fast those fuckers are going. Oh. Actually, that's about 50,000 damage if they all hit. That's pretty good. And we can upgrade those. Those are bone stock. Those are just new off the lot. I kind of want to get by not upgrading them, but should we want to, I can. All these guys are distracted. They're not really looking at me. Well, actually, that guy is. However, I'm doing damage. He's also got another ship to worry about for a couple of seconds, at least. Let's try not to get crushed by my sinking friends. Okay, I should be able to dogpile this guy with another barrage. It looks like I'm also running out of repair parties, though. I might have to go buy more of those. However, I should be winning more. Yep, got him. However, unfortunately, I'm also incredibly low on health, and if I survive, it'll be kind of luck now. Spam! 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 Ow. Uh-oh. Well, oops. I'm probably still gonna die. Yep, here comes my death. Actually, no, I'm still... Whoa. Yeah, I'm out of repair parties. I still managed to dodge that somehow. I lost lock. Nope. Oh, well. I ran out of repair parties. So now it looks like I actually have to go spend money now. Great. A mobile game? Yes. Which is actually somewhat competent in what it does. So here's another scam that kind of drags you down here. I'm moving up there, but nah, I have to come over here. It's actually, no, it's up here. Now we have to come over here and actually buy those repair parties, and they only come in 500,000 packs of 50. So, that's expensive. That system could probably be worked on, but there's no repair costs, so the logistics are kind of packed into one price and one thing, and it's that. 2, if you count the flares. However, since we're a submarine, we don't typically use our flares all that much, so at least we don't have to worry about refreshing those. They do give you a lot of those to start, though. So it takes a while before you actually have to go buy those, but you have to keep $500,000 around just to buy, keep refreshing those. So, there's a gameplay loop, and unfortunately that includes some expenses. But we've got something that works here. It's just a shame that we died because we ran out of repair parties. Bad strategy for victory, don't do that. Oh, Jesus! Where is he? There he is! See, I told you we'd see one. However, we're not close enough. He actually has a skidding animation on his wings. Actually looks really terrifying when one's coming directly at you. It's that man. It's that plane too fat to fly. Holy, wow, he's actually hovering too. How about that? That's kind of the whole thing with the Caspian Sea monster. It's ground effect. It hovers. Ow. That is an Chronoplan. An actual thing. This game, being like Command and Conquer Generals tier, and also, in some cases, a Tahir Hinsat video, has these things. They're kind of humorous to look at, even though you have to pay money for that, and I kind of don't want to. But it's humorous to see it. It looks like everybody's going over here, so let's go this way. So how bad is this game with pay to play and play to win things? It's supported by ads, so that's a little sketchy. However, I haven't really noticed too many pay to win things. The grind isn't too terrible, so yeah, while you could spend money and actually get a couple of things ahead of time, I haven't really noticed a sort of pay to win premium or something I keep seeing that you can only buy with, you know, real money. So that down here doesn't appear to exist. Top tier, I have no idea. Haven't got there yet. But so the grind isn't too terribly bad, at least with a premium account, but you get that for like a week starting. There's also going to be a PC client, which is probably going to clean up a lot of this shit. So it's actually not too bad in most aspects. And there's a submarine. Son of a bitch. Okay. Here I am looking at what my friends are doing, and this guy sneaks up on me. However, it looks like the Navy's dealing with him. He's surfaced. All right, and good. We've got the 1v1 pro strat here of just fire a shit ton of torpedoes. So I should be able to win this. And he is not actually using. Yeah, no, he's not doing the same thing. So now I'm on the opposite side here. This is still going to be kind of a brawl. That's a sea wolf. Okay. This is still going to be a brawl, but I should be able to win this. So we get into this fucking turn here, and while he can still hurt me, my shots are sneaking through and doing more damage, because some of those torpedoes will hit. His fewer torpedoes will miss me, and he will go spans of not being able to hurt me. So I'm firing so many torpedoes that I can't possibly miss. Like, I just did a shit 42,000 damage, and he didn't do any in that salvo. And there we go, he didn't do any damage. So that's what's killing me in the other one. You just spam more. Fire more torpedoes. They will eventually hit the target. And I win. Hey, look at that! We've become meta compliant! Wow! And now I gotta run away before all those ospreys start, all those torpedoes get over here. Is that good? Is that fucking 2 ospreys? Well, there's 2 helicopters at some point, but they're dropping torpedoes. Okay. One hit a mountain and the other one. One hit a mountain and I dodged the other one. Good. So now we understand. So I need to upgrade these, and upgrade them a lot. Teams are still pretty even. I think I can get into a fairly fair 1v1 here, even though I'm running low on air. Oh no, the Akronoplane got killed. Oh no. The Caspian Sea monster slumbers. Rest now, big plane. Fortunately, I don't think any of those are going to hit. Actually, nope, actually they all snuck in. Rest now, funny large plane. Unfortunately, I am still getting torpedoed by people. Actually, I think those were grenades. Yes, air power, please come help. Nope, those are torpedoes. Okay, well, I guess we're fighting this guy then. Okay, we gotta be ready on the flares. Yeah, here we go. Bad time to surface, but I had to run out of air eventually. Ow. Well, I could have gotten that guy, but oh well. Yeah, he's probably dead, but you see my teammates just kind of flopped around really doing anything. I was in a good position to continue fighting, but unfortunately I had to surface directly in the middle of every enemy, so I probably should have been paying attention to that. But, relying on teammates. Ooh, first mistake, Phonto. Does this game have any artillery? It has aircraft carriers, but, well, it's not like we're unprofitable, so we're having some setbacks here, but, well, it just comes down to kind of fine-tuning the situation. The problem is I have to get close because super cavitating torpedoes. But we totally wrecked that Sea Wolf, fair and square, so now we just have to get back into some other engagements and actually do well. So now we know the meta-compliant strategy for torpedoes. Get the one with the highest barrage, or like the most number of torpedoes in a shot. Because some of them will actually hit the target because of the way the game does projectiles. Even if they dodge successfully, there are so many that they will most likely find their way onto a trajectory where they still hit anyway. And in that little tiny margin, you actually still beat people pretty soundly, because they will have spans of time where their torpedoes miss you, and you still do a quarter to half damage. All of my teammates were unfortunately dead as we passed the Chronoplane. You see, the funny thing is the Chronoplane looks neat. I don't think it's actually good, or nobody I've seen actually does any good in it, really sadly. I have not seen one do well. I have seen them multiple times. I have not seen one do anything, like, astounding, which is rather sad. However, we have 2 submarines and they have none. Interesting. That's a diesel sub. I have no idea if that actually gives you any sort of benefits whatsoever. This game doesn't seem like it has too terribly high of a skill ceiling, unlike World of Warships. And I do not count CVs and subs. Well, I don't think the skill ceiling is probably there, but the problem is this is a mobile game, so the skill gap is frightening. And by frightening, I mean enticing, because if you play it on an emulator, it's like playing PUBG on an emulator and playing people who dared think playing this on a phone would be a good idea. Ow. Sandbar. Oof. I can't see it, though, so that's kind of unfortunate. However, there's gameplay here, and we're working towards an aircraft carrier, which we've been somewhat delayed on because, oh no, I had to go change my torpedo loadout and also buy more damage control parties. 'Tis a shame. However, we'll get there eventually. It just takes a little bit of patience here, but this is like nothing. The moment, like, if you start grinding in this game like you would grind in World of Warships, you'll probably have everything in the game before too long. The grinding is really not that bad, and the moment it becomes like what you know of other games, you're probably playing it so fucking hard, it's only gonna last about a day. Wow, fucking everyone lit that guy up. The carriers get counted if multiple ships sail together in collective AAA radius? Yes. There is actually mutual air defense. So sailing together with your team, like we're doing right now, and massing fire is actually really fucking important. Double points if you have a couple of submarines underneath everybody, just shoving torpedoes into everybody's keels. You are most likely dead. He is dead. Someone shot him the moment my torpedoes actually got within range. Okay, next target. Knuckle formed. However, unfortunately, it looks like my teammates are being somewhat passive here to repair. However, I'm going to keep up the attack. I've got enough air. I should be able to get close to them and then just kind of push them into a bad spot. Or rather, give my team some breathing room, most likely. Get that repair off. I might be able to dog one of them down. And that guy is going to slam directly into an island. They're panicking. Yep, here comes the team again. I probably do not want to be right under this guy when he sinks. So they're focusing firing on him. I'm gonna take care of this guy. Man's dead. Okay, plane's got him. Okay, we're doing well. How about that? Massed fire and formations. Holy shit. See, this is kind of the fun. When things start really going well, this game looks more competent than World of Warships in the whole team play thing. yeah, sure, it's ridiculous and horribly balanced, but you start to have those strange golden moments where you actually need to cooperate with your teammates in order to succeed, and when you do, you succeed. It's also a much smaller scale. The team confrontations are naturally going to be much more common. Yes, but I think even if you doubled or even tripled the size of the teams, you would still have, since aircraft and missiles are so fucking frightening, you would still have people actually commonly just coming together of their own free will for, you know, mutual support and basically staying together. It's even more important here than it would be in World of Warships or, you know, War Thunder Naval. Solo players would be absolutely mulched alive here in most cases. Unfortunately, enemy plane. I had to surface though. I have the submarine with the with the largest fucking air tank. The only problem is that, yeah, that shit does run out. And it does take about 1 billion years to recharge because it's so large. However, it looks as though we've got some time here. The enemy carrier is way over there. We've still got a full health carrier of our own and 2 other ships to go. Actually, no, it's just me. We lost our surface ship. Shit. All right, well, we have to go on the attack then. Damn. If I can get just... Uh-oh. Well, I've got repair parties, so I should be fine. What classes of ship are in this game? Corvettes, destroyers, cruisers, battleships, whatever the fuck you want to call the chronoplane, carriers, submarines, obviously, and I think that's it. There's a lot of wacky exceptions, though. Battleships exist? Yes. Wacky future cyber pagoda, massed battleships with railguns, and yes, I'm serious. Ah, good. Okay, so the other submarine is engaging him. The air's coming in. I've got air. I'm going in. We should be able to shit-can this carrier with no problem. And yes, so yeah, as I was saying, Builder Boy, the Zumwalt is here, and it is by no means the silliest thing in the game. We have very many of examples of the Zumwalt, but a battleship. And a lot of other wacky-ass fucking things. Unfortunately, it looks like he's kind of knocking against the sandbar there. He's actually moving kind of fast. Shit. Oh no, a carrier moving at fucking full tilt is actually outpacing me. Oh no. My plans. It looks like the carriers are going to beat the shit out of each other. Interesting. Hopefully he just kind of picks a point to stop, so I could get in on. You see, this is where this is where I'm upgrading the range of these if I have the chance. But I need the money. I want my own carrier. Fucking slow down already. God, he knows. All right, we got a surface. Maybe I'll gain more speed there. I don't know if my surface speed is actually faster. It is not. I am being outrun by a fucking carrier. Our carrier is at full health, though, so he looks like he's winning the siege. Also, the other submarine is actually down there. How about that? He's being mulched alive by, nope, the Ospreys are fucking dead. He's got it. Okay, good. Oh, hey. Holy shit, I finally gained an inch on him. That fucking 100 meters. Didn't make much money, though, sadly. Damn. Because the first fight was good, and then we had to go chase... I lost out on all the damage for the aircraft carrier. Damn. Okay, so... we have some money here. No, I'm gonna sit and wait. I think we can stomach it until I actually have 4 million. We're kind of stuck in place, though, sadly. But a couple of good games, and we'll actually probably be back on the up and up. If I get a really good fucking game, I'll be walking out of there with like $500,000 to $1 million. There's also the temptation of clicking on the ad for more monies, but no, we're not gonna do that. You may do that though, and apparently it keeps the light on. I won't judge you. And plus, if you want to show your ads on my stream, you're paying me, not just this game. Thank you. If I'm gonna start showing someone else's adverts on my stream, I want to be paid for it, thanks. This space is for rent, but it ain't free. I'm gonna assume the man with the camouflage knows what he is doing. Okay, as you can see, we don't really spend too much time on the surface there, but those guys are definitely being chewed up by AA, and there are certain guns that you can actually get for the lighter ships that will make the main gun an anti-aircraft mount. So you can actually focus on AA if you really want to do that. However, you do have passive, surface-to-air missiles and the Sea-Whiz turrets. So you could passively rely on that should you want to. And something tells me AA at top tier is probably pretty fucking vital. Just a guess. This guy's at an odd part of the island, but he's going to be coming our way anyway. Hi there. That's still 50,000 damage. It's not the most damage. It's not the highest damage I can get out of this, but yeah, fast reload rate and somewhat reliable in the spam too. So, unfortunately, now he's going to be backing up at like 60 fucking kilometers an hour. However, he's backing up directly into my teammates, so good luck there, kid. I'm not getting money for you getting mulched alive, but you know what? We're winning. However, there's also another submarine over there. I didn't notice that guy sneaking up on us. However, I'm gonna keep circling the island until we deal with this guy. Who should be dead shortly if my team keeps shooting him. Okay, he's gonna go around the island. Wait, no, that raider, come on. Yeah, good, okay. That guy got him. I'm not quite sure what it is, but the B-21 Raider is in the game here, but Stealth Bomber got him. Good on you. Doolittle Merc the man. Thanks, Doolittle. Okay. Okay, another Seawolf. Who is launching flares against torpedoes? Sir, you are an interesting character. Well, however, he's got a surface now. Unfortunately, we're losing ships, though. So hopefully, my carrier player catches on to, hey, there's a submarine here, come murk it. Ow, though, sandbar. Good. But because I know what I know now, you can't unsee it, I'm gonna win. The only problem is he has friendly support now. However, I'm gonna be dodging this, so I might be able to murk this guy and probably put up against a fight against his teammate there. It's gonna be close. I just need to keep firing. Just keep firing and everything's fine. Just keep shooting. Where the fuck is that support from that carrier, though? He's over there. Come help me, you fool. I once again have to 1v1 multiple ships on the enemy team. Thankfully, my torpedo beats are awesome. Okay, he's retreating now. Great, we're doing the fucking ring around the rosy routine again. I didn't want to do that. I have to kill one of them before it's too late. He's going to be repairing somewhere, but I can repair too. The only problem is I'm also going to run out of air, and then I have to deal with both of them on the surface. However, it looks like he's rammed the island. Come on, die, 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 die. Come on, 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 come on. Oh, wait. Shit. God damn it. Well, at least I'm kind of on the other side here. I have to dive again, but I have to wait for the fucking air to recharge. Son of a fucking bitch. You saw him just kind of hop up the sandbar. Son of a bitch. Okay, those should bother him. He's not my objective here. I want the fucking Seawolf dead. Where is he? I have to do ring around the rosy with that guy. Where's the fucking Seawolf? If I just keep turning around the island, I can continue, like, dipping that guy until I actually have oxygen. The aircraft, though, are kind of a problem. Where's the Seawolf? Unfortunately, we've also now lost our aircraft carrier. Isn't this great? The Seawolf... Actually, no, I didn't. Where did I just get a kill assist from, though? What the hell happened there? I see him. I cannot fucking spot him for some bizarre-ass reason, but I see him. Ow, sandbar. Ah, sandbar. Sandbar! That's probably gonna get me killed now, because I bumped the sandbar. Come on. I'm not gonna be able to kill him, though, so I have to turn and actually fight his friend. This is a bad spot. Yeah, just use those, because, you know what? We need the emergency supply here. I might be able to still win. Actually, shit, I might actually kill this guy. He's repairing, though, so we gotta watch out for that one. But I might be able to flood the systems and wait for the Seawolf to come around. If we can catch the Seawolf frontally, I may be able to then proceed to switch back and kill him. Or I'll just fucking maul the enemy team so badly that they all have to run. Here we go, okay. I could probably kill the Seawolf now. Emergency supplies! You could also upgrade your ammunition counts. This is kind of where the problem lies. Okay, he's repairing. I may run out of ammo, though. I may run out of ammo and be forced to ram him to death. That may be something that happens. I can get him! Ah! Salvation! I got him! I can die now. I win a moral victory. Worth it. I might actually survive to get underwater here. Holy shit, I did. I'm stuck, though. I'm stuck on his wreck, though. Oh, no. Oh, no! Yep, I bumped his wreck. Oh, well. See? There's 800,000 damage. Now we're cooking. But I got stuck there, chasing these assholes around a mountain, so this shows me that underwater speed is also something I should worry about, but I think I've upgraded the Barracuda as far as I can go in that regard. Oh, shit, I actually forgot to do, I actually didn't hit the comparison thing. Is there still a match results thing? I don't think there is. I don't think you can see you can't. I still probably did pretty good, but now you can see, now we've got something. Now I know, now I look like I know what I'm doing. The game is incredibly fucking primitive now. There isn't even a tech tree. I probably was top of the board with 800,000 damage. I haven't, like, the carrier that got 1.2 million is the highest I think I've seen. So yeah, I looked like I knew what I was doing, but unfortunately my teammates all fucking died. But now I look like I'm actually a competent submarine player. So good. Great, I'm Cancer. do corvettes and frigates not have depth charges? Actually, the smaller tier 1 ships don't have depth charges or something else, but basically there's 3 tiers. There's tier 1, there's tier 2, and tier 3. Each one has locked matchmaking. So the lighter ships don't actually have any anti-submarine, defenses. But the ships that we fight here in tier 2, where there are actual submarines, they have squid launchers, and so hedgehogs, and they also have torpedoes themselves, and they also have helicopters with torpedoes. You can specialize to fight submarines, but as you can see, not a whole lot of people do that. This makes submarines incredibly fucking strong. Granted, if we run up against competent players, and they can't get away from me, I can't get away from them, we have a problem. However, against most of the players you're going to be fighting here, submarines are freakishly overpowered. But there are ways to counter them. I don't know if any of them really work, though, because I don't have any of those surface ships to test. But there are ways to get multiple, maybe 5 or 6 torpedoes on a normal ship. And then also the hedgehogs as well. The carrier, whatchamacallit, I got murked by a carrier who was actually using his hedgehogs properly. So I couldn't really do anything, to him because he was blowing up my torpedoes with the hedgehogs and shooting at me. So that's also a counter as well. You can, in some situations, stop a submarine, or rather, counter him to the point where he's ineffective. But the skill gap is so freakishly large that a lot of players don't actually do that. Most people don't even know how to control their helicopters, which fair. It took me a bit to figure that out. That guy's launching torpedoes at me. See, he's already launched 3 torpedoes. Well, I have more of those. Independence, I think he also has 2 helicopters if he really wants to. So as you can see, he can shoot at me. I'm not immune down here. It's just that it's, and yeah, somebody's got an Osprey too. So that has 2 torpedoes. Unfortunately, this guy is being snuck up by that guy, and I don't think he really comprehends what's happening. It looks like I got another lemon team, but boy, the Independence is fast as hell. I haven't really seen that ship too often. It's one of the cheaper tier 2 ships, though. That's probably one of the first ones you can get. That's fast. Or first ones you can get. I accidentally hit an enemy with those shots. Oops. However, it looks like my team is being, once again, immediately wrecked. Great. So, as much as I would love to actually fight back and actually, do my thing, sadly, I can't do that when every battle is like 5v1. However, I might be able to murk this guy if he just kind of sits up there in front of me. I might be able to get 1 kill if I just do the turning fight, but as you can see, yeah, no, I'm being countered. You could do this if you're actually specialized with it. You can specialize with it. You can counter me and fight me if you really want to. And honestly, it's not really that painful to do because all the ships in this game have so many fucking weapons. So yeah, now I'm being shot at by like 4 different fucking people. So I'm dead. A shame, wasn't really my fault because my team was immediately vaporized the moment they met the enemy in combat. Nothing I could do. Destroying the rest of the team and ganging up on a lone sub is also a valid tactic. It's usually what happens, honestly, because the submarines can just kind of evade most of the fire, and they'll likely be the last ones alive. The aircraft carrier is also in this position by not being at the front line. So typically, if your team is being vaporized, the last people who will be alive are a submarine and the carrier. But as you see, if my surface fleet gets annihilated the moment they reach the enemy, I have no time to do anything, so I can't fight back. So, unfortunately, the game snowballs like a motherfucker, and the problem is that sometimes the skill gap hurts you. However, you can play in platoons. So if if I had a very determined group of people here, probably 2. I haven't actually seen the platoons, but if I had a group of people here who were playing a niche and cooperating, we'd probably be fucking unstoppable. And in most cases, unless we met again another platoon. What is this? Naval Ace Combat mobile game? Super fast torpedo spam? It's fun. Yes? That's a way of putting it. I also like to think of it as a Tahir Insat fucking video because some of the late game ships just kind of look like that. As I keep saying though, the game definitely has potential and there's going to be a PC client and Gaijin is publishing it. They have an invite-only alpha, so I'm not cool enough to actually get invited to that. However, there's gameplay on YouTube if you look up it. Go look it up. You can see that how they've redone the HUD and how the hotkey, all these buttons down here are actually hotkeys and things look a little bit more tight. It looks about the same level of detail, but I think the game looks fine. That doesn't really mean anything. This is actually pretty good looking for a mobile game, I think. The textures are a little muddy at long range, and yeah, there's like 2 levels of detail, close and whatever that is, but I don't think that's really that big of a deal. The game looks perfectly competent. Dodge, and also, yeah, Osprey, torpedoes. Danger. But see, here's the thing. Gaijin usually, has a habit of ruining games with poor monetization, but in this case, this monetization is kind of sketchy, so you know what, I don't think they can actually ruin what's already kind of, really extremely sketchy. There are a lot of words you could say about this one. But as long as it functions and gets us a PC client, sure, they can leave the mobile game kind of a weird sort of very, very eyebrow-raising mess, but the PC client, I think, could be made to be very presentable. Yeah, no, War Thunder does actually, one-up itself with its really deceptive tactics every single fucking event. That does happen. Oh, good lord, oh god, we're having a meta Barracuda off. Okay. Alright, we're doing this. He's got the same fucking torpedoes I got. He is the same boat. Okay, so let's see who wins in a fair fight with this stupid shit. Unfortunately, he has rammed into an island, into a wall there. That's probably gonna hurt him in the long run. So, who wins when we both do the same fucking thing? Because we're just gonna do the same thing here. We're just turning and using the same torpedoes. His damage bleed doesn't really matter because I also have damage bleed. So who's gonna die first here? What decides this? See, his torpedoes are, well, actually, you know what? It's probably him bumping into the walls repeatedly that's gonna get him killed. Just out here, notching torpedoes. However, he's winning in hit points, probably because he activated his damage party later than I did. So he's got his hit points back. Okay, so now he's running the fuck away. It looks like he's actually disengaging. I've got my repair party back, so I can keep fighting. We're both gonna be, if he has any sense, he's gonna be spamming, he's gonna bump into the wall again. Yeah, that's probably what's, his lack of ability to maneuver properly is what's gonna kill him. He can't get away from me. We have the same weapon systems. We're evenly matched. So it's going to come down to who's more determined about this and who's paying attention. However, it looks... I've got him at a half health here, but I want to keep firing so he doesn't get to repair that much health. But as you can see, a lot of those are missing, but a lot of them are also hitting, too. I'm probably going to take a couple of shots on the nose here because now, of just where we are. So it looks like I want to just... try to keep notching, but he's going to turn in now, but a lot of those are going to miss. He might just try and ram me, because that's what I would do in this situation. We're evenly matched here. So this is just going to come down to whoever's lucky here, I guess. I don't know what's gonna decide this, and I kind of want to find out. But this is, if we were doing the single torpedo, if we had the earlier loadout that we had, I'd be dead. I would not be this competitive. Ow, though. These got help. Also, I'm out of air. Shit. However, I can still keep dodging torpedoes. No, I can't keep dodging torpedoes. Yeah, no, it looks like it's gonna be air. Wait, I still got my repair party. It might be, it's been air, though. Wait, nope, now he's out of air. I think my teammates are gonna help me out here, but it looks like, ow, I've got 40,000 hit points left. Hey, buddy, I could use a hand. He started to shoot at the other ship, though. That was probably a mistake, because he's not really paying attention. Okay, I barely won that. I'm gonna die. The carrier's probably gonna kill me with its fucking secondary fire. Actually, no, I'm still cooking. Okay. I barely won that, but it looks like, yeah, running out of air is dangerous. Don't do that. Yep, aircraft. Well, now I know it's gonna take forever and I will probably run out of air. So if possible, you kind of want to disengage from that once you realize it's gonna be that ineffective, right? You're basically gonna be, it's gonna be a holding your breath contest with the enemy. And if you surface near their teammates, you're probably gonna die. So that's what that is. So basically, what you should probably do is disengage from that once you've realized that, oh hey, we're doing the same thing. This is gonna be ineffective for both of us. So then it becomes positioning. Don't get too close to the enemy team while you're trying to kill him. If he tries to run for his teammates, just disengage. That's what it is. Okay. So we're learning here. Ooh. There's complexities here. But generally speaking, it looks as though, yeah, the fight's gonna be ineffective. If you can't corner him, disengage if possible. If he's cornered, and he doesn't have any teammates left, or they're nowhere near him, fight him until he dies. But be aware that you will probably run out of air doing that just because of how long it's gonna take. And also, yeah, on sale from $349. Yeah, that's, yeah, no. That, No. No, thank you. It's $34, though, which is, you know, about on par with the normal premium. But yeah, that, no. This is apparently a starter package, so I don't even think it's actually that price, ever. Because this is what you get as a new player. I thought purchases by law were limited to 120. Ah, yes, but this game clearly caters to Saudi Arabian royalty. Because that's kind of what these prices are. They're actually ridiculous. However, the premium bonuses aren't really all that big of a deal. $15 to buy into the battle pass, and you get a bunch of free planes, all of which are Chinese. I wonder how. I'm starting to see a pattern here. But you don't really need to purchase any of those. Like, for example, premium ship, premium ship. I'm not, you do gain gold for wins, I think, with PvP. Like, you do gain some gold from that, but it's 20%. That's not really worth it in my book. That you're not going to really see that big of a bump from just that. Are the devs Chinese as well? Apparently, the company is incorporated in Dubai, and, what is it? Dubai and Cyprus. Tax haven. That's, you know what that means. Tax haven. So, I'm not quite sure where they're actually based, but they're incorporated in a tax haven. Probably for, again, tax reasons. Cyprus, a classic. I know, right? We know what you're doing over there. So I don't actually know where these developers are based, but again, they signed a deal with Gaijin to publish the PC version of this game whenever it comes out. So there is some legitimacy there. They're not actually just some guys. Also, I got a level up reward. How about that? You do get a lot of bonuses as you do this, too. Oh, 100 missile countermeasures. Okay. I like the repair ones. I'm kind of running out of those. And they are fairly generous with your level up rewards. So you get 7 days of premium for reaching level 9, which is fairly quick, and a bunch of money. They give you 1 day of premium almost immediately out of the gate. So your new player experience is rather comfortable. What happens when all of this shit runs out, though, I can't tell you. The grind's probably going to get considerably larger, but as you can see here, I'm at $3 million here, and I'm almost to a carrier. Granted, I have to get to level 15 to get anything above tier 2, so the carriers at like $4 million are the only things I can buy. But, while you're in the, you know, the new player experience, the gameplay is fairly okay. I wouldn't condone you spending hundreds of dollars on this game. I don't think it's worth it, even if it's, you know, even if it's that fun. That is just, no, that's never going to be valid ever. And this is someone who, you know, spends a little bit too much money on things like War Thunder and World of Warships. I've learned my lesson, though. They're really not that, it's not that good. It's not a good idea, unless there's some extreme fucking novelty present there. Kind of interested to see how cruisers handle. They're really, from what I can see, corvettes, destroyers, cruisers, and battleships are all kind of just the same boat. There are some, there seems to be 2 types of surface ships. There is a fast ship and a slow ship. The fast ships are, you know, more lightly armed, but rely mostly on missiles and maneuvering. The slow ships have fucking helicopters and, you know, lots more guns. More hit points. So there doesn't seem to be that too much of a distinction about this. I don't know what all the classes are called, but there's a fast surface ship and a slow surface ship. And there's carriers, and there's submarines, and that's basically it. I haven't played all of them to really gain an idea of the differences between all of them. To really find any more nuances other than these have more weapons and go slower, and these have less weapons and go faster. But ooh, that man immediately got his helicopter murked. He doesn't get that back, by the way. You lose the helicopter, you only get one of those. You lose the helicopter, that's out of there for the rest of the game. So. What about the aircraft? The aircraft, we'll see, but it seems like you get 3, I could actually test drive some of the carrier if we wanted to, but you do get 3 types of aircraft and a helicopter. So you get fighters, you get bombers, and some other combination of something else. You get fighters and bombers and a helicopter. I'm not quite sure, it'll obviously depend on which carrier you're using, but it's effectively like the 3 types of squadrons in World of Warships. However, obviously there's just kind of fighters and bombers and a helicopter instead of dive bombers, torpedo bombers, and, you know, rocket planes. Each plane seems to have multiple different weapons per plane, or per plane type, which is good. That man is immediately fucking dead. Good, I got a kill. However, those torpedoes are now coming at me. Ow, 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 ow. Disengage. Alright, well, I'm in range to shoot at you, so I will. Yep, we're notching. We're efficiently torpedo notching. Torpedo beating? Nah, man, torpedo notching. That's where it's at. Actually, that's a Seawolf. He's using the same, that's the thing though. The Seawolf has less torpedoes. He has 2 torpedoes. I have 3. He has missiles in compensation though. But obviously, he's not gonna be shooting a tomahawk at me. And now he's forced to surf it because he also has less air. The man is dead because he surfaced in front of that guy. Outplayed. What happened? I held my breath longer. That's what I did. Outplayed. The funny thing is, this thing kind of reminded me of the Mike class in Cold Waters. It's not that boat, but it's kind of got the same gimmick of just being down, way down low for a long ass time. I don't quite know too much about this, but I'm fairly certain this is Russia's newest nuclear attack submarine. You will die. How about that? We're actually fucking winning. Wow. You really picked the best sub for harassing. I looked at all of the submarines that we had available and just looked at it and saw, okay, this sub has the longest time underwater. These subs have other things aside from that. How is that actually effective? Because obviously being underwater means that I'm immune to most types of weaponry. However, this, in compensation for having that long underwater time, has no missiles or anything like that. But do I really need missiles on a submarine? These things I didn't know, so I just decided, you know what, we're buying the Barracuda. Now I'm starting to see that, yeah, no, this works out pretty well. And though the other submarines have advantages, this is actually pretty fine if you know what you're doing. Might be Russian bias at play, though, as well. Honestly, with the number of Chinese ships in this game, I don't think it's particularly biased for the Russians' sake. Just saying. My eyebrow goes up anytime a game features China in a prominent manner. Not to say that the Chinese military is not, like, invalid or illegitimate. However, typically, what happens when the Chinese get really heavily publicized, especially in a game like this, is they're trying to satisfy that grand old Chinese law about, having to make China look good in order to sell your game on their shores. So that's typically what it happens, and honestly, most of the time, it's typically disingenuous. I guess you could say that the Chinese got paid to win. Ah! The Chinese are not known for their naval capabilities. Well, they have a fleet of respectable size. The problem is, though, the entire Chinese Navy has no contemporary warfighting experience since the end of the Korean War and that war they fought against Vietnam, where they totally got their asses handed to them. They have no modern warfare experience, and though they're throwing all, they're trying to flaunt technological advantages and, sheer manpower advantages. We see how well sheer manpower advantage is working in Ukraine now, don't we? We see how that one works. It's not very well. You kind of need more than that, but apparently we have to hunt down the carrier. Well, hey, look, a missile. That's not gonna hit me, kid. Okay, so I've got plenty of air, and the carrier is way over there. Let's go find him. Yep! Under the sea, under the sea. So the Chinese military is a military. However, the problem is that all of the Chinese saber rattling is just that, Chinese saber rattling. So there's really no reason to actually respect their military other than, oh, they have guns. Ooh. So most of the shit you actually hear about the Chinese military is mostly just propaganda straight from the horse's mouth, or some people trying to be simps for... They're being paid by the said horse to say things. So you really have to take almost everything they do with a grain of salt, and the biggest factor against them is that they have no contemporary warfighting experience, so how the fuck would they know how to fight a war? That is probably an Osprey's torpedo, though. That will probably hit me, but let's try and... well. I have to get near the fucking carrier, though. The problem is, his air power will tear me apart, and he has, the ability to, absolutely, murder me, should he see me. The thing is, though, I have so much air, I can probably... Just casually dodged it. I have so much air that I can probably get within range. The thing is, though, he might have hedgehogs, which invalidate my torpedo. We're gonna have to keel break. We're fucking doing it. I'm gonna have to keel break him. The only problem is I need to get in there before I run out of air. Look at it, he's just backed up into the corner of the map now. I may not have enough air to get in there. He's near full HP. Yes, I know, because he's a carrier, why would he be in combat? I might be able to get in there close enough. He's just backing up slowly, though. I might be able to get in there close enough to do the keel break maneuver, which is the cheesiest fucking thing ever, but you know what? I've got no choice. It's gonna kill both of us, and it's gonna be a draw, but it's gonna be funny, though. I may not be able to get there in time, though. No, I'm gonna run out of air. I'm gonna run out of air and only be barely in range to actually combat him. This is gonna be messy. Yep, we're... Activate the repair party now, because I'm about to take a whole shitload of damage. I'm just gonna have to ram him. I fired, and those missiles did not get hit. He's got fucking Predator drones. Ow! Yeah, but as you can see, there's no way of really getting... Carriers are fucking scary. I can't really get near him. The only reason he's able to get away with this is because he wiped my entire team. I'm going to die. Also, hello, Lieutenant Layton. Thank you for resubscribing. Welcome back to the show. Shame. Wait. I've got my damage control party. I'm gonna make it. Nope, missile got me. Damn. I was gonna kill myself anyway, but as you can see, wow, carriers, you fucking scary. But as we've seen carriers being murked all day long, they're not exactly invulnerable. But in that situation, I'm not really in a good position to actually kill him. So what I should have done is, well, game crashed again. Not had the game crash. Yeah, I should have outskilled the code. Avoided the crash. But what I should have done was just disengaged and sat there in the corner of the map where he can't find me. His aircraft probably would have been able to find me, though, which would have been kind of a problem, but not if I kept just kind of like, like gaming minimum air, probably. I wouldn't have been able to win. At best, that would have been a draw. Sadly. I have done the keel breaker thing, though, and it's funny. You just have to get close. All you have to do is get underneath them and hit the surface button. You will... you'll hit the bottom of his boat, obviously, as you're coming up, and then the physics engine doesn't like that. And you'll do Gary's mod physics, where the submarine suddenly snaps around at impossible speed, and you both die. It's funny as hell when you do it. It's definitely a bug, though. But hey, 3 million. We're almost to our own carrier. So good, we'll be in that position, and we'll get to see all the wonders that are, running a modern carrier. This is where I transition to my stream of carrier command. Yeah, the only other option would have been to basically just sit there in the back and draw. And that's boring, so obviously I went for it. So you can see that the game clearly has some problems, but there are some ways to get around that. But obviously in that situation, I couldn't win. If I had longer range torpedoes, I might have been able to start making dents on him. I could also upgrade my current torpedoes to have longer range too, so I can actually do that myself. But I'm saving all of my money to buy a carrier, so... You have to, priorities. You have to pick and choose sometimes. Could have forced a draw. Yeah, that was it. That was the only other option, forced a draw. But nah, fuck that. I wanted to see if I could actually do the stupid fucking Half-Life physics, maneuver. I might be able to do it now. Let's go, actually, you know what? Let's actually go sneak ahead and see if we can find their carrier. Put him in a bad spot like that. I might be able to do it. Let's actually just do that. Let's just ignore the enemy entirely and go find their carrier and insta-kill him. I will die too. It will be funny, though. It's something that definitely needs to be fixed, though, but I can see why it's like this, because there's no real way to... Like, the game is so primitive that you can't really... You can't really fix that. Aside from having you bump off of them, oddly, but they clearly didn't think that far ahead. It's kind of like having no 3D control in a submarine. And now I'm immediately spotted, because of course I am. There's no vision control game in this game. Okay, so what we're going to do is I am immediately going to dive here, and I'm just going to use all of my air, sail right under this guy, and then go find that carrier. I don't think it'll matter how much health I have, because he will get stuck on my wreck as I'm surfacing, and he will probably instantly die. I might be able to shoot this guy on the way out, though, because it looks like he's just being absolutely eaten alive, and actually, no, he's slammed into a mountain. He will probably die there. Look at all those missiles. Good lord, look at all those missiles. Yeah, no, he's basically dead. However, that guy's now shooting torpedoes at me. Great! I think that's the carrier down... Actually, no, that's a submarine. It looks like I managed to pick the line of advance where the entire enemy team was coming down. Oh, boy! I'm starting to see that also underwater speed may actually be an advantage. I'm not quite sure if any of them have high speed, though, underwater. I'm gonna have to double check. Something tells me that smaller diesel sub is faster underwater. I have not checked the stats, though. So, 14 knots underwater is actually a serious fucking limitation. It's actually kind of painful when you have people running around. So, that guy's dead. Okay, so we're running right through their formation. We're going to win. I will probably be able to assist with murking the submarine as we close, but as you can see, my team is already shooting at him, and probably the carrier over the horizon. I can't quite see him, though. Yep, there he is. Okay. Okay, so we're just gonna shoot at the submarine as we close into the carrier, and I will coup de grace the carrier. There you go, he's at half health, he's all yours. I can't actually shoot him because now he's behind that island, but that's not my objective. But unfortunately, it looks like, no, he's healing back. No, he's being focused so hard, he's dead. He's being shot at by like 3 people. I'm not gonna get in range to do it. Oh, well, might as well get my damage. No, maybe next time. Yeah, maybe my team will die next time and I can just do this myself. I'll get a shit team, and then I'll be able to do it, because not everybody will be focusing the carrier like that. Oh, well. Oh, no, I have to win. Oh, no. Oh, no, what a crying shame. I actually have to win with a competent team. Wow. Oh, no. Bomb. Okay, man's dead in now. He's firing nukes, though. Interesting. But, any day now. Have fun with this game. Bye-bye. See you, Builder Boy. Thank you for joining us. See you next time. We're going to be chasing this guy down, but I believe the man is dead. His boat is fast, however, his time is short. Oh, that's a that's the bad tier 2. That's the starter tier 2 ship that you should not buy. The only thing that's good at is AA, and as you can see, this man AA is the least of this man's problems. Even if these helicopters weren't about to kill him, which they probably will. He now has the entire team chasing him because he couldn't support any of his teammates. He is dead. 6 ways from Sunday, and he's already done. He didn't even actually survive the air attack. Wow, I made almost no money that game because everyone ran away from me. Fuck. Are those Ospreys? Yes. You can have Ospreys, and they are actually pretty good anti-submarine weapons of all fucking things. Even though we have multiple specialized helicopters for anti-submarine warfare, why aren't we using those? I have no idea. So, we have 900,000 to go, and that was probably the poorest game in terms of results, because I didn't do any fucking damage! But now we'll do something silly. Assuming I actually get into a game there. We had like 3 where he hopped out. I guess they didn't have enough submarines. The game makes barely any sense with what aircraft are available and what they do, but you know what? They do fill a gameplay purpose and they look interesting. So, there's that. This game could definitely use refinements, but the mechanics that it rests on, or rather, the basic mechanics that it has and the basic gameplay loops that it has are actually commendable, even though most of them are probably stolen from World of Warships Mobile and World of Warships proper. However, this is more enjoyable than both of those games, somehow. Again, maybe it's the skill gap being so hilarious that I can actually win, but you see, I'm not always winning. I have a fair amount of things to learn, and I've actually crafted the Barracuda's playstyle now. I should be dumping more money into these, but I have chosen to say, no, I want another ship. I will upgrade this later. New boat now. Okay. Nimitz. Okay, that's our objective. We will meme the Nimitz. However, I have to get over to the Nimitz first. So what we're going to do is we're just going to punch right on through and drive underneath the Nimitz and then surface. I was going to be spotted anyway because spotting is magical even if you're not shooting. Some of those got through. There is my damage. I have helped. I will now meme. Boy, this carrier has a lot of hit points. Wouldn't it be a shame if they instantly died somehow? We may have to exchange my ship for him, but wouldn't it be a shame if this massive, expensive nuclear super carrier just suddenly disappeared, like in all of those Chinese propaganda films, where suddenly the American carriers, you know, all 11 of them, just suddenly don't matter somehow? Wouldn't that be a shame? Then they'd really have something. Too bad that won't actually happen, though. However, in this video game, we can do silly-ass maneuvers, like what I am about to do. Kids, do not try this at home, and you probably should not make this a gameplay norm because it would basically be the most awful, asinine, salting the earth strategy I could ever see. Like, this would, if I'm about to become a carrier player and I'm doing this to another carrier player, I am very sorry for what's about to happen. However, it is funny. However, it should probably not be a norm. But anyway... Keel breaker! Huh! And we're both dead. It's that... So you can almost hear the source engine crowbar slamming sounds like it was Gary's mod. The man's back is broken. I have done my finishing move. The rare and amazing keel breaker. So rare, you know, rare because it also kills me, so I don't want to do that every game. However, it's also funny. Don't actually make that a norm, though. You should probably fix that. However, the way the physics engine works, it's probably impossible currently. That's probably one thing that probably shouldn't make it to the PC version. Funny as hell, though, it's a really good way of instantly removing a carrier. The ultimate move that takes a toll on a user's lifespan. Yeah, it's a wrestling move that just kills you in, you know, roleplay. But everyone knows that wrestling is totally real. The forbidden move! Destroys nuclear submarine to take out carrier. The craziest Ivan of them all. We shall now sink, because this map has no fucking cover whatsoever. Aside from these two oil rigs, which predictably fall apart under fire the moment the shooting starts. The enemy has another submarine as well. We're gonna have to watch out for that, but I think we're gonna trend in this direction. Because it looks like they're going half and half here. But it looks like, actually, no, this dude in this... Yuroslav, huh? We keep seeing this boat, and it keeps dying horribly the moment it drives out directly in front of the... These are players, right? Yes, they are all players. That is a real person That's like the third one of those ships that we have seen that is driven out, directly out into enemy fire and is going to be the first guy dead. These torpedoes aren't even going to fucking reach him before he dies. Yep. Okay, so something tells me that boat's bad, or nobody knows how to fucking play that. The nuclear missiles are flying up there, but thankfully down here under the water, some semblance of normalcy and gentlemanly nature about war exists somehow. However, I just totally dodged both of those torpedoes, just kind of driving forward. The Arleigh Burke does have torpedoes, and now you shot them at me, but however, if you're not really prepared for this, and he can see me, by the way, there's really no excuse for that. You can see the submarine. I am spotted. There's really no hiding in this game. The submarine can kind of harass you at incredibly long range, but as we've seen, the incredibly long-range torpedoes have massive glaring weaknesses, so I have to use the short-range ones if I want to be really thorough about this. So they see me, they're just not paying attention, or they don't give a shit. Once again, the skill gap means I'm good. But yeah, if you wanted to play Fleet Submarine and just harass people underneath your allies, which could also be your friends because there are platoons in this game, if you wanted to be, you know, this guy doing damage while the enemy is distracted, is, you know, hastening the death of the entire enemy team, while keeping formation with your teammates, yeah, play this. However, most of the time it's not actually harassing. Most of the time I actually kill the fucker. It's my kill, you know, front and center. However, I think we're going to lose that previous game because I threw, you know... Well, you know what? Our carrier might be able to pull one out, but it looked like we were losing that previous game. Another problem with the legendary keel breaker. You die! You may actually throw the match like that, funny as it is. But typically speaking, in normal engagements, when we're playing normally, yeah, when I get the kill, it's typically my kill as I'm sitting underneath the guy and murdering him as my team is nowhere to be found. Typically because they might be dead. And it looks like I'm not going to be in a position to really do anything. Man, being slow really actually hurts. 14 knot speed actually kind of sucks. Well, how is this different from other Warship games? Well, it's a modern game, a modern Warships game. So modern, in fact, things that don't exist in reality are here. It's also really arcadey, and it's on an emulator, so half the people have no idea what the fuck they're doing. However, I still enjoy it. Unfortunately, I didn't get to do anything because everyone was too busy being too far away. Man, the short range, you really need to upgrade the range on those. I'm holding back on upgrading them. I could make them better, but I'm saving all of my money. We're almost there. But, so, hang on here. Where are we exactly? Where it, no, it's tier 3. Back over here. Okay, so, of the things we want, what if I wanted to buy a Nimitz? Almost 5 million, okay? The Novorossiysk is a premium. Yak-38s sound pretty cool, and also, again, if I can get the camera over there, some incredibly brave Fulcrum pilots. I am pretty sure you cannot take off and land a traditional aircraft from that deck, but you know what? If you want to try, go nuts. Oh, the Admiral's 4 million exactly, so... we get fullbacks, and, oh, okay, so we get KI-52s, MiG-29s, and fullbacks. However, we can change these out, so we can have whatever the fuck we want. What the hell is a tier XB if the tier, if Nimitz is tier 2? Well, there's only 3 tiers. We have such wonderful things, however, as, literally just the Yamato. Okay, so the Chinese admiral, Giuseppe Garibaldi, which is it's a landing ship with a slight cope slope, a little cope, just a teeny tiny cope, just a little. Get Harriers and helicopters. Looks like you get... Well, actually, you get a torpedo launcher. That's the thing. You get a torpedo launcher. And, well, actually, everyone else gets... Okay, you get squids. Right. So, again, there are little differences here. Okay, so it looks like this is another, you know, helicopter carrier landing assault ship. So, you have... Again, so the Giuseppe is the only one with a torpedo, apparently. This one's got a Tomahawk battery. Neat. Okay. Again, I don't know how you're getting a Hornet off that deck, but sure. Queen E. With Predator drones, and a variant of the Eagle that doesn't exist. They wanted the Tomcat, so they didn't buy that. Okay, that's a lot more air defense, though, it looks like. And yeah, that's it. So this is the pick of everything. I'm not quite sure what the internals are. There's probably a bunch of other stats over here as well. But it looks like, yeah, funny enough, the Giuseppe actually has a torpedo, and it could probably also hold the Ospreys, which you can swap that out. So, this, you can swap out for an Osprey. So you would have 3 torpedoes, so you could actually significantly bother a submarine, but in exchange for that, you only have 1 aircraft slot. And they're only Harriers. Though you could probably make it whatever the hell you want, so, again, picking and choosing. I'm not quite sure which one would be best, though. Though there's probably a reason why this one's $5 million, though. So it looks like we might just have to get in... Russian bias aside, we might just have to pick the Admiral because it's right here. Although, all things considered, that does have the drone, too. So this has 2 aircraft and a helicopter, and the Nimitz has 3 aircraft and a helicopter. That's kind of a big drawback there. This has a shitload of helicopters, so that's its deal. Helicopter carrier has helicopters. Wow. Who would have thought? Also another helicopter over here, so, that's, okay, so, that's the Chinese Admiral's take on the situation. I guess this has better AA. It seems like it has thicker AA. No, it doesn't. It just has slightly different. I guess that's all gun AA? Because there's CIWS turrets and then there's SAM launchers. That's a SAM, that's a CIWS turret. So it looks like the Admiral only gets 30mm defensive fire, which is probably plenty thick, but maybe that's why it's so cheap. Space battleship Yamato? However, well, no, but there was an event where apparently they were all Avengers battleships, and everyone was a hovercraft battleship. Missed that event, though. That sounded funny, though. So, Okay. This has got a main gun, which is funny. That's controllable, so you have 40mm cannon turrets, a missile battery, a torpedo. I guess if you wanted some more ship with your carrier, right? I don't think that's very good, though, so you wouldn't really want to be battle carrying if you don't need to. So I'm not quite sure what the deal here is with this, but this looks like I want weapons on my ship for a carrier, but that's not your role, so that's probably not that good. Okay, so this is, again, I'm not sure how you get a Hornet off that, but sure. This is, okay, it's got, these turrets are good for anti-air purposes. So, maybe that's the deal there? That's the main battery with the Corcut. I made the mistake of buying the Grad, and the Corcut's turrets were for gold, so I picked them. They're very good at murking helicopters. And that's about it. So, okay, so it has manual strong AA, and some decent AA back here, but not as much as the other larger carriers. 2 helicopters, and that's about it. I'm sure the stats over here probably, tell a different story here, but yeah, actually, various amounts of AA, I guess, and secondary fire for the Queenie? I'm not quite sure, but it seems like you'd either want the Nimitz, clearly, for 3 aircraft, or you'd want the, the Type 75 with its multiple helicopters, depending on what you wanted. Again, I'm not quite sure how that guy's getting off that deck. Well, you're gonna have to push that one all the way the fuck back. You're gonna have to push him. Wait, I don't know how he's coming back, because I don't see any arrestor gear either. So this looks like your specialized helicopter carrier if you wanted more helicopters, and granted, helicopters are really terrifying, if utilized properly. So you could do that, and you could also change out all of these helicopters for Ospreys, and that would certainly bother a submarine player. That'd probably be better than the Italian carriers, I have a torpedo. You could upgrade that to different torpedoes, but, Something tells me that this would be more efficient in that role if you really wanted to specialize with that. So, Granted, you'd lose really all effectiveness aside from just having the Ospreys, so that would be kind of crippling. But, But okay, it looks like we're going with the Nimitz, because I want to see what playing aircraft is like in a normal match. However, we can also test drive this, because it looks like we're going to be, we're going to have to grind a little bit more than I wanted. So I thought we were going to cut it at 4 million, but the Admiral's 4 million, and I don't think I want just the Admiral. Okay, so those are the passive guns. Okay, so. Again, Mickey, hi. Well, they have Phoenixes. I don't know why. Oh, they're Mavericks. Someone didn't read the documentation. Aim for sir. Boy, that's Also, I can't So what's the controls here, boss? How do I control the plane, boss? Oh, you look. Okay. Halo Warthog controls. You can apparently speed up with the right mouse button. Yeah, sure. Aim for Falcons. Yeah, Howard Hughes isn't gonna sue anybody. As we can see, that's quite devastating. Okay, can I lock him from here? No, okay, there's a minimum distance. Can I hit him with guns from here? So you can circle a target, but you really have to, you have to get your distance. You can't really, you can't zero range gun him either. So what you have to do is hop off the target and fly away. Which apparently you can right click and then afterburn. Doesn't look like there's a fuel gauge or anything. And I know you can resupply by flying near your carrier. One of the loading screen tooltips said that. Also, this is a lot of clicking around, so if I accidentally click something off screen, don't mind me. Ah! Oh, that's just coming back to the carrier. Okay. Wouldn't the enemy fleet be blasting you out of the sky? Well, if in a real match, yeah, you'd have to worry about AA. That'd be a concern. So that's probably why you want to keep on the burner. There's apparently other controls, though. So there's probably another control scheme that we can actually utilize. They call it literally Ace Combat, which is, again, another sketchy, really unprofessional-looking thing. But there's probably a way to do WASD controls with jets as well, so that's actually kind of nice. But, well, plane. Alright, so what about the other planes? They're probably about the same thing. So what are the Hornets good at? Okay, they just have Mavs. Okay, nope, they just have, again, aim for Falcons. That's, sir, those didn't work in Vietnam, and I'm pretty sure we left them all there. Just saying. Okay, so these are just specifically air-to-air, should you want air-to-air. Okay, I have AMRAAMs. Very, very teeny tiny AMRAAMs on my Predator drone, which are apparently utilized against ships. AGM-65E. Harms? Okay, it's an anti-radiation missile. Sure. We're using well, actually, you know, that actually would probably make sense for anti-ship warfare because they all have these big honking radars. So that kind of makes sense. Also a JDAM. Grenade launcher? What? So, just kind of... Holy shit, those are totally Ace Combat projectile bombs. Okay. That somewhat makes sense to use harms for anti-ship warfare, especially when you know they have their radars on and shit like that, but alright. And then last but not least, the Osprey. Which again, 2 torpedoes. I'd like to go forward, please. Thank you. The controls are very, very odd. I torpedo you. Wow, 40,000. Whoa, those hurt. Ooh, okay, Jesus. Brr. That's a very short burst, though. But apparently the gun can be traversed 360 degrees. Not that it really matters, though, because I'm going to be turning to shoot at anything anyway. So apparently I won't have to fight it if I have it. So, okay. Interesting. Also, 1,000,000 damage just kind of sitting here. That's probably just a secondary battery who's cracking away at it, literally everything. So, okay. Did the planes go off the map? They look like they went off the map slightly, but obviously they probably come back. But, okay. So, that's a thing. They probably does a whole lot of damage, but obviously you probably have to watch out for watch out for your planes and not get them all shot down. That's probably a key feature of playing an aircraft carrier. But so it looks like we want either the Nimitz or the whatchamacallit, the Type 75, because haha, 1,000,000 helicopters. And by 1,000,000 helicopters, I mean 1,000,000 Ospreys. But then again, normal helicopter weapons are actually quite terrifying. So if they don't shoot it, if enemies don't shoot you back, you can sit there and unload a shit ton of damage onto them, and your ship is relatively safe behind solid cover if you're doing it right. So helicopters can be very useful and very fucking scary in their own right. It's just that obviously with the Osprey having 2 torpedoes, that's very useful against effectively everything, and also submarines. So good. That's kind of like, I probably could look into the gist of the stats that could actually tell me more about which carriers, what carriers, what they're good at. But typically speaking, the carriers themselves aren't really the star of the show. They all seem to have pretty good defenses. The helicopter carriers clearly have lighter defenses. So the super carriers, they all seem to have really solid defenses, and it looks as though the anti-submarine. I didn't see if the Nimitz had hedgehogs. Those would be very useful. However, the Nimitz could also just throw an Osprey at you, but then again, in some situations that may not be possible. So there's probably lots more things to think about with carriers, but we'll just get up there and see. The 2 most common ones that I see are, in fact, the Admiral and the Nimitz. I'm not quite sure what any of them are good at, or if there is any meta compliance, but I know you could probably wind up doing a whole shitload of damage. And it would be actually way faster to support allies in that. So I think I could probably actually do pretty well with supporting teams in a carrier. Because I wouldn't try and act offensively most of the time. I'd still probably try and sneak a shot in or 2 if I got it. But what I would be doing is immediately flying over to help this poor moron and, putting down fire on these guys. Shooting down the enemy planes with, the air-to-air squadrons would be a good idea, though. But typically, you really just have to help your fucking teammates out and make sure they don't get flattened. So that guy's dead. Good. Yeah, the air power is probably focusing on him, too. Or at least that man's helicopter was. So these guys are now running in directly into our team. I'm gonna put my 2 cents in here, and there's a submarine now over there. Torpedo beating in time. It's a Kursk. Because who doesn't want to be stuck at the bottom of the ocean, right? Unfortunately, the Kursk does not. I have the most air, and it'd be really funny if the Kursk had the most air, but that'd also be a really cruel joke. As far as I can tell, the Kursk is similar to the Seawolf, but there doesn't seem to be a whole lot of differences between the two. I have no idea what it's really good at, aside from maybe just having more hit points than me. Along with having the missile, you know, the VLS tubes that I don't have. However, the VLS tubes are not going to save him in this engagement. However, the Osprey up there firing fucking torpedoes at me might. Ow. And he is forced to service. I win. However, the, oh, Jesus Christ. The Queenie? The hell is she doing out here? Dead now. Okay, then. See, now we've got something working here, so long as our teammates don't die horribly. So now I'm fairly comfortable in this machine, even though I don't really have the upgrades I need. Obviously, I want to dump as much fucking, you know, upgrades into these torpedoes to make them as good as possible to squeeze, you know, every single little bit of combat effectiveness I can get out of them. Now that I know this is what we need to be doing, but we're mostly competent even without the upgrades. Clearly, though, if you really like this and you wanted to keep playing this, and for long-term purposes, you really, 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 really wanted something easy to grind in, you definitely want to be putting your money into this first, rather than hopping up the trees. Or, well, hopping up the tree. There are no trees. There's just get to level 15 and then unlock tier 3. Sadly, I didn't make much money there, but hey, easy wins are easy wins. Okay, we're slowly clawing up there, but hold on. Does the Nimitz actually have any anti-ship or anti-submarine defenses? No, actually. That's a weakness. It has no, aside from the Osprey, it has no anti-submarine weapons. It has baller as fuck AA though. So if the enemy's not gonna be able to bother you with AA, and those Mark 19 secondaries, those hurt. Though you're probably not going to be in a position to use them most of the time. The AA is probably going to be terrifying, though. Because that's missiles and guns, and the Admiral way over here only has guns. 8 guns, but only guns. You could retrofit those to Sea-Wiz turrets if you want. You can get Phalanx turrets if you really wanted to. But it does have the squids. As does this one, which is probably why it's 5 million. So, I didn't notice that. We might actually the Admiral also, in place of the plane, also has a missile battery. I didn't notice that either. It also fires 2 missiles rather than the 1 missile in. Interesting. I didn't quite notice these differences. Okay, that's another Hedgehog. Well, stronger AA defense on the Shandong and Hedgehog, and more Hedgehogs. No missiles, though. This has one of fucking everything. I don't know why you would really want this, though. That's just kind of mediocre in all aspects, honestly. I'm not quite... Aside from manual AA. That's manual AA seems to be that thing's deal. The Queenie also has 2 planes and 2 helicopters. Plus a somewhat palatable, a somewhat okay air defense network. However, as we can see, that's just more AA. Guns only here, but You know, I'm thinking we might just get the Admiral. Now that I'm thinking about it. The Nimitz would be cool, but the Admiral, might be more generally effective, but obviously you're probably going to be doing way more damage in the Nimitz. Just because I know submarines are going to be absolutely terrible if we run into them, and because I'm a bastard, I know other people are. If I can do half the shit that I'm doing in a submarine, I know it's totally possible for other people to do the same thing. So I'd actually like to merc the helicopters. However, I also don't want to buy, spend here grinding another $1 million for the Chinese helicopter carrier. I think I'd just like to maybe retain some some offensive capabilities, manual defensive capabilities as well, though, so the missile battery on the Admiral is acceptable. I'd kind of like that, even though it's probably not going to be that fantastic, but, if I'm forced to fight at a carrier, I'd like to be able to defend myself, kind of. Though, the air defense network, the defense grid on the Nimitz is, I've seen that just eat whole volleys of missiles. It's quite scary. So that's probably a better defensive system. You have to get really fucking close to use those guns. Or the secondary guns. So, do I want a carrier or do I want a battle carrier? I suppose what I'm really looking... the Nimitz only really gets that drone, though. So I suppose that's the other thing. That's the additional aircraft. You can change that out, but I don't know what types of drones are available either. So, decisions. At least they're a lot easier to actually get a hold of. That's the thing, right? This is like a day's worth of grinding, or a couple of hours, really. So they're actually easy to, see and test, and unfortunately, well, no, some of those got in. Okay, good. He pulled behind the iceberg, but I still got him. Right, that guy's gonna be annoying, but I'm gonna leave that guy to the air. I'm gonna keep supporting the team in the center here, which is where most of the combat is coming from. Hopefully, everyone pays attention to that guy over there. I'm not quite sure where those torpedoes came from, though. Right, the Apache also has a torpedo, but it's only one. Should be able to get that guy before he gets away, but now we gotta get these two. What the fuck? Is that the same Queenie from last game? Just charging directly into the fight. What the hell's going on there? Yeah, the Apaches are shooting torpedoes at me. They're all missing, but what the hell's going on here? I mean, I suppose they're surprising our team with their audacity, however, that's kind of irresponsible to do, sir. I mean, I suppose the carrier can draw fire. Ow, though. Yeah, he's using his helicopters. He is actually breaking through, and nobody's really focusing on him, so, It seems as though battle carrier actually does function. An anti-submarine defense is on a carrier. Yeah, now, I'd want that. Oh. Hi there. Didn't see you over there. I'm gonna die now, because I can't kill him. I can't put out enough damage. Barely alive. I think I might be... Yeah, I'm dead. So, that was ballsy, and it worked. Hats off to that guy. But yeah, you see how that guy was dropping torpedoes around me? Anti-submarine defense is quite a good thing to have. But it seems as though, while the... maybe it's not the Hedgehogs. Because he was using mostly torpedoes against me. The Hedgehogs, I'm not quite sure if they damaged me. He's still probably gonna lose his ship, though. That worked, though. That actually probably won him the game, though, so hats off to that guy. But it seems as though, yeah, that's ballsy as fuck, but you'll get somewhere with that. So, maybe that's the whole thing with the helicopter carriers. Maybe that's what you're supposed to do. You're just so supposed to cruise near your, like, in a really kind of bit crushed, formation, right? Like, it's kind of a task force, kind of. You're all standing directly on top of each other, though, but it's a task force. But so, hang on here. Does that have, like, the most health or something? It does have a lot of it. Holy shit, does it? It's at 25,000. No, the Nimitz has slightly more. Okay. So, yeah, no, it only has 5,000 hit points more. Huh. So the Queen Elizabeth is actually fairly tanky, but we did see one fail horrendously to do what it just did, and then one succeed, still die though. So, Interesting. Very, very interesting. A missile battery would be effective, but I don't think the Hedgehogs are actually... I'm not quite sure. You should be able to damage submarines with those, obviously, because that's what fucking Hedgehogs are for. But they only list them as being usable against they only publicize them as being, anti-torpedoes. So, And if you were going to battle carrier with the Admiral, you don't have any secondary guns. You have the AA guns, but those won't shoot at ships. The Mark 19s, however, are there for secondary fire, and they're quite good. You could probably also upgrade them to something as well. Does the Queen Elizabeth The Queen Elizabeth only has three guns? So wait a minute. No, yeah, we're doing battle carrier Nimitz. Since I've now see, that can totally work, and you can totally surprise the fuck out of everyone. Granted, you have to be playing really fast and loose with your aircraft, most likely. But, close support Nimitz. Because you do have the secondary guns that you can change those and probably find one with very long range, probably sacrificing other stats, but you can probably get the longest range one to act as somewhat of a force projection around your ship. And the Nimitz definitely has enough defenses. It doesn't have a million helicopters to drop torpedoes on things, but you do have the Osprey there, and that's not... You're not defenseless. Granted, the Queen Elizabeth having more helicopters obviously was able to keep me at bay, but the thing is that Queen Elizabeth didn't need to kill me. The Queenie basically just drove right through the enemy team and drew so much fire. The enemy team was shot to pieces by, everyone else they should have been shot at. They should have been shooting at. So, You see how this game is making me having to think about these complex, concepts for a mobile game? Which is, in a lot of ways, very much, more primitive than... Oh god, the Acronoplane. Oh no. Oh, there go all the No, it's funny boat plane. Nope, all the tactics went out my head. But I'm thinking about this harder than I would be with World of Warships and War Thunder. That should be mentioned. So there's definitely a lot of little gameplay niches that you could do, aside from just what the obvious roles are. And I don't just mean, Mr. Acronoplane over there. So you can definitely more than likely do close support Nimitz, but I don't think anyone really wants to do that because they just want to fly their planes around. So that may be something we can actually specialize in. Just kind of sailing right next to our teammates and then drawing all the fire in the world with our massive anti-air net and our secondary guns. While we just kind of hop back and forth between driving the ship and then flying our aircraft. Ow, no. Good lord. Ow. I wasn't dodging all of those properly. Uh-oh. Oh, no! Bump. Oh! He bumped. He got a damage boost on me, and so he knew he could bump me. Oof. Well played there. Probably should have kept my distance, but oh well. You can't actually do that in survive. Usually, when two people ram each other, they just instantly die. Wasn't expecting that. But still more complications to play here. This is a fairly diverse game for being so small and primitive. So, that seems like what we want to do, and we have 2 hours to do it, so we better get fucking moving, huh? Battle Carrier Nimitz. Granted, the submarine defenses could be better, but we're gonna hope that we actually have teammates that can do that, and we can floor the enemy team so hard that the submarine isn't really a threat on its own, because it doesn't seem like any singular ship is a threat on its own. If you are forced to fight the entire enemy team and they're all at full health, there's very few ways you can actually win. It doesn't seem like there is any real way that you can win aside from drawing it out or doing something, incredibly clever. But it doesn't like a submarine's gonna run out of air before it can kill all of the enemy ships if they're really focusing on you. So, most people who are playing aircraft carrier are just gonna kind of just stay right there. I don't even think they can... No, the guy's moving slowly. But they're mostly just gonna stay right over there. Just in the back line, not advance too far, because they're using their planes, obviously. So why the fuck would they be flying... why would they be, moving their ship around? But, what if we challenge that whenever we get our hands on one? Another Barracuda, huh? Well, I'm immediately gonna take care of that guy, since he's clearly the biggest threat here. Also, ow. Plane. Or rather, helicopter, but oh well. Minor damage. It'll buff out. Is that guy taken care of, though? Actually, well, the enemy... Our team's... he's gonna fucking kill somebody while he's over there. He's got enough fucking fire. I won't be able to get over there. This guy, however, is walking right past me. And so is the entire enemy team, so it looks like I'm gonna have to stop him here. Which way you going? Okay, he's coming right at me. Okay, he's being harassed by me and aircraft. And one more tap from anybody. Anybody. Yeah, there it goes. Okay. Okay, they're still hounding that Barracuda, and the Barracuda has died. Okay. We're probably gonna lose a lot of ships to air power now, if they don't back off and heal immediately. Or the rest of the enemy ships over there. It seems like going after the Barracuda now proceeded to get both of those guys killed. Yeah, no, they're not gonna win. Thankfully, I'm here to pick up the slack. But going after that Barracuda just killed both of those guys. They got him, but they proceeded to lose all of their health in the process. Okay, man's dead. Osprey. Somebody knows I'm here. Shockingly, I'm not fucking spotted yet. And the Osprey was then proceeded to be mulched. Rip and shit Osprey. That's actually no, those are aircraft, not the carrier. Okay. Well, I can get this guy as soon as I clear the rock. Again, I'm somehow still not spotted. Wow. Now I am. Hi there! And you are dead. His repair party almost saved him. Unfortunately, now I'm gonna have to surface against this aircraft carrier again. But it seems like, yeah, no, anti-submarine is still really fucking important. So this is kind of the same situation I was in when deciding what submarine I wanted. Because I was deciding, I didn't know what any of these really, you know, what factors in a submarine were going to be effective. As you can see, I made the right choice with the Barracuda, for the most part. But I don't quite know about carriers, especially with playing them. But this guy sitting in the back really did not help us team. I'm fine. Everything's fine. However, unfortunately, I'm gonna have to keep sailing directly at him. Hopefully, hopefully my aircraft carrier can come to my rescue. I shouldn't have pressed flares, but oh well. He doesn't have any... Well, actually, the squadron has missiles. Well, if I keep firing, I should be able to get close enough to ram him. Okay, here come the friendly aircraft, finally. Ow! Yeah, I'm not long for this world, but I might take this bastard with me. Got him! So yeah, submarine hurt. Submarine hurt a lot, even if you're just standing there. But it looks like, yeah, no. Maybe the secondary fire from the Nimitz wasn't actually that big of a deal, huh? I got shot to shit, but I still managed to kill him. Granted, I had support from the air, but if I'm going to be driving around directly into the enemy's face, clearly I'm going to be facing that too. Odd. Wrong thing. Right, so, again, very odd. I'm not quite sure which one to pick, but let's get that fucking money instead of sitting around here vexing about shit I don't know. But it seems like you actually do want to be fairly close to the front lines, because you do want to actually have your air defensives shooting down missiles and mulching enemy planes when possible. And also, like, some of your secondary guns doing something, so it seems like battle carrier is something you want to do. Question is, do we want one with submarine, really heavy anti-submarine capacity, or do we want one with more planes? Granted, if we had submarines, if we had mostly Ospreys, you wouldn't be really controlling them all that much. Because as soon as you drop control, they will fly back to your carrier. All you really want them to do is drop their torpedoes, and then you want to switch to the other one and also drop its torpedoes, and then switch to the other ones and drop its torpedoes. All you'd want to do is cycle between them in order to, spam torpedoes down on an enemy submarine, in the hopes of wrecking the man. So, But I guess if I never wanted to answer the question, I could stay in the fucking Barracuda and be totally fine. I could spend all of that money on upgrades for the Barracuda and get these torpedoes nice and, fully upgraded. Longer range, more damage, faster reload time, more ammo. Everything I could possibly want out of this boat, and I can just kind of stay here doing this. I want to see more of the game, though, clearly, but I could just stay here doing this. That man was hit by a nuke. Man is dead. Moving on. However, oh hey look, it's that guy again. It's now time for another amazing round of notch torpedoes. Yep, there they go. However, we know this game already. I'm going to run out of air doing this, but at least I'm keeping him from shooting at my teammates in this case, right? However, I've still got plenty of air, though. I think I might... I think I'll probably be okay with this whole thing. I'll at least outlast him, I think. And there go the torpedoes, just not getting anywhere close. So, I have now understood the art of submarine-on-submarine fight in this game. Sail sideways, notch torpedo, spam hypercavitating torpedoes. The man is gonna have to disengage because I will kill his ass, and he's surfacing. I managed to draw him out, and you can't beat me like that. In the Barracuda, you won't be able to outlast, and you will, even if they're doing that in another submarine. Even if they're doing the same thing I'm doing in another submarine, I have more air. And thus, he will be forced to surface before I do every time. Or nearly every time, depending on our initial, initial points of, submerging. However, I have so much air that it almost doesn't matter. So that means that, yeah, no, for this, I'm actually meta-compliant. I actually have the correct submarine for this. If I'm using the hypercavitating torpedoes and doing the whole notch routine, it may come down to luck in some cases, but I think that's what it just comes down to. Because there's no other, you can't force it either way. It's just, whose torpedoes are going to be hitting more if we're both spamming the same torpedo. It comes down to the luck of being able to dodge them, and then how much air you have. One of them you can't control. The other one you can just control by having a Barracuda. So, it seems as though I've selected the correct submarine to play this game properly. And I now understand what we need to be doing here. not an expert, but clearly I put myself in exactly the right spot. Just need to learn it a bit more. And get a couple more kilometers, 100 meters, not meters on these fucking torpedoes. That's painful. That'd be the first fucking thing I upgrade, the range. Because that's, you don't really need that much range, but boy, that's fucking limiting. And as we can see, it doesn't seem like raw air power alone saves the day, either. Granted, everybody dying instantly is clearly a problem, but again, maybe, with these... maybe we need to be there drawing fire as a carrier, but yeah, maybe not this one. I don't think it's ever that price, so I think this is one of these, get it now, grab deal. It's never actually not on sale. So, yeah, this I don't condone, nor do I ever want to see it again. However, almost to my own carrier, though, fair and square. So we have 4 million. We could buy the Admiral now. However, I think I do want the Nimitz, since the Nimitz is the tankiest. And if we're going to be doing battle carrier, probably will be the most successful. The only problem is submarines. But then we'd have to grind for the helicopter carrier, which may not be as good as the Nimitz at being the actual battle carrier. It'll be able to shit-can the enemy submarines, though. Well, it'll be able to, kill the surface fleet, I mean. The submarines might be a problem, but this is why we have teammates, right? We can play the platoon with a ship that's specialized for hunting submarines, should they appear, and we'll always drive right next to each other. Perfect plan. Except I don't think I'm ever really getting my friends to play this game, though I think probably, if I showed this to Martin, he'd be intrigued. It's an Independence. Okay. Enemy plane spotted. That did almost no... Actually, he may have just activated his repair part instantly, but that did almost no damage. Okay, a fucking boomer again. Well, if these were laughable the first time, they're probably even more laughable now. He's on the surface launching nukes. Is that really it? Is it just the nukes? They're not even really all that good, shockingly enough, for nukes. It's one of those things where, yeah, it has high alpha damage, and then the reload rate and everything else sinks in. Okay, somebody's shooting at me. Not very well, though. See, those do a lot of damage if you hit them directly on the nose. Activate that damage control party, since apparently that destroyer wants me dead. But I want the boomer. I have entered the bastion. Where is the boomer? He's going to die. Yep, he's dead. Moving on. Okay, now you. I didn't even have to look at that. Look at him. That man's dead. There he goes. Okay. Alright, he's slammed into a wall, so this next barrage should kill him if the supporting fire doesn't. No, he's dead. Next! That should kill him. Yep, okay. Next! We're running out of enemies. See, that's good. I was in the middle of the fight there, and I had lots of supporting fire dumping, shots on the enemy I was killing. They were too overwhelmed to really focus on me, and thus I got to sit there doing shit tons of free damage. Yeah, you better be running. I've got more torpedoes, though, so you better think of something quick. Like most games, this seems to entirely rely on, look, just beat the enemy before any of your weaknesses become a problem. That seems to be mostly it. I don't see him using his repair party. And the man is dead. And another Nimitz, who didn't seem to really be all that effectual, probably because he was trying to hit, just hit ships that weren't really doing much. Like, they were sitting there, spread out, shooting into the center of combat while I was doing most of the damage. So, That stability. So it seems like there's probably a way to play aircraft, but it seems like they can be negated fairly easily, or rather, their damage can be made to not matter. You'll still strategically lose the game, even if you tactically damage a couple of ships. But a lot of these, we keep seeing this, that the last enemy is in the back and is a carrier. So again, what if we grabbed the Nimitz and we started battle carrying? Because I've seen Nimitz do incredibly well, just, doing their own thing, but what if we were more involved and offensive with the Nimitz rather than just using the aircraft? What would that do? Ha, battle pass. So, actually, hang on here. There are missions that we could be doing here. So, there's one. Funny, I didn't actually have to use a consumable because I was doing so well. We're not really killing too many air vehicles because we're a submarine, but those are there too. 1,000 gold, huh? We're getting there. 1,000 more and we can have the Novorossiysk. So I can have, fucking Yak-38s. 4,200,000. Okay. Again, interesting there, Giuseppe. I don't think I really want that, though. So, Yeah? I guess it depends on what kind of upgrades I can put, since the AA defenses around the Nimitz are incredibly, lethal. The secondary fire could probably be adjusted depending on what you do, but we're not going to have any money for any upgrade points when we buy it, now are we? Because we're spending all of our fucking money on it. So that's going to be kind of a shortcoming. But, well, I'll definitely feel manly for being the battle Nimitz, even though I am gonna get shot to shit, but maybe that's kind of the point? Because if I sit there using my damage control party as a carrier, even if there's a shit ton of fire shooting at me, a shit ton of enemies shooting at me, I'm gonna take a while to die. And in that time, because I'm pulling all the distractions in, my team members will probably have a free shot at whatever the hell's trying to kill us. plus actually having air power out there that may passively attack. The air vehicles, like the helicopter, will automatically attack even if you're not using them, if there's an enemy within range. I'm not quite sure how this would work with planes. So there's probably a way to use aircraft carriers as, you know, with their aircrafts passively. And here we are back in Farbanti. Or I suppose Dubai with the fucking Burj Al Arab there, I think? Kinda looks it. The inverse of Dubai. Someone complained about sand and just said, damn, the desert is so dry. If only if it was a little bit more wet around here. Dubai is flooded. Oh no! Okay, it looks like their carrier is actually sailing directly into combat here, but he's not linking up with his, you know, his allied ships, looks like. They're all actually still pretty close, though, so maybe he's just kind of slowly sailing towards them. So this would be a good test. Let's see how these guys do. I'm here collecting combat data as well as killing the enemy. But it looks like the enemy isn't really being all that offensive either. Also, I'm not cruising at full speed. Sorry, I didn't want to bump into the fucking sandbar down here. But it looks like our team isn't really moving either, so it looks like me and this destroyer, it looks like. Android. I think that's probably a bot. Yes, it is a bot. Android, bot player. Holy shit, the joke is multiple layers deep, and it was immediately nuked. What a shame. Wow. Absolutely fucked. What the hell killed him so quickly? Haha! Ow. That hurt, but thank you, Farbanti Skyline. And suppressed. He charged up alone, and he had multiple people shooting him directly in the face. This is where over-passivity and not really communicating with each other is gonna bite you in the ass. So your team needs to move up, and they need to stay together and hopefully focus fire. Otherwise, anybody who comes up against the team that's actually balled up is gonna get eaten alive. Competitively, this game is a mess. I would not competition in this game is probably gonna be so fucking one-sided it'd be hilarious. It would be interesting to watch for a totally different reason other than like raw skill or something. But competitively, as you can see here, the idea is going to be one big kill ball of ships. Have you become the power? We are close. We are at 4,200,000. However, I think I have, in fact, perfected the art of anti-submarine submarine-ing. And now I will sit here nuking this carrier as we slowly mulch the enemy team. Also, almost rammed a building there. Oops. Well, I don't want to torpedo the building, even though we kind of need to get it out of the way for reconstruction. That's a little wasteful, though. And this... Yeah, it doesn't look like this admiral either knows how to fight me, or the hedgehogs are... No, he's actually shooting it. The hedgehogs can shoot at me. That's what they're for, but it doesn't seem like he's really using them, so the reload rate must be very slow. Uh-oh, I'm out of... Oh, no. Or rather, he's shooting at someone else. Oh, no, I've run out of air. This is embarrassing. However, if I just sit here, he doesn't seem to be terribly concerned with me. So as we can see here, secondary fire... Not having secondaries is clearly a weakness as well. There's probably a reason why the Admiral is the cheapest carrier. No. No, said I. I have flares. So there's definitely a reason why the Admiral is the cheapest carrier. This guy's team totally failed him. However, as you can see, it didn't really help him. Yeah, like, the ship himself didn't help him. I'm not quite sure what happened there. Ow. I got nuked, but I've got repair parties, so we're fine. That's gonna hit me. But yeah, also, you could sit there just tanking most of the fire, too. However, we do want to dive at some point today. However, unfortunately, I'm gonna have to wait a kind of a long while here. This might turn into a situation where I have to ram someone. It may be unavoidable here. Or I could just blow up all of their house, blow up all of their cover. Uh-oh. Okay, you're gonna take too long to kill. I'm probably gonna die. Burke, it's me and you. I'm gonna bump you. I didn't bump him. Hey guys, I could use a hand over here with all the ships. Guys! I am probably now going to die. So as we can see, gotta watch that air gauge. This is what put me in this situation, not watching the air gauge. Yeah, I'm dead. Oof. Well, stranger, you're not the only one who had a whoops there. So that was going well until I ran out of air. And the rest of my team just kind of sat there still being passive. Granted, they're in a good position to do that, I suppose. So I didn't know what they were doing, too. That's another thing as well. It's kind of hard to see what your team's doing. Unless you're actively looking around, which looking around is kind of difficult in this game, too. That lack of awareness can actually help you because the enemy's under the same constraints. But it can be kind of hard to know where your teammates are. But, hey! 200,000 to go. So, my team was sitting there kind of being passive as fuck, though. But I guess that won them half the game, so why stop, right? Whoops. So things were going well, up until they weren't. However, I'm almost to my goal anyway. I'm still having fun, though, and we're learning a little bit here. I'm actually learning and adapting to playing, you know, a submarine here. It's freakishly overpowered, but it also has some nuances to stay alive, because there are also other people who also know that submarines are incredibly overpowered and will focus you or be a submarine themselves. So you need to know how to combat these people. And as you can see, we have accidentally found ourselves in the best anti-submarine loadout for a submarine. Being in this ship that can outlast effectively every submarine in a fair fight. They're going to be forced to surface and thus be vulnerable to enemy, your team's fire if you sit there, going around in a circle. And we now know how to dodge torpedoes reliably and still have a weapon that's a torpedo that can still damage the enemy even when the enemy is doing the same thing we're doing back to them. Right? We now have the most effective weapon system for a smart submarine. We know now. It would appear that the only thing left remaining is luck in terms of how many torpedoes hit the enemy, and it's probably a shoot first, win. Shoot first, kill first sort of situation. Where if you start applying damage to the enemy faster than they are, back to you, you win. Not always the case, though. I'm not quite sure why some people don't seem to spam their repair parties as much as I do. Maybe it's because they want to save their money. I don't know. Me, I have no qualms about this, because here's the secret. As a long-time World of Tanks player back in the day, I understand what the situation is really most of the time. You should be shooting gold all of the time. Yes, you don't make any money if you win, but you win more if you just sling gold. That's the thing. You kind of take the hit. If you want to win, you just start slinging gold and stop caring about money. You want to make money? Go buy a low or something. It might be the same situation here, but I don't think money's terribly hard to come by for really anything here. The slow going is... Am I at level... Yeah, I am at level 13. I still have 2 levels to unlock tier 3, which those ships are probably going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of like 5 to 10... Like, probably somewhere around 10 million, I think. As... judging by the scaling of the prices. So those are probably going to be pricey, and the ones at tier... Like, the ones you need to, like, level 25 to unlock are probably going to be even more pricey. So the grind is going to get a little bit steeper, I suppose, but I'm perfectly situated here to make just as much money as I want. I could sit here and probably grind that much. The thing is that the account level to unlock the other more expensive ships, that's going to be the bottleneck. Not money, which is good. And again, I have no idea why people use that ship aside from the nukes, but the nukes are not even that good. So now I know, now I know what the balance of submarines is. I know submarine metagame. And I know that's kind of a joke. Miss. See, the problem with the nukes is that they're a missile, which means you can flare them. The problem is you can't fire the nukes fast enough to defeat a flare, like reload. That's the issue. So, but the thing is, though, if they get close enough to the ship, they'll detonate and still do some damage. But again, the reload rate is so slow that unless you're getting really fucking lucky with those nukes, you're not really gonna do much. Ow, though. Those hurt. However, I have the damage control parties, and I'm just spamming them all day long. Because I want to live, and I want to kill you. This desire of mine may actually eclipse your desire for money. It may be your undoing like that. And down goes the boomer. And now we're evading the other ships. Because now I need to heal again. Also, the enemy Nimitz is over here and alone. However, that destroyer is more of a concern currently. Halfway on air, or just slowly slipping into critical on air. But we'll have time enough to actually get in here and shoot this guy. So we'll probably be able to help our carrier here. And that's an admiral, I think, or that might be the Chinese one. Oh, it's a Giuseppe. Okay. So that's the manual, that's the I have weapons carrier. I don't think it's really, yeah, it didn't help him at all. Yeah, no, that did not help him in the slightest. Oh, I have torpedoes and manual guns. He died instantly. Or nearly instantly. Get that repair party going, because I know I'm going to be taking damage doing this. However, yep, like that. However, if I keep firing, I should be able to kill this guy before he can kill me. However, I can't keep taking those torpedo hits. So I gotta keep turning and moving. You always gotta keep turning with these fights. I'm not quite sure how you would maneuver to counterplay this, but there's probably a way to do that. I think I'm stuck on this. Yeah, no, I'm stuck on the sandbar now. Oh, no. That got me killed. I am dead. Actually, I might not. If I can dodge some of these, I can still fight. Dodge, 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 dodge. Oh, yep, I'm alive. Okay. Repair party, come on, come on. I'm gonna need to surface, and I need to kill this guy now. So you just need to keep turning. Yep, dodged. I'm gonna run out of air right about now. Yep, there's the air. Yeah, no. He got a missile off on me. Oh, well. Me bumping into the sandbar did it, but you want to keep turning. That's what it is. You want to keep turning. I think I got enough money for the Nimitz anyway. You want to just be able to keep turning. In a circle, really. Yeah, and that's enough for the Nimitz. Sadly, I can't buy money with gold. That would be one of the more obvious things. But you can't buy money with gold. So there's no exchange for that, but Nimitz! Good. And now we have a carrier. Okay, so let's have a look and see at some of these options. I actually just have to go back into the same menu. Right, okay, you get a login bonus for a free Tomcat, and again, I'm very entertained by the, by literally just Mickey. That's a sort of somewhat odd, eccentric wink and nod that I will approve of. Okay, so actually, hey, I could buy Yak 38s if I wanted to. So what do we got here? AV-8s and F2. Those aren't carrier aircraft, though. A supersonic anti-ship missile being developed. Okay, right, okay. So bomb AM-4. Hey, look, an actual named missile correctly. AIM-4. I guess they don't want to build. They don't want to pay Raytheon. So everything else is just, it's all Hughes. They apparently can get the rights to use any other missile or any other X-31AD. I'm not quite sure what that is. That's probably still made up. X-29, that's probably just an R-60. Or air-to-surface missile. No, wait, no, those are actual missiles, I think. I can't remember what their exact name is. Unguided aircraft missiles in containers. Right, okay, so that has no air-to-air missiles. Again, I guess it's just Howard Hughes. Howard Hughes lets them use the, whatchamacallit, lets them use the Falcon name. KH-29, probably. Most likely. Okay, so the F-2A is probably, okay, so I can't see how much damage any of the missiles do. That's somewhat of a problem here. I don't know what they do. However, we can see how much money, how much durability they have and how fast they are. That's probably the best indication, because it looks like they're all Squadron 3 size. So it probably comes down to speed and hit points. It looks like, yeah, no, they're all kind of the same. I think the no, okay. Tomcat doesn't. The Yak 38 has the most durability. That is kind of funny. Is it one of the slowest? Yeah, that's probably why. That's the balancing act. Okay, that's 70. Oh, that costs gold. I could buy that shit right now, though. I guess we kind of gotta to see, but we'll see. Oh, well, let's look at the other sections first. It's got anti-ship missiles, which probably hurt like a motherfucker, though, but... Okay. Why are all the Japanese that's a training jet. Why are they all... What the hell? Why are all the Japanese aircraft premium? Okay, what do we got in drones? Oh, it's just the Reaper. Just a Reaper. Okay, for helicopters as well, there's the Osprey, obviously, which is probably the best for just having the anti-submarine utility. We have other aircraft to do just the same thing. What the hell is that? I can't actually buy it, but what the hell is that? Modern 3-rotor helicopter. Okay, it's clearly designed by Kamov, most likely. Okay, so... a fair selection, I suppose? I'm not quite sure how the Tomcats will work, but let's use the Tomcats for a bit anyway, just to see. What can we get for self-defense armament? Can we get bigger guns here? DP-65? What the fuck? Grenade launcher fires targets automatically. I want range with this. That's actually the longest range, shockingly enough. 2733. Yeah, you want those of all fucking things. Okay, fairly slow speed, rounds in burst. Actually, that does... it does one shot for 1800. Reload time, 6 seconds. Actually, they're all about terrible. Granted, the Mark 19s will fire multiple rounds in a burst, and... over 3 seconds. So actually what you want is the grenade launchers, it looks like. Granted, it doesn't seem like the reload rate or rate of fire really varies all that much. So if you want just hurting people, the grenade launchers seem to be the best bet. Let's try those. Though they're probably going to need to be upgraded. So let me just outfit my Nimitz here with Russian grenade launchers. I'm sure that probably won't go over poorly. Okay, and then, obviously, Sea Whiz. I don't really have any money to replace any of these things, but these are all the wonderful options we can try. Also, I can buy these. I don't know what really they're good at here. Now, I'm not quite sure. Again, I have to compare the stats to really see what the hell's going on here. Range, 5 seconds to reload. 5 rounds per second. 1 rounds in burst because it's just a single burst. Okay, slightly lower range. I think, are the projectiles faster? No, they're not. They're the same speed. So what's the deal here? .6 rounds a second? Is that it? Yeah, that seems to be about it. I'm not quite sure what those are, what them being premium is good for, but I guess we'll just leave it as it is. And then there's C-RAM, or RIM 166. Which we could change for anything under the sun. We could have more guns or missiles. I think a mix of both is good. Which is 2 less damage. Yeah, I don't really understand. Surprisingly, S97 is a Corsican design. Ah, okay. Yeah, I'm not quite sure exactly what's going on there, but some of these have differences, obviously, but I'm not quite sure what those differences are or how they matter. I've managed to find the ones that matter for submarines, but carrier, well, let's just play the stupid thing and see what happens. We're going to attempt to battle carrier, because it seems like you being a tank while providing mutual defense to everyone around you with your AA and, you know, anti-missile systems seems to be actually more beneficial than you just sitting in the back and fucking off. So you just walking into the middle of the enemy formation and being like, hey guys, I'm a carrier, and drawing fire while your teammates kill everyone else seems to work. But okay, so I guess we'll send out the Tomcats first. While I just sail forward at full speed, trying to catch up to my teammates here. I'm probably going to overfly the enemy spawn, like I see everybody do every game. However, I probably will lose my planes if I get too close. So what we want to do is just probably huck a couple missiles at them and then run away. Probably damage the lead ships, or probably find... Well, they seem to have lighter ships, so I think they have destroyers down there? Corvettes? I'm not quite sure of the icons. That guy. That guy, you have been chosen. You have been chosen to be shot at. Goodbye. Flare! Flare! I think I damaged him. He's probably gonna... No, wait, no, those are going in. That's not a whole lot of damage. And also, yeah, I'm gonna need more... Ooh. Ow. Okay, terrain collision is a thing. Noted. Noted for the future. Do not bump the land. Very bad. However, that Tomcat's being pursued by, good lord, basically everybody. Run, Maverick, run! Jesus Christ. Okay, he's at... Ah! VTOL Tomcats. Sure. Also, I have an air-to-air squadron I should be using. Were those locked? I'm not getting tone. Yep, no, those are locked. Haha, Howard Hughes says hello. Because remember, these are AIM 4s. Okay. Get the hell out of there, boys. Okay. Okay, my Tomcats are busy just kind of casually shooting at the enemy. My team is... Actually, I'm fighting in a bot game. There are no players here, I have just realized. Interesting. They couldn't find me a match. I have just realized. And also, yeah, the Hornets are up there actually killing on their own, so I don't need to really micro them if I don't want to. Interesting. So I don't have to specifically micro them, though it looks like the Tomcats are only engaging with guns. So I could just do battle carrier here and actually probably work out. Haha, bomb. Although, yeah, Yeah, the Reaper is so fucking slow that you probably don't want to get anywhere near the enemy formation. I only get one of those? That's kind of expensive. Okay, the grenade launchers are working. They're eating the man alive. Yeah, that's actually effective damage. Even though it looks like our helicopters are doing. I should probably launch the Osprey on that note. I have a helicopter too, kind of. Go home, Osprey, you're drunk. No, I'm a real helicopter. Figure it out. Ouch. Yeah, actually, I'm not quite sure what happened there, but it looks like my rims just kind of started shooting at friendlies. That's AA, and look at that. See, just like that. All of our AA is saying, go the fuck away! Granted, we're in danger because now my secondary guns aren't necessarily shooting at this guy like they should. But hey, look, mutual support! That does work. Where's the Osprey? There he is. So, actually... Man's dead. Thanks, Mickey! Okay, so that actually does work, granted we're playing against bots. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure if they were players, they'd probably like to have my big fat ass with all of my phalanx turrets right next to them. That probably, that'd probably help. Probably a real hit at parties. Okay, so what's going on here? From a mix of rock salt and a hunk of metal launched into it when I hit a bit of scrap metal that destroyed 2 of my tires back. Well, a while back. On the plus side, it will be fixed by the end of the day today, so I can't really complain about the service speed, and it was just under $900 to fix. Oof. Catalytic converters is not bad at all. Right, yeah. The wonders of expensive car part go break. Okay, so where's the plane? There we go, okay. Hey! Wow. That's basically a torpedo hit worth of damage, and now we're out of munitions. Winchester, going home. So probably could keep up that attack, though. Those are actually still engaging from out there, That's almost no fucking damage, but there's the increased range helping us out there. I am still hurting that guy. Very, very lightly. And the Tomcats are still attacking somehow, even... Actually, no, they still got guns, so they could do that. They seem to only use guns, but they're out of everything else anyway. It doesn't matter. Okay. It's 800,000 damage, though. And 300 and... Oh, good gravy. I'm really tempted to press that add button, but I'm not going to. Whoa! Granted, 2 times bonus there for winning, you know, the first victory of the day, but hey, money. So yeah, that was fairly easy to farm up all that damage. How about that? I think we've got a future here. We need to get a game with actual people though, but that was a bot match. That was a bot match. I could play those and not actually have to worry about, you know, actually threatening enemies. That was actually kind of just, it's like kind of like a nice cruise. And, aha. I see what might be going on here. Ladies and gentlemen, if you may have noticed the whole day, there's always only been one carrier per team. I think I understand why I'm getting so many bot matches. There are probably too many carriers and not enough games to shove them in. So this is why I'm being offloaded into bot matches. But hey, I'm making assloads of bank doing this, so I ain't really complaining. But I want to go kill real people in real virtual blood sport arenas. Yeah! Not really, though. I'll take the money. It's gonna take a while for me to understand, to see whether or not my tactics work, but okay. Carrier only match. That'd be funny to watch. But yes, hello, welcome to Ace Combat again. Live from the skies of Farbanti. We've already lost a wingman. Lost another wingman. Yeah, Yeah, don't do that. I kind of suspected that, but yeah, don't do that. Now I know. Do not dive headfirst. Actually, those recharge. I've got multiples of those. Good, okay. Looks like I've got, like, 1? Actually, oh, 7. I have 7 flights of Tomcats. Okay. There's that fucking Sea Whiz. Okay, so yeah, if you dive directly into the anti-air net, you will die. Noted. I kind of suspected that was the case, but now I have proven that. This is all a learning experience, after all. And as we saw from the last match, the Reaper, fear the Reaper's mortality. Do not fly directly into the air defense net. But okay, so how much can we do? Hang on here. What if I just say it, fuck it, launch everything, and just have it passively fly around? What's the results? What happens if I just let the AI do literally everything? Actually, holy hell, that's the Sea Whiz and the Osprey's, Vulcans and Torpedo. Well, the Osprey's using ordnance. Huh. Holy shit, I'm actually farming quite a large amount of damage. That actually works. Wait a minute. Also, it looks like we've lost the Hornets already. What a shame. The Ospreys totally killed that guy by themselves. So, yeah, you could actually just do whatever. At least here. Players, it might be different, but, interesting. They're still shooting. They're still out there shooting people. I'm gonna lose planes left and right, obviously, because they aren't just flying directly into the anti-air net. Oh. No, who did? Oh, that must have been the Reaper. Lost the Hornets again. Yes, hello. I am a Nimitz. I heard you making trouble in my former Spanish colonies. I have come to vibe check you. The grenade launchers could be firing faster, though. We'll definitely play around with what secondaries do what, though, but clearly line of sight here and There's some things we need to work out here, but this does work in a really silly sort of way. However, the Osprey and the Reaper were just merped, so we lose those, we only get one of them. So we get plenty of Tomcats and plenty of Hornets. Probably want to upgrade them Hornets, too, because they don't seem to look very... They don't really seem to be surviving all that well. And the Tomcats have once again already been sunk. So my gunship work here is really not that effective. If that guy had a repair party, or was properly using his repair party, I wouldn't be able to really hurt him. I'd have some, that's definitely some, it's a bot moment there. That is definitely that is a AI who is currently stuck on, actually he's not stuck on buildings, he's just sitting there waggling for some fucking reason. So it looks like if I really want to do damage, I need to pull out the Tomcats. Shot it right off the fucking deck. Wow, thanks. Yeah, and you do a whole lot of fucking damage doing that too. Oh no! Oops. Oh no. No! That's... Hey, the buildings even are concerned for planes. That I didn't see coming. Clearly. Oops. The Farbanti skyline hungers. Only one of those hit. We can definitely upgrade those, though. And also, it looks like, yeah, where the fuck are my... Where's the rest of my team? The bot teams are even more unreliable than the players. Oh god, nope, watch the buildings, watch the buildings! Okay, well, he's sunk now, finally. Actually, no, he's not sunk. He's still alive. Is he dead now? Yes, he appears to be dead. Okay, so you definitely don't want to overfly the targets, however, Jesus Christ, that camera. Okay, I definitely want to see what the other aircraft controls are, because that might be more beneficial here. Because there's another setting for them. Alright, get your asses back to base and rearm. I have no idea what my AI team is doing, however, I have once again have 800,000 damage, and I'm probably going to be making serious bank. So, doesn't mind me, I'll probably be able to get more upgrades. So some offensive weapons would be, you know, helpful. But those grenade launchers are, they're still hurting people. They're just really slow firing and really only effective in broadside by the looks of things. So yes, mind the water spout there. Do not want to. I don't want to sail directly into the ocean tornado. It'd be funny if it killed me though. It is within the map boundary by the looks of things. I've never actually gone near it. Maybe we should test. Are you guys still out of arm? Yeah, you are. Oh! Wow. Jesus Christ, Jim. Wake the fuck up. Man, that is no joke. The Farbanti skyline is fucking dangerous. Mr. X, no, the buildings, man. The buildings are the real killers. Okay, I should be able to resupply and rearm just by flying over this. Yep, okay then. That works. And the man is dead. 300,000 for that. The 800. Probably because it's a bot match didn't make that much, and I'm very tempted. However, I will. No. I will respectfully no. I'm glad the game is profitable with ads, but that's tacky as fuck, man. So a little bit more money, and I will be able to actually buy 65 upgrade points to start tinkering around here. And you know what, honestly? You know what we should do? Because I'd like to use the Tomcats, obviously, but you know what I'm going to do just because I need to know? Let's go buy the F2s. I need to know. Though it looks like the Hornets probably, you probably need something better there. The Yak-38s would be funny, though. But let's go buy the F2s because I have enough gold for it. Why not? The strike fighters are our main source of damage, it appears. So, why not? That's heretical, yes, but it might wind up being, I don't know, effective. So, although, hang on here. 1 round in burst. 2 round, it fires twice. So that's actually 1800, which is the same as that. The reload rate is also, that only fires once, though. It does 900 damage, too, per shot. What is it with the... I guess these are just... Maybe we should just use the regular Mark 19s. Because that's the same damage, and it reloads quicker. Granted, the range is slightly worse, but only slightly. We can upgrade it to be about the same. You could probably upgrade the grenade launchers to be omniscient in terms of range, but let's just try the regular old Mark 19s and see what happens there. However, as we can see, the Sea-Wiz is definitely, the first deserving of upgrades. Sea-Wiz does work. But let's see what the F2s do. Oh, right. Let's try that other control scheme, too. Which, literally is just Ace Combat, which is interesting. Inversion, don't need that. Okay. We'll see about this. So what does Ace Combat mean? Does it mean that I can just use, WASD to, move the plane around rather than having to, control it like a warthog? It would be nice to see how much damage the planes do with their ordnance, but that stat isn't recorded, so we have to just kind of check. It looks like they do enough. They do about as much, in a full strike, with the Tomcats combined, like 50,000 damage with their missiles and the rocket pods. So that's kind of the benchmark here, about 50,000 damage. Okay, so are we in an actual fucking game? Somewhat, yes. 2 players aside. I'm clicking on me. Thank you. Get that off screen. There we go. Okay, so over there. We're trying to be offensively minded with this one, so I'm just going to be sailing the Nimitz forward into fire. Escorting the team, obviously. We are escorting you. No, I am escorting you, says the Nimitz. Okay, so what do we got here? We've got the anti-ship missiles, we've got bombs, and then AMRAAMs? Or AM4s. Okay, so they have air-to-air. Okay, so what's the deal? Oh. No, actually. Oh, dear God. Okay. Well. Yeah, I see what the deal here is. The F2s have an air-to-air armament and a air-to-ground armament, so that's what you're doing. So they have the air-to-air missiles when the strike planes would not have those. Or rather, I think they don't have them? Right, no, yeah, the Tomcats didn't have those, even though they stated they had them. They didn't actually have air-to-air missiles. So that's what you're getting. You can shoot at planes, and you can shoot at ships, but as you saw there, the ship damage was kind of lacking, probably because I accidentally rammed the entire squadron before my planes actually got into combat. So that's probably not as useful as it sounds. Pull up. Oh, good lord. Oh my god, what do you do? Okay, that's very jank. Those are going towards nothing good. I mean, I can turn and do a lot of other crazy shit that probably... Oh my god. Uh-oh, that's the ground. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Reaper ACM. I will die. I'm going to die here. Yeah, that's a good idea. It's really kind of awful. Let's never do that again. Well, fuck you. I'm gonna sail over there and actually, wait a minute. You! Oh. Yeah, those do way more damage. Ow. They also fired twice. Yes, hello, Mark 19s. I kind of need some assistance here. This does not appear to be working because my entire team is dead. And it appears that my defensive capabilities are actually kind of lackluster. Yeah, I'm dead. Right, I can take fire as long as everyone's actually shooting at me. So, Perhaps the helicopter carrier would be better for this then, because the helicopters would be easier to just kind of leave there and they just sit there shooting at everything around them. However, they don't have the ability to actually control the battlefield, but, well, I spent money on the F2s, so nobody else actually has to. They're actually kind of worthless. That's interesting. However, as we've seen, yeah, we kind of need damage. Thanks. Damage. Large amounts of damage. I do have enough money, though, for a swath of upgrades. So, upgrade points. The large package, please. Okay, so now we upgrade the Sea Whiz. Just the Sea Whiz, really. Okay, we have to go to... That's the other one. I really hate how the menus aren't unified for this sort of thing. So, workshop. There we go. Alright, Sea Whiz. Everything. Okay. As you can see, we're forcing 10s through it, so we're gonna get this, even if it's a little wasteful. But it's not that terrible if you're doing this. You're gonna have some waste, though. I didn't actually even get to the maximum one. Damn. That totally failed. I kind of want to get the reload rate down, too. So can't waste them all on that. Actually, the range doesn't go up at all. And now they're going to start fucking shortchanging me. Ah, there we go. So, welcome to the upgrade system. It's a money sink. For these last little percentiles. But that doesn't... That's the same. It doesn't go any farther than 3. What the fuck, man? Oh well. Time to get a 2 million... a 1.2 million more to have more. While we continue kind of testing this. So, there's probably a way to do this, but we're gonna have to try and finesse this. I suppose having the Hornets out there just passively flying around just around the carrier to intercept anything that comes near. It's probably our first action. Gacha for upgrades makes me go back to the old Korean MMO grindfest I used to play when I was younger. Yeah, it's somewhat like that. It's very Asian, if I've ever seen something. It's it's a loot box sort of a form of leveling, but as you saw, it's not too terrible. However, they will absolutely ream you out for all of your money trying to get those last couple of, upgrades. Those last teeny tiny pips are going to cost you millions of dollars. Unless you're super duper lucky, in which case you get it all immediately. But as you saw, it's not that bad, but you will be spending millions of dollars to upgrade a single ship. It's not the worst I've ever seen, but it is definitely it's luck-based. So I guess we just have all of these passive whoop, wrong thing. Just have all of these out here because they'll just follow us around and call upon them as we need them. I guess we'll use the Tomcats for special purpose once we actually sight a target. But they're flying cap, and then the Reaper and the Osprey will just circle around us if something happens to get close. We also want to select a target that's nowhere near the enemy forces, like that guy over there, because we want to, obviously attack targets that are isolated. And also, I forgot to turn off the Ace Combat controls, which is an awful idea for this, but we'll see if we can get away with this. Oh, good lord. Gotta go up. Oh my god. I can't go down! I have no idea how to go down! Oh my god. I mean, yeah, but also, good lord, why would you do that? I have no idea who asked for this or wanted it. Granted, you could probably do some really slick shit. The only problem is, why would you do this? The AA net is passive and rope. You're not dodging it. You're not dodging the enemy's AA net. It's basically almost a passive pain field. So you're not dodging a passive pain field. So I'm not quite sure what you're doing with those maneuvers. Aside from, yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe you can dodge air-to-air missiles like that? Maybe? I have no idea, though. But there's the increased anti-air doing its fucking job. Goodbye, Faldex. Done. Okay, so, man. Oh, wow. The Reaper was already up here fucking sighted. Good. You go back, actually. Ooh. Where is the rest of my team? Yeah, I'm in here. I'm doing work here. I'm suppressing the fuck out of that guy and his goddamn helicopter. I'm at least drawing their fire, but the question is, what is the rest of my team doing? None of you are allowed to have helicopters after this one, clearly. This is a pivotal moment that I'd launch the Tomcats. Oh! Was that the Reaper? Yeah, it was the Reaper. Holy shit. Good job, Reaper. Okay, you get up there. We lost the Osprey. Oh, the Admiral's shooting its fucking grenades at me. Wrong thing, but, well, hopefully that kind of fucks with it. Probably not, though. I could use a hand with all of the— Where is my fucking team? Where are they? It's just these two guys left, funny enough, but where the fuck's the rest of my team? This is strangely working. Unfortunately, we lost the Tomcats again. Probably because they were flying over the Admiral's air defense net. I'm glad you all have these nuclear missiles, though. It'd be nice if the carrier had some support while I was busy being a tank. Okay, good, he's dead. But without a repair bill, burning millions isn't that dire. That's also true as well. Though you have to keep $500,000 around to buy more, repair parties, like I'm gonna need to soon. I'm gonna try and save some of those. Okay, so now, what we'll do here is try not to slam into that mountain as we try to deliver the final blow here. And we were just out of range. Oh well. I mean, okay. Sure. Level 14, though. We've almost gotten to level 15, and that's tier 3. So, this functions. I'm kind of... It's different than playing the submarines. I can't say if it's effective or not, but I feel like I did something by blundering out into the open and drawing all the enemy fire. Whether or not my team was there to actually help me. We killed them all, so there's that. Maybe if you have to rely on brain-dead team members, using a carrier with standoff missiles and torpedoes isn't as silly as I thought. Yeah, but the Giuseppe Garibaldi is probably not the best thing ever. Probably the helicopter carrier, the Chinese one, is probably a good idea. In terms of, like, just dumping torpedoes at the enemy, I guess. But, well, maybe the Admiral's, well, the Admiral couldn't be saved back there, even with its missiles, so, It seems like they probably all don't work, but some of them might. Oh. Well, how about that? More upgrade points. Fantastic. Let's upgrade the rims now. No, not the spinners. I mean the fucking missile launchers. Hydraulics later. SAMs now. Okay. Reload rate, obviously. The damage, I'm not quite sure if the damage will go up very high, but okay, right, so. Okay. As you can see, 40 got us 75% of the way there, mostly based on luck. So, again, they're not terrible, but the rates aren't really all that fantastic. Well, time to get more money. Because we still got about 30 minutes until I hand this off to Sharklet. There definitely does seem to be something here as long as I actually have teammates. Lamborghini is not a bot. Wow. Okay, so I'd like to be able to use the camera, please. I cannot wait for this to be on PC, so the view and movement controls are just better, rather than having to be on a phone. Because this game, honestly, I forgot to turn off the aircraft settings again. This game is honestly just too much for a phone. I'm not even quite sure why the hell they decided to do that aside... Oh, for the love of Christ. Just fly yourselves until I turn that shit off. Just fly yourselves. That's a terrible control scheme for a fucking mobile game. You just go fly yourself. No. Holy shit. The man ejected the light speed after being hit by my SAMs, but there's the upgraded air defense network doing its fucking job. It might stop a couple of missiles as well, but you want to keep those flares handy. Also, I noticed that I am down to 4 repair parties again. I am going to need to go buy more. I may have to suffer without any. Oh my god. That just needs to... Who thought this was a good idea? It's probably why it's not a default option. Because granted, you could probably get to do some really interesting things if you, somehow manage to get this under control. Oh my god. Well, I hit him. Bother them. Look, just bother them. And that guy immediately died. Shit, my air defense is fucking more threatening than my cap flights. Man. Yeah, upgrading the air defense network on the carrier, the tier 2 carrier with seemingly the strongest AA net, seems like the good idea. Seems like you really get your money's worth out of that. Where the fuck is the rest? Okay, that guy's not the bot. That is the only other player on my team. We have to link up with him somehow. So why is the Osprey not out there? Get out there. Just fly around. Look important. Equipment calibration on BS and Girls Frontline. Oh, right, yeah. Equipment calibration does do that. Right. That's the last time I saw that, too, I think, as well. Haven't played that in a while, but yeah. We're just gonna have to fit this entire fucking super carrier through this teeny tiny hole. We somehow managed to destroy a helicopter out there. Actually? No, that's the Hornet Squadron out there, I think. They were dropping missiles on something. Hello! Hi there! Mark 19s. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, those need upgrades. They need upgrade stat. Mark 19s, please murk that man. Where is the Osprey? I can't actually... Hang on. Okay. You fly yourself, because I can't actually... The helicopters are not fucked yet. The helicopters are kind of controlling normally here, because they're not using the fucked control scheme. I'd like to... Any day now. Okay, man's dead. On to more killing. That was another bot. So their submarine and their Queen E are the only players on their team, which means that that guy... Actually, no, not that guy. Actually... No, the Tomcats are actually engaging out there with their missiles. So I can leave them to that should I need to. They'll at least function momentarily. Will they be the most effective things ever? Probably not. Will they still function and do damage? Yes, apparently. Okay, where's the Reaper? Okay, the Reaper is actually sighting in. Oh, the Osprey fired his torpedoes at him. Way to go, Osprey. You can really solo the game with a slightly upgraded carrier. It would appear so, yes. The self-defense armament, you probably want actual guns, actual weapons and missiles, but this seems to... Oh my god. That rip and shit that helicopter. That man was disintegrated. But no, this seems like, yeah, you could get this to function and you can be the center point of a team doing this shit. Now the big issue. I'm not quite sure how we're gonna do with that. And you have no planes, because my AA is fully upgraded. Well, for the most part. Uh-oh. Please turn. Please turn and don't slam into the ground. I've got a handicap, guys. I've got a handicap. This definitely looks like Ace Combat gameplay. Does it control well? Fuck no. I do not recommend turning that on. I never want to see it again. So now what the fuck am I gonna do? Am I gonna sit here and just camp? What am I going to do? I guess we're gonna melee fight the Queen Elizabeth. Actually, since I'm here, he can't really get that good of a fix on me. Oh, hello, friendly submarine. Didn't see you there. Your Hornets are pretty decorative at this point. Yeah, they kind of suck. Those need help. They're useful, and they're the most passively useful, as they will just fly around and shoot at things. That's kind of what I need them to do. Fly around and shoot at shit. Okay, so let's have... Right, what we're gonna do is we're gonna have the Reaper just does whatever it wants, but I kind of don't want the Osprey anywhere near combat. What are you doing? I need you. Good, I think the submarine surfaced. It did. Haha. And now I will bother him. As is the job of the Osprey. Come on, Osprey. Hello. I will now bother you. Unfortunately, I am out of torpedoes now. Now he's run away. Okay. Meanwhile, back at us melee fighting the Queen Elizabeth. The Reaper is out there doing work. That wasn't the Tomcats, that was the Reaper. The Tomcats are dead. Holy shit, go Reaper. Fear the Reaper indeed. I'm actually winning against the Queen Elizabeth. He's probably not really paying all that much attention, and this is kind of a comedy act, but I'm actually winning. Yep, there he goes again. Okay, so we're gonna... Yeah, we're gonna just very calmly do this without being too fancy. I don't have any flares left either. I'll draw fire for the Reaper. They're expendable. The Reaper's the one and only. Wow, the Reaper can actually take quite a bit of SAM fire. I will actually beat this Queen E via melee. Yep, there he goes. The bot kind of helped out there, but wow, okay. This is funny. I might have lost it from the stream, but is the F-35 an option for a strike or fighter? It is on the later aircraft carriers, I think. It's not available on these, on tier 2s, but it's available on some of the later aircraft carriers. Like the Gerald R4 gets them stock, along with F-22s of all things. Ah. Draw. Yeah. I think we could call that a gentlemanly, no one won. A gentleman's agreement to say that nobody really won that. So this functions. Yeah, I'm gonna preemptively go do that. This, in a way, functions, even though we've been playing mostly bot matches. So this is our upkeep cost. We're definitely gonna need that if we're playing like I'm playing. Which is fun. It's interesting. I wish the... Oh, god, wait! Almost forgot. I never speak to me and my child ever again. No. Good god, no. Maybe with PC controls, that control scheme will function. Here, no. So, being a carrier player, and actually just kind of setting up all your aircraft around you, and then just driving directly into the enemy force with your team, actually works out better than World of Warships. Granted, this is incredibly bit-crushed, and the maps are very small, and the team confrontations are similarly small, but this is more... This carrier is safer in direct combat than any carrier in World of Warships is. Which is kind of an interesting... Granted, modern defensive systems are much more terrifying, but carrier players in this game, when it comes to PC, will be way more active in team composition than, you know, just sitting in the back and doing whatever, like in World of Warships. You will see them out there with their teams in formation doing shit. again, it starts to create a system where this starts to look like a fucking modern fleet engagement, to an extent. Okay, the Hornets nuked a helicopter out there. They're out there doing work. I'm just gonna let the planes do whatever. Sure, why not? Okay, do we have any actual player? Okay. Number 42 over there. Where's 42? Over there. He's getting shot to pieces. $30,000 damage? What did I just do? The Reaper has been shot down. What a shame. I will now be Sea-Wiz. Some of those missiles are being deflected, but obviously not all of them. However, I think, yeah, no, that guy's dead. I helped. Haha. You also played against mobile game puppies. Metrics are biased. Yes, they are. As I keep saying, the skill gap about this game is the best and worst part about it. I mean, it's also very fun, very interesting to look at, being in the center of the action with all of the point defense guns firing in every direction. But yeah, I'm just sitting here and the Osprey is launching its torpedoes at stuff and firing its Vulcans. I think most of my Sea-Wiz bullets are going into the ships that I am trying to defend, but I am keeping those planes away from my teammates very clearly by murdering them wholesale. So, on a basic level, I am actually supposed to be here, or rather, it's very beneficial that I am here. Will this work very well against players? I can't tell you. But we'll find out eventually, I guess. But then again, we'll also have players in, escorting us too. Yep. Go away, said the carrier. These are bots. I think the only, actually no, the 42 back over there is still alive somehow. Where did he go? Oh, he's a grab. No fucking wonder. That guy's not good at anything. He kind of needs us here. And yep, just eat all the planes. One of these days you will have carrier-only matches, and it will be very interesting to look at, even though everyone is doing a lot of nothing. Wait, is that their Nimitz? Is he a player too? Yes, he is. Aha! A fellow battle Nimitz! I shall accost him in the ring of mortal and honorable combat by sitting here while my guns poke at him mercilessly. And also flying my Tomcats way far away before turning in and attempting. I might be able to actually shit-can him now. Hang on. Holy shit, I did. Ha ha! So really, you can actually play strategic with those. You don't really need to actually be manning those 100% of the time, like World of Warships would have you believe, because carriers are worthless aside from their aircraft. Here, not so. And they're also durable enough and also effective enough that you can be in the, in the front, on the front line with your teammates, rather than just huddling in the back like you do in World of Warships. Again, World War II carriers aren't exactly frontline fighting machines, but they'd still be in the center of a task force. World of Warships, the gameplay doesn't, promote that. It's actually a really dumb idea. Granted, Osprey, did you just drop torpedoes on my fucking deck? What the fuck, man? Granted, you know, you'd still, like, stealth capping or being fairly close but not in the front line is still a good carrier strategy for most skilled players, but it's definitely, you're definitely not in combat like this. And even if you make the game bigger, you'd still want to play like this in a carrier like this, because my oppressive anti-air net says everyone doesn't take damage. So really, from a competitive standpoint, and the game crashed again, from a competitive standpoint, what you're gonna have is a fucking carrier task force fighting a carrier task force. Like an actual naval engagement. Which is funny as hell that this game gets that right, somehow. Granted, probably because it's being so fucking ridiculous that it doesn't care. Yes, but World of Warships carriers do have AA. Very strong AA, but they can't do this. Granted, we have modern point defenses and SAMs, but the AA net of a carrier is really only sufficient to save itself. It's not going to be supporting most of the team by standing next to it. Here, I am protecting, actively protecting, and dissuading the enemy from attacking, in general, my teammates. So, I am providing support to my escort ships, who are providing me fire support. And really all I have to do is just sit here and watch my health and make sure I don't die instantly. Again, it's a fucking miracle this game gets this right somehow. But we've got about 10 minutes before Sharklet should be on. We'll have a look and hang on here. Let's see if she's up yet. She's usually very punctual. No, she's not up yet. But I'm fairly certain she's going to have another brick of streams today before moving on to DCS, like she always does on Saturday. I suggest you try Windows Subsystem for Android if you keep crashing. I've found it far better than BlueStacks on my usual gatches. Well, this is running on Nox because I found that Nox was frankly the smoothest running. It was the smoothest running, and then it suddenly wasn't the smoothest running, and I don't really have a particular preference for emulators, but this got working. You know, this got everything this was working fine when I needed it. And also, I think my Nox may need a restart here because I think the frame rate's dropping. But wait, no, there we go. Okay, there's a little bit of slowdown and hitching here and there. But we've only got 10 minutes left until I end the stream for this morning, so I think I'm hearing some audio glitches though. But then again, I don't think these guys have any sound as they take off. Okay, all the familiars are in the air. The Wizard of the Coast shall now take his place in the formation. Okay, a massive ineffectual air battle is taking place overhead. Yeah, my Hornets are not winning. I also have lost most of my Tomcats already. Those have replacements, though. The Reaper and the Osprey are my only concern, but having those out there doing what they're doing now is kind of what I want them doing anyway. Those are the only... I probably will upgrade those first before my squadrons, though I think we need to go find a better plane. I mean, that's great that you can pull up and go do all that, you know, amazing shit with the Ace Combat controls. My AA net will still fucking find you. I don't control... Actually, this is a full team game. How about that? Okay, so we get a test here. Though it looks like my team is already being shit-canned from the word go. Use your fucking repair kits. My cannons are hitting something. I'm not quite sure. I think it's that guy. Okay, so let's see if we can actually stop these incoming missiles. I think my Sea Whiz is determined enough to get these missiles. So if you could please. No. They were distracted. So I'm being flooded by what I think is, yeah, the enemy squadron over there somehow. I'm looking right at you, sirs, and my Sea Whiz will tear you the fuck apart. I'm still being missiled, though, which is a concern. I'm having to sit here burning my control parties in order to keep this shit afloat. My team is again falling apart. no. We don't have fire superiority. This isn't gonna work. Too many torpedoes, not enough teammates. Ow. Well, we killed 2 of them. So it seems as though the carrier by itself isn't exactly fantastic, but I can still... Well, I'm still bothering the shit out of people. I think I still have some aircraft up there pinging on people. So, actually, no. We killed one of them. One of them was almost dead, though. So, we definitely need our our players to actually be awake and alive and shooting at the enemy and not instantly fucking dying. Or having the good sense to use their repair parties. And by use, I mean spam them mercilessly to stay alive. Seriously, you can come back from the fucking dead with those. Granted, I could be using my attack aircraft more offensively to try and really pin down a singular ship. I can't really call anything out to the chat in this, too, so this is kind of odd. I can basically just, you know, reduce a guy's health bar to almost nothing as a sign to say, hey, shoot that guy. So it works as long as the team is alive and cooperating together. So obviously having everyone alive in formation with you and firing at the same target, you know, way more than you would expect public players to be capable of most of the time, kind of needs this to work. So this is a strategy that functions, but I suppose at the end of the day, my team was going to be so fucking screwed that even if it wouldn't have changed anything if I sat in the back and just played with my planes. It probably wouldn't have done anything. Because if the team was gonna... I can't fix them! Right? I can't repair their ships for them. I can stop the planes from getting near them, kinda, but if they keep getting shot full of holes and don't use their repair parties, there's nothing I can do. Okay. They have a bot. Will that work in our favor? I have no idea. But yeah, the Hornets, clearly, there's probably a better plane, and we should get a hold of it. We could probably... That either needs some serious upgrades to actually function. Wrong button. Oh, wait, nope. Right, so... Launch. Launch. That's their bot. Well, I can deny them their bot. Since I have 7 Tomcats, I really don't have to be, like... I guess I don't have to be very cautious with them since I have 7 whole fucking squadrons of them. Sure, if I have more of them, you know, out there actively, you know, attacking for longer, it's probably more efficient. But I don't have to worry about losing them. The Reaper and the Osprey, though, those are my... You know, the Reaper is a very, you know, very solid for what it is, and the Osprey is my anti-submarine defense. So those are a little bit more valuable. But we're going to stick near our players here, and it looks like everyone wants to play passive here, so we will. It looks like... no, they're actually trying to get in there, so you know what? Fine. They're going in that direction, we're going in this direction. Please do not slam into the glacier. Avoid the glacier. Avoid the avoid the... Okay, maybe the Ace Combat Controls somewhat help with that. But, okay, don't do that. Be wary of literally anything in front of your flight deck. Also, the turning circle for an aircraft carrier is predictably awful. Quick maneuvers, you will not be getting here. I have blockaded this glacier. However, our submarine has surfaced and... yeah, I don't know what's going on there. Actually, he may get it. Actually, no, there's another submarine over there. Wait, we have the Osprey, who is already firing at them. We have lost our submarine, though. Actually, we've lost most of our... He lost to a Type 92. What are you doing with your life? And I will sit here using my anti-submarine warfare unit to anti-submarine. Ow, though. What I will now do is I will hide behind something. However, my ship is now dying. Yep, my team's already folded. So I would love to keep doing this and actually, you know, making an effective stand here, but I can't do that if my team folds. Come on, Osprey, get in there. Oh, God, that's so fucking awkward. Drop! 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 I may have gotten him with that. Nope, close, but... hey, my Sea-Wiz got that. Osprey, this is your one and only chance. Actually, nope, that man's dead. Okay, good. Okay, we're coming back from this somehow. The Osprey is unfortunately now dead. What a shame. Uh-oh, this might hurt. No, I'm not gonna make it. Nope, and I don't get to control any of my aircraft after I die. So we kind of rallied, and it was far too late. Soloing was a lucky fluke after all. Not really. It just comes down to your teammates. And clearly this will not work with, teammates that just don't really get the memo here. We kind of need to move into a group of teammates that's already moving and functioning correctly. We can't, I could attempt to inspire a rally, but unfortunately if our teams fold and leave us directly in the line of fire, I can't really do much in terms of damage, it appears. So what we need then is a carrier that actually has its own weapons then. That seems to be it. So the AA net is probably the star of the show for the Nimitz, and using your strike planes more effectively, using your strike planes offensively as your primary weapon, that seems to be it. What do you know? Carrier's primary weapons are its strike planes. Wow. I never would have fucking guessed that an aircraft carrier's primary use is the aircraft. Wow. But it seems as though if you get an aircraft carrier, maybe the Novorossiysk is actually in some way useful then, because that has a lot... I think that actually has space for more weapon systems then. Weaker AA notwithstanding, though. It comes down to your teammates, though, how they act around you. Because the Nimitz AA net is fucking fantastic. You can actually stop most of the enemy from getting through to you. The problem is, the planes are only one part of the battle. I'd like to see them better at anti-air or anti-missile systems. Anti-missile system, missile interception. But they don't seem to be terribly good at that. Maybe there's a specific defense weapon that's very good for anti-missile, but I don't know what that is. Perhaps there's something better suited for anti-missile than the phalanx or the rims, but search me as to what that is, because that stat's not actually a thing. I'd have to use it via experience. The game won't tell me what it is. I thought the aircraft carrier's main gig was the catapult. Well, you're correct, Vanel. It somewhat depends on what's going on. It's clearly a absolutely massive force projection, or massive platform for force projection. But sometimes the aircraft carrier is a fairly can in its own right defend its own fleet by the amount of aircraft anti-aircraft that it weapons that it has. So close in, the air defense of an aircraft carrier is not to be trifled with. But granted, in a modern battle, you don't want the aircraft carrier coming under fire anyway. And the aircraft itself also defend the fleet from long distance. They recon for the fleet, they target threats before they get anywhere near the fleet, and generally speaking, just make the operation a lot more orderly. I'd like to fire at this guy, please. Alright, you get over there. What are we dealing with here? Aside from being shot to pieces, ow. Camera, please. Today. Good lord. Well, that missile got shit canned. However, I can't really do anything about the torpedoes. If I had the hedgehogs, though... I wouldn't have to deal with those. Tomcats, are you going to strike the shit out of that guy, or are you just going to keep flying around? That's a bot, most likely, right? Yes, it is. Okay, good. The anti-missile system is actually functioning. He is dead. I probably could have finessed that a little bit better with the Tomcats, but the camera controls are really awful. Ow! That was a nuke. You kind of need to fire those at an aircraft carrier to really assure anything. But it seems as though my Sea Whiz is not very good at stopping those. I'd expect them to have more health than your average missile, but I didn't think they'd actually stand up to fully upgraded phalanx turrets like that. They do. However, unfortunately, I'm sitting here getting shot by torpedoes repeatedly, and if we keep fucking doing this dance, I'm going to die. Okay, I got my repair party, so I'll have that up just in time for the next barrage. However, we need to get in there, and I need to watch this shit, because I can't control any of my aircraft, or defend my ship, and yes, he can launch those from underwater. I need to get the Osprey over there, unfortunately. Yeah, you know, the hedgehogs, now I'm seeing the hedgehogs would be very good. Because if I had the hedgehogs, I could shoot those torpedoes as they approached. I could murk the torpedoes, which are seemingly really the only thing I have to worry about. But then again, if I have the hedgehogs, I give up some AA, right? So maybe you do want the hedgehogs. Maybe you do want the Admiral or, well, the sister ship. The Chinese pallet swap Admiral. Okay, good. We're here, and the enemy submarine is the only guy left. So, fortunately, I didn't really need to contribute in the battle, but these controls, okay, I have no ammo. Well, you better get to, I can't rearm? Huh. Huh, okay. Maybe I should watch that. Yep. I have to say, it's silly seeing a supercarrier brawling it up, but making it work as a tank of a sort it is an interesting gameplay design decision, you know, to make them interesting to play with and against. This is true, but it's also more correct of a visual sort of thing than one might believe. It's really just because the maps force us into such close range engagements. Clearly, this thing being surrounded by its teammates and advancing directly on the enemy is clearly the thing you want to be doing most of the time. And you basically arrange yourself like a carrier task force at that point. So, this is shockingly correct for naval combat, even if it's also totally fucking wrong at the same time. It's got a good idea, it's just not quite saying it right, if you get my drift. However, it is 1 o'clock, so I think we're going to play one more game here. Is the shark up before we go over there and raid her? She is... Yes, she is up, so we're playing one more game. Dump 20 viewers on her head. So yeah, a lot of this game is silly and all over the fucking place, as you can see. But somehow it's also coming together as really compelling for, you know, how the combat's going to play out. This is actually going to be a really, actually kind of brainy team-based game in a lot of ways. Granted, it's because some of the mechanics are really all over the fucking place. Okay, we got a team game here, so let's see what we can make out. Oh my god, we have a fucking Akrana plane! There he goes! I can't support that, though. God bless him. I have no idea how you use that. I almost want to get it to figure out how to get it to work properly. But it also, I don't really also have the money to really be spending on, pretend planes in a mobile game. I'll wait for the PC version. Or pretend ships in a mobile game. Now, pretend planes in a PC game. Yeah, I spent way too much money on War Thunder over the years. But sue me, I thought they were actually going to improve at some point. They did not. It's not as silly as that Ace of Seafood game. Yes, we could definitely be sillier here. Okay, so what I'm gonna... Jesus Christ. I will not miss the emulator controls. I really will not. They're probably the worst part about playing this game in something kind of complex like a carrier. Okay, so what is my team doing? They look like they're... Our Akrana plane is actually engaging the enemy properly. The Reaper is over there actually shooting at people. I guess we're waiting for moves to happen here, and so while I'm here... I can actually come back and do it again. Well, except I'm being shot to pieces. Well, I hit him a lot. Not sure what he's doing, but I hit him a lot. I have 7 more planes, though, so that's not that big of a deal. I'm not quite sure what my team is doing, though, and that's somewhat annoying. But the Hornets are up there doing work. I'm not sure what the Sea Monster, Sea Monster needs defending, so actually I'm gonna call in the hair. Actually, nope, they died. What a shame. Save the Sea Monster. Quick, Sea Monster, run this way! I've also lost the Reaper, too. Damn. Over here, Sea Monster! I will protect you! Sadly, I can't get his fucking attention. But maybe if I'm playing passive like this, maybe the F2s are worthwhile just to throw around as just passive planes, right? Because they have AA, and they also have air-to-ground, right? Wow, Jesus Christ. Again, yeah, you kind of want the hedgehogs. Because you see, I'd love to kill those torpedoes, however, I have nothing that can do that. And, unfortunately, the AA net is being flooded again. You really gotta watch that. Yeah, now I'm being shot by that guy, and the 2 other boats over there, and my team is nowhere near in a good position enough to protect me. So you really have to... You just have to be very patient with your team in this situation. You can't actually, like... You can't run out like that, sadly. I'd love to be able to, but unfortunately, your team members need to be in the right place, drawing fire, and also shooting back at the enemy, too. Well, I'm still alive some fucking how, and I'm gonna... Ow! Ow! Hey! Fuck you, buddy, I'm still kicking! Ow! 3 nukes still alive. No, I don't want a 4th one. I seem to be... somewhat, still able to fight, though. I needed to survive 6 seconds, though. I think I'm not going to. No. I got stuck out there, and I apparently I terrified the shit out of that guy, but I need to be in concert with my teammates. They just ran around not expecting me to really do anything. So I suppose in that regard, what you need to be doing is you need to be, well, your teammates need to not run the fuck away from you, and unfortunately, you can't control that with pubs. So... I believe that battle carrier functions, but you need your team to get with the program. The problem is, having a plan that relies on public players to realize what you're doing is a terrible plan. That's the definition of unreliable. So that's probably going to keep this plan not necessarily functioning in a public setting. Now, if you have 3 friends who are talking to you in Discord, and know what you are doing, and have ships that can, say, intercept torpedoes, or also put out a lot of fire, they can actually pick things that don't have very strong AA because they're using yours. Iframing the nukes is a thing, apparently. Interesting. I didn't know that, but it's probably... that helps me a bit. People who spam the nukes are actually somewhat punished by that. But okay, so... as we can see, this game is... I'm not sure if I'm going to be playing this game on stream anymore, but yeah, this was a good way to kill a morning, wasn't it? So, okay, we're going to go raid Sharklet now before I do anything else. But, ladies and gentlemen, I've been your host, Phontomen, and thank you for joining me on my silly Chinesium free-to-play mobile game adventure here. It's been very interesting. Can't say that it's boring. It's, definitely got a couple of problems with it, but, can't say that it's actually wrong in everything it does. It's actually shockingly right in some things. We'll see about that PC version. I don't think I'm going to be getting invited to the alpha anytime soon, but, we'll see about that. But, okay, so, now we're going to go raid Sharkless, who is talking about stuffed animals again. Someone's gonna buy her that incredibly large, cat shark thing one of these days. But, alright, ladies and gentlemen, let's get going. Be nice. And see you next time.